What if Harry Potter wasn't raised by the Dursleys, but by the legendary Van Helsing monster hunting family? Trained to hunt dark creatures before he ever held a wand, Harry enters Hogwarts prepared for monsters, only to discover that the most dangerous ones may be hiding behind human faces. If you enjoy dark Harry Potter what-if stories, like the video, subscribe, and let's begin.
Chapter 1. The vigil at Privet Drive, the first protection placed around Harry Potter, was made of blood, grief, and an old wizard's certainty that he had understood both. On the night of November 1st, Albus Dumbledore stood beneath the darkened windows of number 4, Privet Drive, holding a sleeping child in his arms. The street was painfully ordinary, identical hedges, identical gates, identical brass numbers fixed beside identical doors. Nothing moved except the occasional curtain stirred by central heating and the silver whiskers of the cat sitting beside Dumbledore's shoes. The cat became Professor Minerva McGonagall with a sharp crack. "You still intend to leave him here?" It was not a question. Dumbledore looked down at the child. Harry's black hair refused to lie flat even beneath the small knitted cap Hagrid had found for him. A lightning-shaped wound marked his forehead, still red around the edges. His mother's sacrifice created a protection Voldemort could neither understand nor overcome, Dumbledore said quietly. "So long as Harry can call a place containing Lily's blood his home, that protection may endure." May, Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the closed front door. Old magic rarely comes with guarantees. McGonagall folded her arms tightly. "I watched these people all day. The husband shouted at a delivery driver for parking beside his curb. Their son kicked his mother until she bought him another sweet. Lily's sister spent 20 minutes complaining about a neighbor whose curtains were the wrong shade of beige. They are his family. Blood is not the same as family." "No," Dumbledore agreed. For a moment the certainty left his face. Then it returned, not as arrogance but as responsibility hardened into decision. "The wizard who killed Harry's parents is gone, Minerva. His followers are scattered, frightened, and desperate. Some will seek revenge, others will seek proof that their master can truly fall. Harry needs protection more than comfort tonight." "And tomorrow," Dumbledore did not answer immediately. He placed the basket on the doorstep, tucked the blankets more securely around the sleeping child, and left a letter beneath the fold. "Tomorrow," he said, "we hope they choose to love him." McGonagall looked at the baby, then at the cold door. Hope, her expression said, was not a ward. But she followed Dumbledore into the darkness. Behind them, invisible threads of magic settled across number 4. They passed through brick and timber, curled around the threshold, and reached toward Petunia Dursley, the last close vessel of Lily Evans's blood. The protection found the connection. It did not find welcome. It held anyway, but not cleanly. 3 weeks later, at 12 minutes past midnight, every lamp in Dumbledore's office extinguished at once. The silver instruments on his shelves began to shriek, not ring, not chime, shriek. Dumbledore was standing before the fireplace before the first alarm finished sounding. He swept one hand through the air, calling a circle of pale symbols into existence. One of them, the mark connected to Privet Drive, had cracked down the center. Fawkes spread his wings. "Minerva," Dumbledore said into the flames. Now he vanished in a spiral of fire. At number 4, Privet Drive, a man in a dark traveling cloak stood in the back garden with his wand raised. He had not come to kill the child, not yet. He had come to test a story. His name was Corvin Selwyn, though the Ministry believed he had fled Britain 2 days after Voldemort's fall. Corvin had burned his robes, cut his hair, and buried his silver mask beneath an oak tree. But he had not buried his faith. The Dark Lord could not be dead. He could not have been defeated by an infant. There had to be another explanation. Betrayal, ritual interference, an unknown weapon concealed inside the Potter home. And so Corvin had followed whispers until they led him to a narrow street in Surrey. He had expected resistance. He had expected the house to burn his skin or turn his curse back upon him. Instead, when he pressed his wand against the rear window, the protection flexed. It resisted him for several seconds. Then it opened by the width of a breath. Corvin smiled. Inside the house, Petunia Dursley woke to the sound of breaking glass. Vernon sat upright beside her. What was that? From the second bedroom came Dudley's frightened wail. From the cupboard beneath the stairs came silence. Harry had been placed there after his crying disturbed Vernon for the third night in a row. Petunia ran first to her own son. The invisible protection around the house shuddered. It had been built upon Lily's sacrifice, tied to her surviving blood, and completed by the promise that her child would be sheltered beneath the same roof. But old magic listened to actions more closely than words. Petunia passed the cupboard without looking at it. The ward split. Corvin felt the opening. He pushed his wand through the broken pane. "Accio!" The kitchen exploded with crimson light. Dumbledore appeared between one heartbeat and the next. His wand moved once, deflecting Corvin's spell into the ceiling. Plaster rained down. Corvin stumbled backward, his confidence vanishing. "You!" he whispered. Dumbledore did not attack. The kitchen door opened behind him. Vernon Dursley appeared in striped pajamas, gripping a golf club. "What is the meaning of 'remain upstairs'?" Dumbledore said. The words carried no visible spell, but Vernon froze. Corvin slashed his wand sideways. A bolt of green light struck the garden wall as Dumbledore stepped aside. Then McGonagall arrived through the shattered window in a blur of tartan robes. Her wand snapped toward the intruder. The paving stones folded over Corvin's boots. He shouted, tried to wrench himself free, and found the earth climbing his legs like wet cement. Dumbledore disarmed him with a quiet flick. Corvin's wand spun into the darkness. The confrontation lasted less than 7 seconds. Harry slept through all of it. When the intruder had been bound and McGonagall had gone to contact the Ministry, Dumbledore opened the cupboard. The baby lay inside a basket that was already too small for him. A folded towel served as a blanket. Beside it sat an empty bottle and a cardboard box of cleaning supplies. Dumbledore did not move behind him. Petunia clutched Dudley to her chest. "We never agreed to any of this," she said. "Your kind breaking into our house, strange men in the garden, windows exploding." Dumbledore turned slowly. "You agreed to shelter your sister's son. I agreed to let him stay." The distinction settled through the room like frost. Dumbledore looked toward the cracked kitchen wall. The magical protection still existed, but sections of it had turned thin and gray. It had not failed because Petunia lacked Lily's blood. It had failed because blood had been asked to carry what love refused to support. McGonagall returned 10 minutes later with 2 Aurors. She found Dumbledore sitting on the kitchen floor, holding Harry against his chest. "I was wrong," he said. "Minerva did not ask which part. There were too many possible answers. Finding another home should have been simple. It was not. The Potters had friends, but most had died, vanished, or been imprisoned during the war. The surviving members of the Order of the Phoenix had already been identified by Voldemort's followers. Placing Harry with any of them would turn the child into bait. The Ministry suggested a protected estate supervised by Aurors. Dumbledore rejected it. Ministries changed leadership. Aurors could be reassigned. Buildings designed as fortresses often became prisons without anyone noticing the difference. Several distant Potter relatives were found abroad, but none shared enough of Lily's blood to preserve even a fragment of the sacrificial protection. For 2 days, Dumbledore searched family records. On the 3rd, a Gringotts archivist sent him a sealed parchment with a warning written across the front: genealogical dispute, blood connection unverified by modern wizarding standard. Dumbledore read the contents twice. The Evans line did not begin where the Ministry believed it did. 4 generations before Lily, there had been a woman named Cassiopeia Vaughn. She had been born into a minor pure-blood house, displayed no magic by the age of 11, and was declared a squib. Her family removed her from its records so thoroughly that only the goblins retained proof of her existence. Cassiopeia had married a Muggle physician named Abraham Van Helsing. The line divided over the following decades. One branch changed names, crossed counties, and eventually produced Rose Evans, Lily's grandmother. The other remained attached to the Van Helsing household. The relationship was distant, almost absurdly so, but it was blood. Dumbledore followed the record to an address in Northumberland. There was no visible house when he arrived, only a forest, a narrow road, and an iron gate standing between two weathered stone pillars. A wooden sign had been fixed to the gate. It read, "Private land." Beneath that, in smaller lettering, "Trespassers will be questioned before being shot." And beneath that, written by a different hand unless they are already dead. Dumbledore raised one eyebrow. He touched the gate. Something beneath the soil clicked. A crossbow bolt struck the tree beside his head. Dumbledore turned toward it calmly. A thin wire attached to the bolt released a burst of white powder. The powder spread across his robes, glowing briefly before fading. "Not a revenant," said a young voice from the trees. "Probably human." A teenage boy stepped from behind an ash trunk. He had brown hair tied away from his face and carried a second loaded crossbow with practiced ease. 3 knives rested across his chest. None appeared magical. "Professor Albus Dumbledore," the boy continued. "Former Transfiguration teacher, current headmaster of Hogwarts, supreme mugwump, warlock of the Wisengamot. An impressive summary. I left out the less flattering titles. I appreciate your restraint." The boy's eyes moved to the bundle in Dumbledore's arms. His expression changed, not softened, changed. He lowered the crossbow immediately. "Is that a child?" "Yes." "Is it yours?" "No. Are you being followed?" "I do not believe so." "That wasn't my question." Dumbledore studied him. "No," he answered. "I am not being followed." The teenager whistled twice. The forest seemed to release a breath. A figure emerged near the gatehouse. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in a dark wool coat, though the day was not cold. Gray threaded his black hair. A sword hung at his hip beside a holstered pistol. He examined Dumbledore without reverence. "Gideon Van Helsing," Dumbledore said. "Depends who's asking." "Albus Dumbledore." "I know." Gideon looked at the baby. "Who is he?" Dumbledore hesitated. Gideon noticed. His hand remained near his pistol. "That hesitation," he said, "is why people put salt beneath their doors." The teenager moved beside him. "This is my son, Rowan," Gideon said. "You have 30 seconds to explain why the most famous wizard in Britain has brought a child to a house that officially does not exist." Dumbledore pulled back the blanket. The scar was visible. Rowan inhaled sharply. Gideon's face did not change, but his attention sharpened. "Harry Potter," he said. "Yes, and you brought him here?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because someone attempted to breach his protection 2 nights ago." "Someone succeeded," Gideon corrected. Dumbledore's silence answered him. Gideon opened the gate. "Come inside." The Van Helsing house did not resemble a castle. It had no towers, battlements, or grand entrance hall. It was a wide, old manor built of dark stone, repaired in so many periods and styles that it seemed less constructed than accumulated. Every window had iron worked into its frame. Small bells hung over several doors. Symbols had been carved into the lintels, not one tradition, but many. Latin prayers shared space with Hebrew letters, runic marks, old Slavic knots, and geometric patterns Dumbledore did not immediately recognize. Copper wire ran beneath the roof tiles. Bundles of dried herbs hung in the hall. There were no moving portraits. Instead, the walls carried maps. Some showed villages. Others showed tunnels, burial grounds, lunar cycles, migration routes, and marks where people had vanished. Mara Van Helsing met them at the central table. She was shorter than Gideon and dressed in a practical shirt with the sleeves rolled to her elbows. A line of white scars crossed the back of one hand. She had been repairing a lantern when they entered. She looked at Harry, then she looked at Dumbledore. "No," she said. Gideon removed his coat. "You haven't heard him yet." "I don't need to. Wizards never arrive with infants because everything has gone according to plan." Dumbledore accepted the observation without protest. Mara's gaze moved to the scar. Her irritation disappeared. "Oh," she said. Harry stirred in Dumbledore's arms. Mara wiped both hands carefully before reaching for him. Dumbledore did not surrender the child immediately. It was a small pause. Gideon saw it. "So," he said, "you don't trust us. I do not yet know you. And still you came. I was told there may be a blood connection between your family and his mother." Gideon became very still. Rowan glanced at his father. Mara held her arms out. Dumbledore finally placed Harry into them. The child opened his eyes. For several seconds, he stared at Mara's face. Then one tiny hand caught a strand of her hair. Mara looked down at him. Whatever objection she had prepared remained unspoken. Gideon gestured toward the table. "Show me the record." Dumbledore unfolded the Gringotts parchment. Gideon read it without sitting. At the name Cassiopeia Vaughan, his jaw tightened. "You know it," Dumbledore said. "I know the name." "Was she your ancestor?" "She was everyone's problem, according to the family ledger." "Gideon," Mara warned. "What?" Rowan asked. "Nothing relevant tonight," Gideon said. Dumbledore noticed the answer, but chose not to press. "The connection is distant," he explained. "By wizarding reckoning, perhaps too distant to matter. However, Lily Potter's protection remains attached to Harry. With ritual reinforcement, you want to use him as the center of a ward again?" Mara said, "I want to keep him alive." "Those are not the same sentence." Dumbledore met her gaze. "No," he admitted, "they are not." Harry closed his fingers more firmly around Mara's hair. She carefully freed the strand and tucked the blanket under his chin. "What attacked the first house?" Gideon asked, a loyalist attempting to test the protection. Classification, a trained adult wizard. Known methods, curses, apparition, concealment charms, possibly allies. Did he know the child's exact location? "Yes." "Then that location is burned." Dumbledore frowned slightly. "Burned?" "Compromised," Rowan translated. "Unusable." Gideon began pacing around the table. "Anyone who found the first house may identify the second. Anyone who knows your ward failed will try a different method. Poison through a neighbor. A controlled animal. A spirit pushed across the threshold. A servant paid to enter without hostile intent. You have experience protecting children from dark wizards." "No," Gideon said. "I have experience protecting targets from intelligent predators." The word hung between them. Dumbledore looked at the maps, the knives and the labeled boxes lining the shelves. "What exactly does your family hunt?" "What exactly does your world call a monster?" Mara replied. "Creatures that present an unacceptable danger to human life." "According to whom?" "The Ministry maintains classifications." "The same Ministry that lost track of the man who entered the child's home." Dumbledore's expression tightened. Mara did not sound cruel. That made the criticism sharper. Gideon placed both hands on the table. "If the boy stays here, he stays as family. Not as a Ministry asset, not as a symbol, not as bait for the next believer who wants to test a prophecy. I would expect nothing less. You will not enter without warning. I must be able to monitor his protection. You may monitor the outer ward. You do not cross the inner gate unless invited or the house is actively under attack. You presume to restrict. I presume anything that arrives unannounced may be wearing a friendly face." Dumbledore glanced at Rowan. The teenager gave a small shrug. "It happens more than you'd think." Mara carried Harry toward the kitchen. Dumbledore turned after her. "Have you decided already?" She looked back. "No, but he needs feeding while the men decide how complicated compassion should be." Rowan coughed, disguising a laugh. Gideon almost smiled. "Almost?" The first watch began at sunset. Dumbledore had expected a magical ceremony. Instead, Gideon walked the perimeter carrying a canvas bag and an electric torch. Rowan followed with wooden stakes, a hammer and a coil of copper wire. Mara remained inside with Harry, checking every window latch. Dumbledore accompanied Gideon along the northern wall. "Salt," Gideon explained, scattering a thin white line beneath the hedge. "Not because salt solves everything. It doesn't, but enough hostile entities react to it that a broken line becomes information. You are building an alarm." "I am building 12 alarms. Never ask one defense to do every job." At the first corner, Rowan drove an iron spike into the ground. At the second, Gideon tied 3 bells beneath the lowest branch of an oak tree. At the third, he placed a shallow bowl of clean water beneath a small roof. Water? Dumbledore asked. Reflection test. If something crosses the boundary without a reflection, the surface clouds. And if it has a reflection, then we use the next test. Layer after layer, no defense was treated as perfect. No material was trusted merely because an ancestor had written that it worked. Each protection existed to produce evidence, delay entry, or guide the family toward the correct response. Dumbledore began to understand. Wizarding wards were built like walls. The Van Helsings built theirs like questions. When they returned to the house, Mara had placed Harry's basket in the center of the sitting room. 4 chairs faced outward around it. Gideon took the northern chair. Mara took the eastern. Rowan sat facing west. The southern chair remained empty. For those who cannot keep watch, Mara said. Dumbledore saw a candle placed before it. Your dead? Our absent, Gideon replied. The dead are only one kind. Each family member checked the equipment beneath their chair: lantern, knife, chalk, salt, water, bandages. A written list of emergency routes. Gideon handed Dumbledore a small brass bell. If the child's scar changes color, ring once. If he begins speaking in a voice that is not his, ring twice. If you see something in the room that no one else reacts to, don't address it. Ring 3 times. Dumbledore looked at the bell. Do you genuinely expect any of those things to happen? No. Then why prepare for them? Because expectation is not the same as possibility. Harry slept at the center of the circle. The room darkened. No one spoke for the first hour. At midnight, Mara began humming quietly. It was not a lullaby, Dumbledore knew. Rowan fought sleep until Gideon nudged his boot. At 2 in the morning, Harry woke and started crying. 4 adults moved at once. Mara reached him first. The others stopped. No embarrassment. No confusion. Each simply returned to position once the need had been identified. Mara lifted Harry against her shoulder. You're safe, she whispered. The words were not part of the ritual. Dumbledore knew because Gideon looked at her. Mara continued rocking the child. You're safe. You're wanted. And you are not keeping the entire house awake because one scarred lunatic couldn't finish what he started. Harry's crying softened. Rowan smiled into his sleeve. At dawn, Gideon opened a ledger bound in dark red leather. He wrote the date. He recorded every alarm, every unusual sound, and every person present. Then he added one final line. First watch completed. Child accepted beneath roof and name. He placed the pen beside the book. Harry James Potter, Gideon said. Until you are old enough to decide otherwise, this house will stand between you and whatever comes looking. Dumbledore felt the remaining thread of Lily's protection change. It did not grow stronger in the way a wizarding spell might. It settled. Thin blood had been offered a promise and answered with one of its own. The ward closed around the house, cleanly. Harry was 2 when Gideon first took him to Godric's Hollow. The village was quiet beneath winter rain. James and Lily Potter's graves stood side by side in the churchyard, their names cut into pale stone. Harry did not understand where he was. He wanted to jump in a puddle. Mara let him. Gideon carried a flat stone wrapped in cloth. He knelt several feet from the graves and dug a narrow hole with a folding spade. "What's that?" Rowan asked. "A grave ward. For ghosts. For the living." Gideon placed the stone into the earth. Iron ran through its center. Around the edge were carved the same words in several languages. The dead rest here. The living may grieve without being followed home. Does it keep them inside? Rowan asked. Gideon looked at the graves. No. Then what does it do? It keeps other things from pretending to be them. Harry toddled toward Lily's headstone. He placed both hands against the wet stone, then turned toward Mara. Cold. Yes, she said softly. She wrapped her coat around him. Gideon finished covering the ward. No wand was raised, no spirit appeared, no secret voice spoke from beyond the grave. The family simply stood in the rain together until Harry became tired. Years later, he would remember almost none of it, only the sensation of Mara's coat around his shoulders and the faint ringing of iron beneath the earth. At 5, Harry learned that monsters rarely arrived announcing what they were. The lesson began with a dead chicken. It had been found inside the eastern fence with no visible wound. Harry crouched beside it while Rowan, now 20, watched from several steps away. "What killed it?" Harry asked. "That's what you tell me." Harry adjusted the round spectacles Mara had recently bought him. "Fox? Why? Foxes kill chickens." "That's something foxes do. It isn't evidence a fox did this." Harry frowned. He examined the ground. No paw prints, no disturbed feathers, no blood. He found 2 small marks beneath the chicken's wing. "Vampire," he whispered. Rowan knelt beside him. "Says who?" "The ledger." "What does the ledger actually say?" Harry thought carefully. 2 marks can mean feeding, can mean... Harry looked again. The marks were too close together. He touched the feathers around them. A sharp thorn had broken off beneath one wing. Harry's shoulders lowered. It fell from the wall. And the thorn pierced it. Maybe it died from fright. Maybe, so it wasn't a vampire. Rowan picked up the chicken. "You don't know that either." Harry became frustrated. "Then what is the answer?" "The answer is that we don't have enough information." "That's not an answer." "It's the most important one." Rowan carried the chicken toward the shed. Harry followed. "What if we guess wrong?" "We usually do at first." "And what if something attacks before we know?" "Then we leave." "What if we can't?" "Then we delay it." "What if we can't delay it?" "Then we use the right tool." Harry brightened. "A wand." Rowan laughed so suddenly he nearly dropped the chicken. Gideon, standing near the workshop, heard them. "Wandwork," he called, "is what you reach for once the plan's already failed." Harry repeated the phrase solemnly. He did not yet own a wand. That did not stop him distrusting one. At 8, Harry met his first genuine monster. At least, that was what the village called her. Her name was Elspeth Crane. She lived alone in a cottage beyond the northern hill. Children claimed she drank rainwater from grave markers and could steal a person's shadow by stepping on it at sunset. The truth was less dramatic. Elspeth was a werewolf. Once each month she locked herself inside a reinforced cellar beneath her cottage. Gideon inspected the chains, Rowan checked the doors, and Mara brought enough food to last until morning. Harry was allowed to help prepare the outside warning line. He hammered painted stakes into the earth. "Tier 2, he said. Mara glanced at him. "According to the ledger." "Try again." Harry sighed. Mara always made him do this. "According to reported physical strength, infection risk, and loss of judgment during transformation." "Better." Standard tradecraft. "Controlled location, confirmed schedule, 2 exits, no direct contact after moonrise." "And Elspeth?" Harry looked toward the cottage window. A gray-haired woman stood inside, watching them. She raised one hand. Harry waved back. "She's Elspeth." Mara nodded. "That answer will keep you alive longer than the tier number." Near sunset, 3 village men appeared at the edge of the field. They carried hunting rifles. "You shouldn't be helping it," one of them shouted. Gideon stepped away from the cellar entrance. "Elspeth has harmed no one." "Not yet." "She has followed every safeguard for 12 years. She's still a monster." Harry waited. He had heard the word hundreds of times in the ledger. Vampire, ghoul, revenant, werewolf, monster. It had always sounded like a conclusion. Gideon treated it like a question. "Says who?" he asked. The man lifted his rifle slightly. "Everyone knows what those things are." "No, everyone knows what they fear. It could break loose." "So could your dog." "We don't shoot it for what it might do." "That isn't the same." "Why?" The man had no answer except anger. The confrontation ended without violence. The villagers left after Gideon recorded their names, and Mara informed them that the local constable had already been warned. That night, Elspeth transformed beneath the earth. The cellar door shook. Chains scraped against stone. Harry sat in the outer cottage with his family, listening. He was afraid. Mara did not tell him he shouldn't be. Gideon did not tell him the danger was imaginary. Rowan checked the second exit twice. At dawn, the sounds stopped. They waited another full hour before opening the cellar. Elspeth lay beneath a blanket, exhausted and human again. Harry placed a cup of water near her hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached for it. "Thank you," she whispered. The village still called her a monster. Harry wrote her name in his training notebook. Not her classification, her name. By 10, Harry could identify the footprints of 7 dangerous creatures. repair a broken salt line in darkness, and recite the symptoms of common magical possession. He could not make a teacup move using accidental magic on command. This concerned Dumbledore more than it concerned the Van Helsings. The headmaster visited twice each year, always after sending notice, always through the outer gate. During his visits, he asked Harry gentle questions about school, friends, and unusual experiences. Harry answered politely while assessing the wizard's robes for concealed movement. Once Dumbledore produced a lemon sweet from an empty hand. Harry refused it until Rowan ate one first. "He thinks I've poisoned it," Dumbledore said. "He thinks you might have been replaced," Rowan replied. "Is that likely?" "No, possible," Rowan smiled. Dumbledore sighed. Harry attended an ordinary village school. He was quiet but not isolated, serious but not unhappy. He had friends, though few were invited beyond the outer gate. He excelled at history and science. His mathematics improved rapidly. Once Gideon explained that angles could determine whether a creature reached you before you reached the exit. His teachers complained that he treated fire drills too seriously. During one exercise, Harry reorganized his entire class after discovering the designated assembly point stood downwind of the building. The headmaster called Gideon. Gideon congratulated Harry, then made him apologize for taking command without permission. "You were correct," he explained. "But correct people can still create chaos." "What should I have done?" warned the teacher. "Identified a second route, helped rather than ordered." "What if she didn't listen?" "Then you decide whether the danger is immediate enough to disobey." "How? You won't always know." Harry disliked lessons without certain answers. Unfortunately, most of Gideon's important lessons ended that way. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. It did not reach the breakfast table. The owl carrying it struck the outer detection wire, triggered 2 bells, released a cloud of silver powder, and became briefly tangled in a net designed for winged scavengers. No one panicked. Mara covered the breakfast. Rowan secured the inner doors. Gideon retrieved a leather glove and approached the furious bird from behind a wooden shield. Harry watched from the porch. The owl snapped its beak at Gideon. "Behavior suggests intelligence," Harry observed. "Or rage," Rowan said. "Those overlap." Gideon cut the net carefully. The owl flew directly at his face, changed direction at the last instant, and dropped a thick envelope onto Harry's head. Then it landed on the gatepost and glared at the entire family. The envelope was made of yellowish parchment. Harry's name had been written in green ink. Mr. H. Potter, the Eastern Bedroom, Van Helsing House, Northumberland, no stamp. No return address. Mara examined it beneath 3 different lenses. Rowan tested it with iron, silver, salt, and a drop of holy water. Gideon placed it inside a clear evidence sleeve. Harry waited for 12 full minutes. "Can I open it now?" "One more test," Gideon said. "You said that 3 tests ago. Things become dangerous when people grow impatient. It's a letter." "So was the Black Monastery invitation. You still went?" "After research." Mara took pity on Harry and slit the envelope with a clean knife. The parchment unfolded. Harry read the first line. His heart began beating faster, not from fear, not entirely. He had always known about magic in the abstract. Dumbledore visited. Strange creatures appeared in the ledgers. Gideon possessed several objects that hummed when touched by moonlight, but Hogwarts was different. Hogwarts was a place where magic was not an incident, a hazard, or something to be contained. It was taught. It was ordinary. Harry read the list of required equipment twice, then a third time. Rowan leaned over his shoulder. "Students may also bring an owl, cat, or toad," he read. "No mention of crossbows." "I'm sure that's an oversight," Harry said. Gideon took the letter. His expression revealed nothing as he read it. Mara watched him carefully. "What?" Harry asked. Gideon lowered the parchment. "Your mother went there." Harry's excitement quietened. He knew about Lily and James. Their photographs were kept in the sitting room, not hidden away. Their names were spoken. Their deaths were never described as an accident, but they remained distant figures. Faces behind glass, graves beneath winter rain, two people who had loved him so fiercely that the force of it had outlived them. "Did you know her?" Harry asked. Gideon looked toward an old cabinet beside the fireplace. "No." It was the slightest hesitation Harry noticed. Rowan noticed Harry noticing. Mara stepped between the moment and whatever secret waited behind it. "You'll need robes," she said. "Books, ingredients, a cauldron." "A wand," Harry added. The room went silent. Gideon read that part of the list again, as though hoping the word might disappear. "Absolutely not unsupervised," he said. "Every student has one. Every sailor has access to deep water. That doesn't make drowning sensible." "I need it for school." "You need to understand it before trusting it." Harry folded his arms. "Dumbledore uses one. Dumbledore also wears purple in daylight. That isn't relevant. It tells us his judgment is fallible." Rowan laughed. Mara took the supply list from Gideon. "He is going to a school of magic. He will need a wand." "I know." Gideon sounded as though he had been informed Harry would need a live snake. Harry looked down at the letter. "Are you going to let me go?" The question erased the humor. Mara sat beside him. Gideon placed the parchment on the table. Rowan's smile faded. For 11 years, the house had been built around keeping Harry safe. Every bell, iron spike, and checked window had become part of the rhythm of his life. Hogwarts meant leaving that perimeter. It meant sleeping beneath a roof the Van Helsings had not inspected, eating food they had not tested, trusting staircases, portraits, professors, and hundreds of children carrying weapons disguised as school supplies. Gideon pulled out the chair opposite Harry. "I cannot make the world harmless," he said. Harry waited. "I can teach you to notice when it isn't. So I can go, if the school permits an inspection." Harry smiled. Gideon lifted one finger. "And if we establish emergency routes?" Harry's smile widened. "Twice. And weekly letters, all right. And you do not attempt to fight anything alone." "I know." "Say it." Harry had repeated the rule since he could speak clearly. Tools decide the fight, not the fighter. Anything above Tier 2 requires preparation. Tier 4 requires a coalition. Unknown threats require observation before engagement. And, Harry sighed, wandwork is what you reach for once the plan's already failed. Gideon nodded. Mara kissed Harry's hair. Rowan reached across the table and stole the last piece of toast from his plate. The owl on the gatepost hooted impatiently. "I think it wants a reply," Harry said. "It can wait until we verify the address," Gideon replied. Harry looked again at the emerald writing. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A world of moving staircases, enchanted ceilings, and children who had been raised to trust magic as easily as breathing. A world that believed it already knew which creatures were dangerous. Harry did not know it yet, but the school was preparing to teach him how to become a wizard. The Van Helsings had already taught him something far more troublesome: how to ask who had written the lesson. That evening, while Harry drafted his acceptance letter, Gideon entered the locked workshop beneath the house. Mara followed. On the central table lay 2 narrow strips of metal, one silver, one iron. Beside them rested the old red ledger, open to a page bearing the faded name Cassiopeia Vaughan. Gideon heated the forge. Mara watched the metals begin to glow. "You still haven't told him," she said. "We don't know enough. We know he is connected to us. Connected is not the same as belonging." Mara looked toward the ceiling as though she could see Harry sitting above them. "No," she said. "Belonging is what happened afterward." Gideon brought the hammer down, silver folded over iron. The first strike rang through the workshop, then the second. Upstairs, Harry paused in the middle of writing his name. The sound traveled through the floor like a distant bell. He smiled without knowing why and returned to his letter. Below him, the blade that would one day stand between a dying man and the darkest thing in Britain began to take shape, not as a weapon made to kill, as a tool made to separate what had been joined without permission. Chapter 2. Diagon Alley. Cross-examined, the Van Helsings prepared for Diagon Alley the way other families prepared for a siege. 3 days before departure, Gideon acquired maps. 2 days before departure, Mara wrote to Gringotts requesting information on emergency exits, subterranean access points, and whether goblin security responded differently to fire, flooding, or possession. Gringotts replied with a single sentence. Gringotts Bank does not provide tactical assessments to customers. Rowan framed the letter. One day before departure, Harry packed his school list. 2 changes of clothes, chalk, salt, bandages, a compass, a folding mirror, a whistle, a small notebook, and enough dried food to survive 48 hours without access to a kitchen. Mara removed half the food. Harry put it back. She removed it again. "You are purchasing school books," she said, "not crossing the Carpathians. We don't know how long it will take," the letter says one day. Letters can lie. This one was delivered by an owl. That proves the owl can navigate. It doesn't prove the author is trustworthy. Mara stared at him. Harry stared back. Rowan, who was leaning against the doorway, nodded approvingly. He's ready. Gideon entered the room holding a narrow leather sheath. Not quite. The object inside was no longer unfinished metal. It had become a knife. The blade was shorter than Harry's forearm, with silver layered over a dark iron core. Small symbols had been cut along both sides, so fine that they seemed almost like scratches until the light caught them. The handle was black wood bound with leather. Harry did not reach for it. Gideon had taught him better than that. "What is it?" he asked. "A warding knife. For cutting. Sometimes. For fighting. No." Gideon placed it on the table between them. "A weapon is meant to injure," he continued. "This is meant to mark boundaries. It can cut cord, carve symbols, and test certain surfaces. The silver reacts to several forms of corrupted tissue. The iron disrupts some glamour work and spirit attachments. Anyone who promises one tool works against everything is either selling it or has not survived using it." Harry leaned closer. The symbols looked familiar, but not all of them belonged to the same alphabet. "Why does it have prayers and runes together?" "Because danger does not care whether traditions approve of one another." Mara sat beside Harry. "This knife has been blessed by 3 people who disagree on almost every religious question," she said. "That makes it either very secure or deeply confused." Rowan pointed toward the sheath. "There's a salt capsule hidden beneath the lower seam." Harry examined it. "Emergency amount?" "Enough for 1 threshold," Gideon said. "A narrow one." Harry looked up. "Why give it to me now?" Gideon's expression remained serious, but something warmer lived beneath it. "Because receiving a wand does not mean you abandon every tool you understood before it." Mara touched the edge of the sheath. "And because your mother's world is about to hand you several powerful things and tell you that owning them makes you safer." "It doesn't. It makes you capable," Gideon said. "That is not the same." Harry lifted the knife carefully. It was heavier than it looked, not heavy enough to be awkward. Heavy enough to demand awareness. "Where do I carry it at school?" "Hidden," Gideon said. Mara gave him a sharp look. "Securely hidden," Gideon corrected. "Are knives allowed at Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "No idea." "That sounds like something we should ask." "That sounds like something they might answer incorrectly." Mara closed her eyes. "Gideon, what?" "We are not beginning Harry's school career by smuggling a ritual blade into a castle." Gideon considered that. "Fine, we declare it." Harry nodded. "Then if they forbid it, we'll know they're afraid of students having emergency tools." Mara looked from husband to son. "You two make perfectly reasonable sentences sound like threats." Rowan smiled. "It's hereditary." Harry fastened the knife beneath his coat. For the first time since the Hogwarts letter arrived, he felt almost prepared. Almost. The entrance to Diagon Alley was hidden behind a brick wall. Harry considered this suspicious. The wall stood behind a Muggle pub called the Leaky Cauldron, which had already failed 3 of Gideon's standards before they reached the rear courtyard. The front windows were difficult to see from the street. The exits were narrow. The occupants watched newcomers without pretending otherwise. The innkeeper knew Harry's name before anyone introduced him. That final detail concerned Gideon most. "Harry Potter," whispered a witch near the bar. A wizard wearing a green hat stood so quickly that his chair overturned. "Bless my soul." Another person reached toward Harry's shoulder. Rowan moved between them. "Don't." The stranger stopped. Harry studied the crowded pub. Some faces showed delight. Others showed grief. A few held something more uncomfortable, as though they had already decided what Harry meant to them. No one asked whether he wanted to mean anything at all. A bald wizard began pushing through the crowd. "It really is you." Harry stepped backward. The wizard extended his hand. Harry did not take it. "Why do you know me?" he asked. The room became quiet. The man blinked. "Everyone knows you. That isn't an answer. You defeated you-know-who. I was 1 year old." "Yes, but do you know what happened?" The wizard opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Mara rested one hand lightly against Harry's back. "We are here for school supplies," she said. Her tone remained pleasant enough that only people familiar with her understood it as a warning. The crowd separated. Harry felt their eyes following him until the courtyard door closed. Gideon examined the brick wall. "How does it open?" A ministry escort named Mr. Penwick stood beside them. Dumbledore had arranged for him to help with the parts of Diagon Alley unavailable to Muggles. Penwick was a thin wizard with nervous hands and an expression that had worsened continuously since meeting the Van Helsings. "You tap the correct bricks," he said. "In what order?" "3 up and 2 across from the rubbish bin." "Why?" Penwick hesitated. "Because that is how the entrance works." "Could someone alter the sequence, I suppose? Could the wall close while someone passes through?" "No." "Has that been tested recently?" Penwick looked toward Mara. "Do they always do this?" "Yes," she said. The wizard tapped the bricks. The wall trembled. A hole appeared in its center, expanding into an archway. Beyond it lay a street Harry had seen only in dreams he could never remember properly. Diagon Alley twisted through a canyon of leaning buildings, colorful signs and crowded windows. Cauldrons stacked themselves outside shops. Quills wrote on their own. Owls called from high cages. Broomsticks hovered behind glass. Something silver flashed over the rooftops. Harry's hand moved toward the warding knife. Rowan caught his wrist. "Whether vain?" "I knew that. You were about to draw." "I was confirming." Rowan released him. "Of course." Harry stepped through the archway. For 11 years, magic had been the explanation behind locked rooms, dangerous creatures and questions adults refused to answer completely. Here, magic was used to stir tea. A small brass kettle walked across the pavement on metal legs. It paused beside a drain, shook rainwater from its lid and continued into a shop. Harry watched it disappear. Mara smiled. "You're allowed to be impressed." "I am. You look worried." "I can be both." That, Mara thought, might be the most Van Helsing answer he had ever given. Their first stop was Gringotts. Harry had expected a bank. Instead, he found a fortress pretending to be a financial institution. The white building rose above the surrounding shops, guarded by bronze doors and goblins who looked at human customers as though every one of them had arrived to commit fraud. Harry liked it immediately. A goblin met them inside the entrance. "Purpose?" "Access to the Potter family vault." Penwick said. The goblin looked at Harry. "Identification?" Penwick produced documents. The goblin did not look at them. "Identification from the claimant." Harry removed the school letter, the parchment Dumbledore had given Gideon, and a small photograph of his parents. The goblin examined the items. "These prove other people believe you are Harry Potter." "What would prove it to you?" The goblin's mouth shifted slightly. "Blood." Gideon stepped forward. "How much?" "1 drop." "From what instrument?" The goblin produced a silver needle. Gideon took it and examined the point beneath a lens. Penwick rubbed his forehead. "You are in Gringotts," he muttered. "No one is going to poison him through a testing needle." The goblin turned his eyes toward the wizard. "Your confidence is touching." Penwick became quiet. Harry pricked his finger. A single drop fell onto a black stone tablet. Golden lines appeared across the surface. The goblin read them. His expression changed, not dramatically. Goblins did very little dramatically when humans were watching, but Harry saw the pause. "What is it?" he asked. The goblin placed one clawed finger against the tablet. "Harry James Potter, son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily J. Potter." "Lily J." The goblin looked again. The original record contains an alternate ancestral notation. Gideon's attention sharpened. "What notation?" "That information is not part of the identity test. It relates to the child's bloodline." Then the child may request a formal inheritance audit when he reaches the required age. I am requesting it now, Harry said. The goblin looked at him. You are 11. I am aware. Then your request is invalid. What age is required? 17, unless emancipation, marriage, declared house lordship, or probable extinction of the line creates an exception. Harry glanced at Gideon. Am I probably extinct? You are definitely alive, Mara said. That isn't what he asked. Rowan pointed out. The goblin collected the documents. A limited guardian disclosure may be available for a fee. Of course it may, Gideon said. The goblin ignored the comment. They were led to a private desk where another goblin opened a book thicker than Harry's head. The clerk searched through several pages. Potter, he said. Peveril attachment historical. Evans maternal connection modern muggle registry. His claw paused. Vaughan. No one spoke. Harry looked at Gideon. The older man's face had become unreadable. What does Vaughan mean? Harry asked. The clerk shut the book. That page is sealed. By whom? The seal predates the current registry. Can it be opened? Yes. How? By a direct descendant of Cassiopeia Vaughan presenting a recognized claim object, or by agreement of all surviving branches. Gideon leaned forward. How many surviving branches? Unconfirmed. Locations. Sealed. Names. Sealed. What exactly did the fee purchase? Confirmation that the information exists. Rowan almost admired the answer. Gideon did not. The goblin returned their payment without being asked. The registry has rejected the disclosure request, he said. Why? The Vaughan record responded to the claimant. Harry's eyes moved toward the closed book. Responded how? The goblin's expression flattened. That information is sealed. A deep metallic sound echoed somewhere beneath the bank. Several goblins in the hall looked toward the floor. Then, almost as one, they looked at Harry. The moment passed. The clerk closed the ledger more firmly. Your vault is ready. Harry did not move. What happened? Old wards noticed old blood. Whose blood? The goblin looked at him for a long moment. Yours. The cart ride to the Potter vault confirmed several things. First, Gringotts did not believe in slowing down for corners. Second, goblins considered safety restraints a sign of weakness. Third, Penwick screamed at a remarkably high pitch. Harry kept one hand on the side of the cart and counted intersections. Why are you doing that? Penwick shouted over the rattling wheels, recording the route. The tracks change. Then I'll know if we return by a different one. The cart plunged downward. Penwick screamed again. Rowan laughed the entire way. The Potter vault contained more gold than Harry had imagined any family could reasonably require. Stacks of coins lined the walls. Chests rested beneath dust sheets. A collection of old objects occupied shelves at the rear. Harry did not rush toward the money. He checked the corners. Gideon examined the ceiling. Mara looked at the family possessions. Rowan picked up a silver cup. The goblin slapped his hand with a metal rod. Do not touch unverified objects. Rowan placed it down. I like this bank. Harry approached a small wooden box near the back wall. Unlike everything else, it had no dust. His name had been written across the lid. Was this placed here recently? He asked. The goblin checked a record. 10 years ago. By whom? Albus Dumbledore. Gideon's jaw tightened. The box contained photographs, letters, and a folded baby blanket. Harry touched the edge of the blanket. It smelled of nothing now. Time had taken even that. Mara stood beside him. You don't have to look through it here. Harry picked up a photograph. James Potter held a laughing infant while Lily leaned against his shoulder. The image moved. Lily turned toward the camera, brushed hair from her face, and smiled. Harry watched it repeat, again, again, again. A person could understand that he had been loved without remembering it. That did not make the absence smaller. Harry placed the photograph carefully inside his notebook. Beneath it lay a sealed envelope addressed to him in Dumbledore's handwriting. Gideon looked at the goblin. Has this been inspected? No. Can it be? For a fee. Gideon paid. The goblin placed the letter inside a brass frame. Blue fire passed over it. No active curse. No detectable compulsion. No attached spirit. No transfiguration trigger. Harry opened it. The message was brief. Harry, your parents wished for you to know their world. I have preserved what I could until the day you entered it. Some questions may bring painful answers, but ignorance has never been the same as peace. Albus Dumbledore, Harry read it twice. He knew there were questions, he said. Gideon said nothing. Did he know about Vaughan? We will ask him. You knew the name. Mara glanced toward the goblin. This is not the place. That means yes. It means this conversation belongs at home. Harry folded the letter. He disliked sealed records. He disliked adults who answered questions by choosing different ones. But Gideon had never lied to him, not directly. That made the omission worse. Harry closed the box. Take it all, he said. The goblin arranged for the family materials to be delivered to Van Helsing house. Harry filled a small pouch with school money and left most of the gold untouched. On the way out, he looked toward the sealed ledgers. Somewhere beneath Gringotts, an old ward had recognized him. He did not know whether that meant he had found another part of his family, or whether something had found him. Ollivander's was narrower than it appeared from outside. The shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, each carrying hundreds of long boxes. There was one visible exit, no windows, dust lay thick in the corners. Harry stopped at the threshold. No. Mr. Penwick nearly walked into him. What do you mean, no? One exit. It is a wand shop. That doesn't make it fireproof. An old man appeared between the shelves without making a sound. Harry's knife cleared half its sheath before Gideon touched his shoulder. The old man looked delighted rather than offended. Interesting. His pale eyes settled on Harry's scar, Mr. Potter. Harry did not release the knife. How long were you standing there? Long enough. Why didn't I hear you? Practice or magic? Both. Ollivander looked at Gideon, Van Helsing. The air changed. Gideon's hand moved near his coat. You know the name. I know every family that distrusted wands enough to commission weapons against them. Mara stepped inside. Commission? Not from me, Ollivander said. My family makes wands. Your family once specialized in ensuring wand makers remained humble. Rowan smiled. See, we have traditions. Gideon ignored him. We're here for Harry's wand. Yes. Ollivander's gaze returned to Harry, and the wand has been waiting. Harry frowned. How can an object wait, metaphorically? Then it hasn't been waiting. Ollivander blinked. Mara covered a smile. The measuring tape moved by itself. Harry struck it out of the air with his sleeve. It is only measuring you, Ollivander said. It approached without permission. My apologies. The tape lowered. Harry allowed it to continue after inspecting it. The first wand made a stack of boxes collapse. The second caused every lamp in the shop to dim. The third released a smell like burned leaves. After 11 attempts, Ollivander became more interested. After 20, Gideon became less patient. Is difficulty normal? Not this much. Is something wrong with him? Harry looked at Gideon. Ollivander heard the concern beneath the question. No, he said. A wand is not a medical instrument. Compatibility is complex. He disappeared into the rear shelves. When he returned, he carried a faded box. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather, supple. Harry opened it. The wand lay inside. It looked ordinary. That concerned him more than if it had glowed. He lifted it. Warmth moved through his fingers. The shop disappeared, not literally. For half a second, Harry saw green light, a dark room and a shape leaning over a crib. He heard a woman scream. Something behind his scar opened like an eye. Harry dropped the wand. Every box on the nearest shelf flew outward. Gideon pushed Harry behind him. Mara drew a pistol. Rowan seized the measuring tape and wrapped it around Ollivander's wrist. Penwick shouted something about ministry law. Ollivander stared at the wand on the floor. Harry pressed one hand against his scar. What was that? Ollivander did not answer. Gideon stepped toward him. What did you give him? A wand. It showed me something, Harry said. Ollivander looked at him. What? Harry remembered green light. Cold laughter. His mother's voice. I don't know. That is not unusual when the match is strong enough to cause a vision, wands remember. Gideon's voice lowered. Explain. Ollivander looked toward the door, though no one else had entered. The phoenix who gave the feather in that wand gave only one other. Harry understood before anyone said it. The other wand belonged to him. Ollivander nodded. The man who killed your parents. Mara's pistol remained steady. And you thought handing this to Harry without warning was acceptable? I did not know how the wand would react. Then you did not know it was safe. No wand is safe. For the first time, Gideon looked almost satisfied with Ollivander. That, he said, is the first sensible thing you've said. Harry looked at the Harley wand. It had not moved. An ordinary object could be picked up, tested, and judged, but this wand carried a history it had not chosen and Harry had not asked for. That made it disturbingly familiar. He reached toward it again. Gideon stopped him. You do not have to take that one. Harry looked at Ollivander. Would another work? Perhaps. Would it work as well? Probably not. Harry picked up the wand. The warmth returned, gentler this time. No vision followed. I'll take it. Mara lowered the pistol slightly. Why? Because now I know what it is. Ollivander's expression softened. The price was paid. Before they left, Gideon turned back. If the wand behaves strangely, who studies it? I do. Who else? No one I trust. Unacceptable. Ollivander almost smiled. Then perhaps you should learn wand lore. Gideon considered the shelves. Perhaps I should. Harry believed him. That worried Ollivander more than the pistol had. The rest of Diagon Alley passed with fewer incidents. The cauldron shop attempted to sell them a copper model despite the school list specifying pewter. Gideon demanded a written explanation of the difference. The shopkeeper switched to pewter. At the apothecary, Harry correctly identified dried aconite and incorrectly identified powdered moonstone as crushed bone. The owner charged them less after Mara discovered beetle eyes mixed into a jar labeled dragonfly thoraxes. At Flourish and Blots, Harry purchased every required book and 3 that were not required. 1 covered magical parasites. 1 covered the legal classification of non-human beings. The final book was titled A Practical History of Possession, Attachment, and Spiritual Intrusion. Rowan lifted an eyebrow. Light holiday reading, research. For what? Harry touched the edge of his scar. Anything. Near sunset, they returned to the leaky cauldron. Dumbledore waited at a corner table. He stood when they entered. Harry placed the Gringotts document before him. What is Cassiopeia Vaughn? Dumbledore looked at Gideon. I hoped you might tell me. That isn't an answer, Harry said. Dumbledore sat slowly. No, it isn't. He examined the partial record. I knew the name connected your family to Lily. I did not know the Gringotts wards would recognize Harry as part of the older line. Why was the record sealed? Mara asked. I don't know. Gideon watched him carefully. Do you suspect anything? Yes. What? That Cassiopeia's removal from wizarding records was not merely social punishment. Harry sat opposite Dumbledore. What else would it be? A concealment. Of what? Dumbledore folded his hands. That is what we must discover. Gideon took the parchment back. Harry's history belongs to him. And every institution that withheld it will suddenly help. No, Dumbledore said. Which is why he may need people who know how to ask difficult questions. Harry studied the old wizard. It was not an apology, but it was closer to respect than their previous conversations had been. Dumbledore's eyes moved toward the knife beneath Harry's coat. You intend to take that to Hogwarts? Yes. It is a weapon. It is a tool. Many weapons are called tools by the people carrying them. Many wands are called school supplies. Dumbledore looked toward Gideon. Gideon did not intervene. What is its intended purpose? Dumbledore asked. Warding? Testing? Emergency boundary work? Can it harm someone? So can a cauldron. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Professor McGonagall will need to inspect it. That's fair. And it cannot be drawn against another student. Neither can my wand. Dumbledore's expression became more serious. No, it cannot. The matter was settled, not through trust, through terms. Harry preferred terms. On the 1st of September, the Van Helsings arrived at King's Cross 2 hours early. They inspected platforms 9 and 10. There was no visible entrance to platform 9 3/4. This led to 23 minutes of disagreement with Mr. Penwick, who had been assigned once again to assist them. You simply walk through the barrier, he said. Gideon touched the brick. Why doesn't it injure muggles? They cannot access it. Why? Because they are muggles. That is not a mechanism. Penwick looked desperate. Harry studied the wall. People moved around them without noticing the occasional family disappearing through it. A woman with red hair guided 4 children toward the barrier. She did not slow down. Harry watched the angle. "Not directly at the center," he said. "Slightly left of the rubbish bin." Rowan nodded. "Less foot traffic. Better concealment." Gideon checked his watch. The red-haired family passed through. Nothing exploded. Acceptable, he decided. They crossed together. Steam swallowed them. The Hogwarts Express waited beside a crowded platform, scarlet and enormous. Students leaned from windows. Owls hooted. Parents shouted final instructions. For the first time, Harry saw more magical children than adults. Some wore robes already. Others carried broomsticks. Almost all carried wands. Hundreds of untrained children with uncertain emotional control and weapons capable of setting people on fire. Gideon's face became pale. Mara touched his arm. "Do not begin. They are pointing them at each other. They are children. That makes it worse." Harry hugged Mara first. She held him tightly. "Write every week. I know. Not only reports. Tell us how you feel." Harry looked uncomfortable. "Can I report how I feel?" "That will do." Rowan handed him a small pouch. "Emergency coins, muggle and magical. You already gave me money." "This is money Gideon doesn't know about." Gideon looked at him. "I know now." "Then it's emergency money Mara doesn't know about." Mara folded her arms. Rowan sighed. "Fine. It's openly declared emergency money." Harry hugged him. Gideon stood last. For a moment, neither moved. Then Gideon placed both hands on Harry's shoulders. "You do not have to prove you deserve to be there. I know. You do not have to solve every danger you notice. I know. You do not investigate alone. I know. If an adult tells you something is safe, you still observe. I know. If an adult tells you something is dangerous, I ask why." Gideon nodded. Harry hugged him. The whistle blew. Gideon released him reluctantly. Harry boarded. From the window, he watched his family stand together on the platform. They looked out of place among the robes and owls. No one else had brought a crossbow case. No one else had marked the train's emergency windows with chalk. No one else had made their child practice escaping a moving carriage at low speed. Harry waved until the platform disappeared. Only then did the excitement arrive, not safety, not certainty. Something better, possibility. Harry shared a compartment with a round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom, a red-haired boy named Ron Weasley, and a girl named Hermione Granger, who entered while searching for Neville's lost toad. Harry liked Hermione immediately. She asked direct questions and expected complete answers. She disliked him almost as quickly. "You can't put salt across the compartment door," she said. "Why? Someone might slip. It's against the edge. It will make a mess. It will also show if anything crosses the threshold without disturbing the door." Ron stopped chewing. "What sort of thing?" "Depends." "That is not comforting." Harry adjusted the line. Hermione noticed the knife beneath his coat. "Is that real?" "Yes. You brought a knife to school. You brought a wand. That's different." "Why?" Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it. Ron began laughing. By the time the train reached Scotland, Harry had learned several things. Neville had been dropped from a window by a relative attempting to force his magic to appear. Ron considered this normal enough to discuss while eating. Hermione had read all the school books, but had never met a real ghost. Wizarding sweets required careful observation before consumption. Chocolate frogs moved. Bertie Bott's beans could taste like bodily fluids. No magical adult had considered either fact reason to regulate their sale to children. Harry wrote that down. Hogwarts appeared across the lake after dark. The castle rose above black water, lit by hundreds of windows. Every tower created blind angles. The boats had no visible safety ropes. The lake contained something large enough to disturb the surface 50 meters away. Harry sat very still. Neville noticed. "Are you scared?" "Yes." Neville blinked. Most children tried to deny it. Harry looked at the castle. It would be strange not to be. Neville seemed to consider that. Then he nodded. "So am I." The boats crossed together. The Sorting Hat took longer with Harry than with anyone before him. It fell over his eyes and immediately said, inside his head, "Well, you are unusual." Harry did not react. "You can speak." "Yes." Most students are surprised. Most students weren't warned about sentient objects. Sentient? That remains debated. You remember everyone, you sort fragments. Impressions, choices, fear, ambition, loyalty. Then you remember enough to have preferences. The hat laughed inside his mind. Ravenclaw would suit your questions. Slytherin would sharpen your caution. Gryffindor would admire your willingness to stand between danger and someone else. And Hufflepuff, the hat became quiet. You expected me to overlook it. Everyone else seems to, not everyone. Only people who confuse gentleness with weakness. Harry thought of Mara sitting through the night beside a werewolf cellar. He thought of Rowan teaching him that uncertainty was an answer. He thought of Gideon promising to stand between him and whatever came looking. You do not hunger to be the cleverest person in the room, the hat said. You only want to know enough to keep the room standing. You do not crave glory. You prepare because someone must. You question categories because loyalty, once given, matters more to you than approval. Is that Hufflepuff? That is Hufflepuff with a silver knife. The hat shouted, Hufflepuff! The table beneath yellow banners erupted. Harry removed the hat and crossed the hall. Whispers followed him. The boy who lived, Hufflepuff, unexpected. Perhaps disappointing. Harry sat beside an older girl with dark braids. I'm Nymphadora Tonks, she said. Don't call me Nymphadora. What should I call you? Tonks, Harry nodded. Why? Because Nymphadora sounds like someone who gets murdered in a poem. Harry liked her immediately. She looked beneath the table. Is that a knife? Yes. Brilliant. Across the hall, Professor McGonagall closed her eyes. Dumbledore looked amused. Professor Snape did not, Harry noticed. The Hufflepuff dormitory was warm, round, and almost impossible to defend. It had multiple low passages, hidden doors and windows close to ground level. Harry spent 20 minutes inspecting it. His new doormates watched. Justin Finch-Fletchley sat on his bed. What are you doing? Checking entry points. Why? So I know where they are. Ernie Macmillan pointed toward the salt pouch. You're not putting that around the room, only my bed. That's insulting. To whom? To us. Harry paused. He had not considered that. If something crosses the line, I'm not assuming it is one of you. That somehow sounds worse, Justin said. A boy named Wayne Hopkins looked curious. What happens if we cross it? The line breaks. That's all. Yes, Wayne stepped over it. The salt scattered. Harry looked down. Wayne looked guilty. It works, Harry said. Tonks, who had accompanied the first years, laughed from the doorway. You're going to fit in perfectly. Ernie looked doubtful. Harry repaired the line, then he stopped. Around Elspeth's cellar, the warning markers had protected everyone because everyone had agreed to them. Here, the salt line marked his doormates as possible intruders without asking. He gathered it back into the pouch. Justin watched. You're not using it? Not tonight. Why? Because this is also your room. Ernie's expression softened slightly. Harry placed a small bell on the inside of his trunk instead. A compromise, he said. Wayne nodded. I'll try not to step on that. The candles dimmed. The other boys settled into their beds. Harry lay awake beneath yellow curtains, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the castle. Pipes moved inside the walls. Portraits murmured beyond the dormitory. Somewhere above them, hundreds of staircases shifted. The warding knife rested beneath his pillow. His new wand lay inside the trunk. For most of his life, Harry had believed safety came from knowing the rules of a place. Hogwarts breathed around him like something alive. It had too many doors, too many secrets, too many people who seemed certain that danger always announced itself with claws, fangs, or a dark mark. Harry closed his eyes. The bell inside his trunk remained silent. Far above the Hufflepuff basement, Professor Quirrell stood before a mirror in his private rooms. His hands trembled as he unwound the cloth around his head. A second face opened its red eyes. And somewhere beneath Harry's pillow, the silver edge of the warding knife grew briefly cold. Chapter 3. Tools for the Wrong War. Harry Potter's first week at Hogwarts proved that being prepared for danger and being prepared for school were not remotely the same thing. He could identify 7 kinds of bloodstain. He could tell whether a door had been opened recently by the dust near its hinges. He knew how to check a room for concealed movement without entering it. He could recite the warning signs of possession, glamour sickness, and moon-related transformation from memory. He could not make a feather float. "Again," Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. Harry tightened his grip on the Harley wand. The feather sat on his desk with insulting stillness. Beside him, Justin Finch-Fletchley performed the movement carefully. "Swish and flick," Justin whispered. "I know. You're holding the wand like you expect it to bite you." "I don't expect it to bite me." Harry adjusted his hand. "I expect it to behave unpredictably." "That isn't better." Around the charms classroom, feathers rose into the air. Hermione Granger's shot upward so quickly that it nearly struck the ceiling. Ron Weasley's turned over once and fell sideways. Neville Longbottom's feather smoldered at the edges, though no one understood why. Harry's did nothing. He repeated the movement, Wingardium Leviosa. A pulse traveled down the wand. The feather jumped 1 inch. Harry immediately lowered his wand. Professor Flitwick approached. "Very good, Mr. Potter. You established contact." "It moved incorrectly?" "It moved." "That doesn't mean the method is stable." Flitwick's eyebrows rose. "Magic is rarely stable in the way you mean." "That seems dangerous." "It can be." Flitwick spoke without dismissing the concern. Harry liked him for that. "Your control will improve," the professor continued. "You are attempting to restrict the spell before you understand its natural shape." "Shouldn't I restrict it?" "Eventually. But first you must allow it to exist." Harry looked at the wand. Gideon had taught him never to release a force he could not direct. Magic appeared to require the opposite. "Try once more," Flitwick said. Harry raised the wand. This time he let the movement continue instead of attempting to stop every unexpected sensation. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose. So did the ink bottle beside it. Justin leaned backward. The bottle spun in the air, spraying black ink across 3 desks before crashing against a wall. Silence filled the classroom. Harry lowered the wand. "Unstable," he said. Justin looked down at his stained robes. "You think?" Professor Flitwick gave Harry 5 points for achieving the charm and removed 3 for collateral damage. Harry wrote both numbers in his notebook. He labeled the entry, "Wand Response," "Broad when unrestrained," "Fine control inadequate," "Do not use near glass." By dinner, someone had copied the sentence and pinned it to the Hufflepuff notice board. Harry left it there. It was accurate. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell taught them how to recognize a curse after it had already struck. Harry considered this a serious design flaw. "A victim of the full-body bind," Quirrell stammered, "will be unable to move any part of the body except the eyes." Harry raised his hand. Quirrell glanced at him. "Yes, Mr. Potter, what are the warning signs before the curse is cast?" "There may not be any. The attacker still needs line of sight, wand movement, and enough time to say the incantation, in most C cases. So the best defense is to interrupt the casting process." Quirrell swallowed. "The best defense is a C-counter curse. That means waiting until the attack succeeds." Several students turned toward Harry. Quirrell's left eye twitched. "Wizarding D-dueling has rules." "Do attackers follow them?" "No, but—" "Then why train around the assumption that they will?" The classroom became uncomfortable. Harry had not intended to challenge the professor publicly. He was genuinely asking. Quirrell placed one hand against the edge of his desk. A strong smell filled the room, garlic. It hung around the professor constantly, woven into his clothes and turban. The other students believed it protected him from a vampire he had supposedly encountered in Romania. Harry did not. Garlic could irritate certain blood-feeding creatures. It could confuse scent. It was sometimes used as part of a broader household defense. Wearing an entire shop's supply around one's neck suggested either theater or panic. Quirrell cleared his throat. A proper wizard must learn proper magical defense. Harry lowered his hand. That was not an answer. He wrote it down. Beside the note, he added, "Quirrell treats procedure as safety, possible inexperience, possible fear response." Then he noticed the professor staring at his notebook. Harry closed it. Quirrell looked away too quickly. Potions was worse. Not because Harry lacked the necessary patience. He liked exact measurements, labeled ingredients, and written procedures. He disliked Professor Snape within 4 minutes. Snape entered the dungeon like a shadow that resented being observed. His black robes moved behind him. He did not introduce himself. He did not smile. He began by explaining that potion-making involved subtle science, precise art, and enough danger to punish foolishness. Harry agreed with all of that. Then Snape looked directly at him. "Mr. Potter." The room shifted. Whispers died. Harry met the professor's eyes. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew both ingredients. He did not know the result. "I don't know," clearly. A few Slytherins laughed. Snape continued. "Where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat." The laughter stopped. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They are the same plant. Also called aconite." Snape's gaze narrowed. Harry did not know why answering correctly seemed to irritate him. The professor moved closer. "Perhaps fame has not replaced every form of study." "I wasn't famous when I learned it." The class became completely silent. Snape's face changed, only for a moment. Harry saw recognition, anger, and something that looked disturbingly like pain. Then the expression vanished. 5 points from Hufflepuff? For what? Disrespect. Harry glanced at the board. No classroom rule prohibited answering a statement. Still, Snape controlled the room. Gideon's voice returned from an old lesson. Being correct does not remove another person's ability to punish you. Harry lowered his head. "Yes, sir." Snape turned away. Harry opened his notebook. He did not write hostile. Hostility was interpretation. He wrote, "Snape singled me out before observing performance." Reaction changed after reference to fame. Possible history with parents. Questions used to establish control, not assess knowledge. Ron, sitting 2 rows away, tried to see the page. Harry covered it with his hand. The potion itself should have been simple. A basic cure for boils. Neville melted his cauldron. Harry noticed the problem before Snape did. Neville had added porcupine quills while the mixture remained over the flame. The potion hissed. Harry moved immediately. He grabbed the nearest iron lid and dropped it over Neville's cauldron. The metal buckled. Green liquid burst sideways instead of upward. Students shouted. Snape spun around. "Stand back." Harry had already pulled Neville behind the stone workbench. The potion ate through the lower shelf and splashed across Seamus Finnegan's shoes. Snape contained the spill with 3 rapid spells. When the steam cleared, Neville was shaking. Harry checked his hands and face. "No burns?" "I'm sorry," Neville whispered. "You're not injured." "I ruined everything." "That is less important." Snape approached. His attention moved over the covered cauldron, the damaged shelf, and Harry's position between Neville and the spill. "You interfered. The mixture was reacting." "I am aware." "You were facing the other direction." A muscle tightened in Snape's jaw. 10 points from Hufflepuff for leaving your station. Hermione raised her hand. "Professor, Harry prevented the cauldron from exploding." "I did not ask for commentary, Miss Granger." Harry looked at Neville. The boy's face had gone pale. Snape had seen what happened. He understood Harry's choice. The punishment remained. That mattered. It did not necessarily mean Snape was evil. It meant his priorities were distorted. Harry wrote that down later. Herbology became his favorite subject within 15 minutes. Professor Sprout believed in gloves, distance, and clear warnings. She did not describe a plant as harmless when she meant harmless under specific conditions. She did not punish students for asking what happened when procedures failed. Most importantly, she respected preparation. "The venomous tentacula is not aggressive," she explained while the plant snapped at Ernie's sleeve. "It is reactive, territorial, and opportunistic." Ernie pulled his arm away. "That sounds aggressive." "It sounds specific," Harry said. Professor Sprout smiled. "Exactly." Harry excelled at repotting plants. He secured the workspace before beginning, checked the soil for movement, and kept his fingers outside the root mass. When a young devil's snare wrapped around Wayne Hopkins's wrist, Harry did not pull. He pushed Wayne's arm toward the vine. The plant loosened in confusion. Professor Sprout awarded Hufflepuff 10 points. "Most people fight pressure with pressure," she said. "It was using his resistance to hold him." Where did you learn that? From wire traps. The professor paused. Should I ask? Probably not. Fair enough. By the end of the lesson, Harry had mud on his robes, 3 new plant cuttings, and the first uncomplicated sense that he might actually belong at Hogwarts. Then the greenhouse door opened. Rubeus Hagrid ducked inside. Harry had seen him across the great hall. Up close, Hagrid seemed to fill the building. He stood more than twice Harry's height, with enormous hands, wild black hair, and a beard broad enough to conceal tools. Something inside Harry reacted before his thoughts did. His shoulders tightened. His right foot shifted backward. His hand moved beneath his robe toward the warding knife. The reaction lasted less than a second. Hagrid noticed. So did Professor Sprout. Harry forced his hand away. A ledger page rose in his memory. Giant-blooded humanoid's exceptional physical force. Reduced response to conventional spells. Variable intelligence. Sudden aggression historically reported. Do not allow close approach without clear route of withdrawal. The entry had diagrams, measurements, 3 accounts of hunters crushed against walls. No names, no interviews, no record of what had happened before the violence. Only outcomes. Hagrid held a wooden crate against his chest. Brought them fertilizer samples, Professor. Thank you, Hagrid. Hagrid looked at Harry again. His expression held uncertainty. You're Harry. Harry hated that everyone said his name as if he had already agreed to a conversation. Still, Hagrid's voice was not worshipful, it was almost gentle. Yes. I carried Ye from the house. Harry blinked. What house? Godric's Hollow. After Hagrid stopped, the enormous hands tightened around the crate. After your parents. Harry's caution shifted. Not gone complicated? You were there, Hagrid nodded. Dumbledore sent me, brought Ye to Surrey on Sirius Black's motorbike. The name meant little to Harry, but the fact did not. Someone other than Dumbledore and McGonagall had seen him during the first night of his life without his parents. Someone had carried him. Did I cry? Hagrid looked surprised. Not much. Slept most of the way. Had this little blanket around Ye kept grabbing me beard. Harry imagined an infant hand buried in the wild hair. It seemed believable. Thank you, he said. Hagrid's eyes shone. Was nothing. It wasn't. The ledger remained in Harry's mind. The warnings did not disappear because Hagrid was kind. Hagrid's kindness did not become false because the warnings existed. Both remained true at once, and Harry did not know what to do with that. Hagrid shifted the crate. Come by me hut sometime. Tea if ye like. Harry's first instinct was to ask about exits. His second was shame at the first. All right. Hagrid smiled. He placed the crate down and left. Harry watched the door close. Professor Sprout resumed the lesson without comment. But when the other students moved toward the planting tables, she stopped Harry gently. Hagrid frightened some students at first. I wasn't frightened. You reached for something beneath your robes. Harry looked at her. Professor Sprout's expression was not accusing. That was training, he said. Training can be another word for fear repeated until it feels sensible. Harry thought of Elspeth Seller. Is he dangerous? Sprout looked toward the door. Everyone is dangerous under the correct conditions. That isn't what I asked. No, she said, but it may be the answer you need. Harry disliked that answer, which usually meant it mattered. Flying lessons confirmed that broomsticks were absurd. Madame Hooch placed 21st years beside objects capable of accelerating high above the ground and gave them instructions lasting less than 10 minutes. Harry inspected his broom before mounting. The wood contained no visible cracks. The bristles were uneven. The binding near the footrests had been repaired. Is there a maintenance record? He asked. Madame Hooch stared at him. For a school broom? Yes. No, then how do we know it is safe? It has been used for years. That proves people survived it before. Ron snorted. Madame Hooch looked toward the sky, perhaps asking it for patience. Mount the broom, Potter, Harry did. The broom reacted violently when he said, up. It struck his hand hard enough to sting. He caught it. Nearby, Neville's broom rose smoothly. Neville smiled in shock. Then it launched. The lesson became an emergency. Neville climbed rapidly, clinging to the handle. Students shouted. Madame Hooch ordered him to lean forward. He leaned too far. The broom rolled. Harry tracked the angle, speed, and direction. Neville fell. Madame Hooch raised her wand. A cushioning charm slowed him, but not enough. Neville struck the grass, bounced, and landed badly. Harry reached him first. "Don't move! My wrist! I know." Neville tried to sit. Harry placed one hand against his shoulder. "Stay still until we check your neck." Madame Hooch knelt beside them. She examined Neville with practiced movements. No spinal injury, broken wrist. Harry exhaled. The other students gathered. A small glass ball lay in the grass where Neville had fallen. Draco Malfoy picked it up. Harry had spoken to Draco only twice. Both conversations had involved Draco explaining which families mattered. Now the Slytherin held Neville's remembrall above his head. Maybe if the great hunter had checked the broom properly, Longbottom wouldn't have fallen. Harry looked at him. The statement was cruel. It was also partly true. The broom should have been checked. Madame Hooch took Neville toward the hospital wing after ordering everyone to remain on the ground. Draco waited until she disappeared. Then he mounted his broom. "Put the remembrall down," Hermione said. Draco rose 10 feet. "Come and get it." Ron moved toward his broom. Harry caught his sleeve. Madame Hooch said to stay down. "He's stealing Neville's thing. He wants someone to chase him." So he chose the situation. Draco climbed higher. "Scared, Potter?" Harry examined the field. Open terrain, unknown broom control. No trained adult present, no safety gear. The objective was recovering a glass ball, not saving a life. Engagement made no sense. Harry picked up a stone. Draco laughed. "What are you going to do with that?" Harry threw it at a point several feet to Draco's left. Draco flinched away from the stone. His grip loosened. The remembrall fell. Hermione caught it against her chest. Draco stared. Harry looked at him. "Thank you." Ron burst out laughing. Draco descended with his face burning. "You could have hit me." "I didn't. You threw a stone at me." "I threw it where I knew you'd move." "That's cheating." "No," Harry said. "Chasing you would have been stupid." Professor McGonagall arrived before Draco could answer. She had seen enough from the castle window to remove 10 points from Slytherin for disobeying instructions, and 5 from Harry for throwing an object near a flying student. Harry considered the exchange acceptable. Draco did not. That evening, Harry wrote his first formal report home. He sat in the Hufflepuff common room with parchment spread across his knees. The round room was warm and smelled faintly of earth. Copper lamps hung from the ceiling. Students talked around him. Harry wrote, too, Gideon, Mara, and Rowan general condition, stable castle, multiple unmarked passages, moving staircases create variable routes, ghost activity common and socially accepted. No clear night evacuation procedure observed, staff, Flitwick, knowledgeable, accepts questions. Magic control method differs from house training, Sprout, practical. Good safety language, Snape, hostile, but hostility appears personal rather than strategic. Possible connection to James or Lily. Observation continues, Quirrell, fearful, heavy garlic use without clear application. Defense teaching reactive rather than preventative. Watching me when he believes I am not looking. Harry paused. He wrote Hagrid's name, then stopped. The ledger entry sat in his memory like a stain. He could write, Hagrid, giant-blooded, potential physical threat. The sentence would be accurate according to family procedure. It would also be incomplete in a way that felt dishonest. Harry dipped his quill again. Hagrid, groundskeeper, very large, carried me from Godric's Hollow as an infant, appears kind, invited me to tea. I reacted to his size before he did anything threatening. This may be a problem with my training rather than with him. Harry stared at the final sentence. He almost crossed it out. Instead, he continued, request, send full source notes for giant blood ledger entry, including names of witnesses and original incident context. Current summary is inadequate. He folded the letter. Tonks dropped into the chair beside him. She had been assigned to help first years learn the common room passwords, though Hufflepuff's entrance required tapping a sequence of barrels rather than speaking. You write reports for fun, for clarity. That sounds worse. Tonks glanced at the folded parchment, reporting Snape. Observing him. You don't need to observe Snape, he's horrible. That doesn't mean he is responsible for every horrible thing. Tonks leaned back. That is irritatingly reasonable. You think he's dangerous. I think he enjoys frightening 11-year-olds. That is evidence of poor character. Exactly. Not evidence of murder. I didn't say murder. People usually mean more than they say. Tonks studied him. Do you always talk like a 70-year-old detective? No, she waited. Harry reconsidered. Probably. Tonks grinned. Come on, the kitchen entrance is near here. Are students allowed inside? Allowed is complicated. That means no. It means the elves like visitors. Elves! Harry reached for his notebook. Tonks groaned. I have made a terrible mistake. The ghosts of Hogwarts disturbed Harry less than expected. They were visible, verbal, and usually consistent in form. The Bloody Baron created a cold sensation when passing. The Grey Lady avoided questions. Nearly Headless Nick spoke too much, but respected personal boundaries after Harry asked him not to move through his bed curtains. Peeves was different. Peeves was not a ghost. Harry noticed the distinction immediately. The poltergeist altered objects, appeared wherever disruption would cause the most trouble, and reacted strongly to attention. A Tier 2 nuisance, according to the Van Helsing framework, manageable with correct technique. The first encounter occurred outside the library. Peeves floated upside down above Harry and dropped a basket of ink bottles. Harry stepped sideways. The bottles shattered behind him. Peeves frowned. You're meant to squeal. Why? Because it's funny. To whom? Peeves rotated upright. To me. That makes sense. The poltergeist looked suspicious. Harry opened his notebook. What conditions increase your activity? Peeves stopped smiling. Don't know. Do crowded corridors make you stronger? No. Does anger? No. Are you bound to the castle? Stop that. Can you cross the outer grounds? Peeves threw a piece of chalk. Harry caught it. Do you know how many poltergeists exist in Britain? Peeves vanished. Harry recorded. Overzealous spirit-like entity avoids structured interview. Questions may function as deterrent. For 2 days, Peeves avoided him. By the third, he began following Harry at a distance, throwing harmless objects and shouting deliberately incorrect answers to Harry's questions. A strange form of friendship developed. Neither admitted it. Harry visited Hagrid's hut on Saturday. He spent the morning planning the route. Hermione came because she wanted to ask Hagrid about magical creatures. Ron came because Harry and Hermione were going. Neville came because Harry invited him. The hut stood near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry disliked the name. Names like that invited exactly the kind of curiosity they claimed to prevent. Hagrid opened the door before they knocked. Come in. Kettle's on. The hut was one large room with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling. A massive bed rested in one corner. A fireplace occupied much of the opposite wall. A boarhound bounded toward them. Harry stepped between it and Neville. The dog stopped. Its tail wagged. This is Fang, Hagrid said. He's harmless. Harry looked at the animal's teeth. No, Hagrid blinked. Harry crouched slightly and extended the back of one hand. He may be friendly. That's different. Fang sniffed him, licked his fingers, and attempted to climb onto him. Harry was knocked backward into Ron. Hagrid laughed so loudly that the mugs rattled. Friendly, Ron said from beneath Harry. Very different. They sat around the table. The tea was strong enough to strip paint. The rock cakes were harder than some protective materials used at Van Helsing House. Harry placed one discreetly in his pocket for later testing. Hagrid noticed. Save it for later? Yes. Hermione kicked Harry under the table. The conversation moved toward the castle, classes, and magical creatures. Hagrid relaxed. He spoke of hippogriffs with affection, unicorns with reverence, and acromantulas with the cautious respect of someone describing weather at sea. Harry listened carefully. You've met an acromantula? Hagrid's expression closed slightly, once or twice. They're classified as extremely dangerous by the Ministry. The answer caught Harry's attention. Do you disagree? Hagrid looked toward the forest. They're dangerous, all right. Doesn't mean the Ministry knows everything about them. Have they attacked people? Some have. Why? Sometimes hunger, sometimes territory, sometimes people go pockin' where they shouldn't. Are they intelligent? Very. Then why are they classified as beasts? Hagrid smiled faintly. Now there's a question. Harry thought of the ledger. What do they call themselves? Hagrid looked at him more carefully. Most wizards never ask. That doesn't answer it. No, Hagrid said. Suppose it doesn't. The conversation was interrupted by Fang scratching at the door. Hagrid let him out. As the door opened, Harry saw several fresh sets of footprints in the mud outside. One belonged to Fang, one to Hagrid. Another was narrower and human. It approached the hut from the direction of the castle, then returned the same way, recent. Harry glanced at the table. There were 5 mugs for 4 children and Hagrid. No extra. Someone had visited earlier. Who came this morning? Harry asked. Hagrid froze. Ron looked between them. No one. Harry pointed toward the door. Adult-sized boot. Castle tread pattern came from the upper path. The mud is still wet. Hagrid's face reddened. Could have been anyone. Was it Professor Snape? Hagrid nearly dropped the kettle. Hermione leaned forward. Why would Snape come here? He wouldn't, Hagrid said too quickly. Harry watched him. Professor Quirrell. Hagrid looked toward the window. That reaction was smaller, but it was there. Harry noted it mentally. Hagrid, Hermione said, is something happening? No. The answer carried no confidence. Harry did not push further. Gideon had taught him that pressing a frightened witness usually produced worse information, not better information. Instead, Harry changed the subject. What lives on the 3rd floor? The effect was immediate. Hagrid's chair creaked beneath him. Nothing you lot need concern yourselves with. That means something? It means stay away. Why? Because it's dangerous. Says who? Hagrid stared at him. Harry did not mean the question as a challenge. It was simply the rule. Hagrid sighed. Me, Dumbledore, every professor with sense, stay away from the 3rd floor corridor. What kind of danger? Not tellin'. Can it leave the corridor? No. Hagrid realized he had answered too much. Is it guarding something? Harry. Was the break-in at Gringotts related? The room became silent. Hagrid's eyes widened. Harry had his answer. Ron stopped chewing. Hermione whispered, there was a break-in. Harry looked at Hagrid. The groundskeeper appeared genuinely distressed, not guilty, afraid of failing someone. Harry stood. We won't go near it. Hagrid exhaled. Good. Until we know what it is. Hagrid groaned. That night, Harry organized his notes. There were 2 possible threats at Hogwarts that concerned him. Snape was openly hostile, skilled and emotionally reactive around Harry's family. Quirrell was frightened, secretive, and physically unwell. Most students suspected Snape because he looked like the sort of man who might curse a child. Harry did not accept appearance as evidence. He constructed 2 columns. Professor Snape, public hostility toward Harry, strong magical competence. Familiarity with forbidden ingredients and curses. Possible history with James and Lily Potter. Punishes challenges to authority even when intervention prevents harm. No observed fear response. No evidence of concealment beyond ordinary secrecy. Hagrid reacted strongly when name was suggested. Professor Quirrell claims traumatic encounter with vampire. Garlic protection inconsistent with practical vampire defense. Startles easily but watches surroundings when others are distracted. Defense curriculum emphasizes response after attack, possible physical illness, sweating, tremors, headaches. Watches Harry's notes. Hagrid reacted subtly when name was suggested, head covering unusually large and worn continuously indoors. Harry stared at the final point. A large turban was not evidence of possession. It could conceal an injury, a ritual mark, hair loss, a defensive object, or nothing. He opened a practical history of possession, attachment, and spiritual intrusion. The first chapter contained a warning. Possession should never be assumed merely because a person behaves strangely. Illness, trauma, coercion, and ordinary secrecy are more common explanations. A false accusation may isolate the victim and strengthen the possessing force if one is present. Observe patterns. Seek contradictions. Above all, distinguish the person from the presence. Harry underlined the final sentence. A knock sounded against the dormitory window. An owl waited outside. Harry opened the latch after checking the glass. The bird carried a parcel from home. Inside were 3 letters. Rowan's came first. Harry, your request about the giant blood entry was reasonable and deeply inconvenient. Father has spent 2 days arguing with the ledger index because several original reports are missing. That means either our ancestors lost them, removed them, or never had them. None of those possibilities improves the credibility of the summary, what we confirmed. The 3 named incidents all involved giant-blooded individuals fighting armed hunting parties. None of the surviving summaries state who initiated violence. One location was later identified as land taken from a giant settlement. Do not ignore physical danger. Size, strength, and spell resistance remain real. But you were correct. The entry was written as though those qualities proved intent. They do not. Father is unhappy. Mother is proud. I am both. Ro and Harry read the letter twice. Gideon's was shorter. You found a flaw in inherited knowledge. Good. Do not make the opposite mistake and assume flawed records mean no danger exists. Question the category. Keep the evidence. Gideon Mara's letter contained 7 questions about food, sleep, and whether Harry had told anyone when he felt homesick. Harry had not. He answered most of them. Before going to bed, he opened the red notebook he used for personal observations. Under Hagrid's name, he wrote, "Current assessment, powerful, possibly dangerous, probably kind. These facts do not cancel one another." Then he added, "Ledger bias confirmed." Future entries require source review. Harry closed the notebook. His family's knowledge had saved lives for centuries. It had also inherited fear and preserved it as procedure. That discovery frightened him more than the idea of giants. A visible monster could be tracked. A mistake written as wisdom could survive forever. The following morning, Harry saw Quirrell in the great hall. The professor sat beneath the staff table, eating very little. His hands trembled. Professor Snape leaned toward him and said something too quiet to hear. Quirrell flinched. From a distance, the exchange looked threatening. Ron noticed. "See," he whispered. "Snape's after him, maybe." What else could it be? Advice, warning, blackmail, argument, illness? Ron frowned. "You make everything less exciting." Harry continued watching. Snape's expression was cold. Quirrell looked terrified. Then Quirrell lifted one hand to his turban. For a single instant, his fingers pressed against the back of his head as though something beneath the cloth had moved. Harry sat straighter. The warding knife beneath his robes turned cold, not freezing, not enough to prove anything, just cold. Quirrell's eyes moved across the hall. They found Harry. The trembling stopped. For one terrible second, Quirrell's face became completely calm. Then fear returned. Harry looked down at his plate. He did not reach for the knife. He did not raise an alarm. A reaction was not proof, but it was information. Across the table, Hermione followed his gaze. "What is it?" Harry lowered his voice. "I don't know," Ron sighed. "That again?" Harry looked toward the staff table. Quirrell had returned to his meal. Snape was watching him now, not Harry. Quirrell. Harry touched the cold sheath beneath his robes. The school believed darkness announced itself through reputation. Black clothes, cruel words, an unpleasant face. Harry had been taught that the thing wearing the familiar shape was often more dangerous than the threat standing openly in front of you. He still did not know who at Hogwarts was lying. But he had begun to understand the shape of the wrong question. It was not, which professor looks like a monster? It was, which person was no longer alone inside his own skin? Chapter 4. The troll in the dungeon. By the end of October, Hogwarts had taught Harry 3 important lessons. The first was that magical staircases should never be trusted. The second was that most students considered danger unlikely until it interrupted dinner. The third was that Hermione Granger was easier to admire from a safe distance. "You are doing the movement incorrectly," she said. Harry stood in an unused classroom with his wand extended toward a row of wooden blocks. "I am doing the movement exactly as Professor Flitwick demonstrated. You're stopping before the final turn, because the spell spreads. It spreads because you're resisting it. The last time I didn't resist it, I painted Justin with an ink bottle. That was 3 weeks ago." Justin remembers. From the back of the room, Justin raised one ink-stained cuff. The robe remembers too. Hermione ignored him. She moved beside Harry and adjusted the angle of his wrist without asking. "Loosen your grip." "If it leaves my hand." "It won't." "That is not a guarantee." "It is a wand, Harry, not a wild animal." Harry looked at her. Hermione sighed. "Fine, it is not usually a wild animal." They had begun practicing together because Hermione could cast almost every first-year charm, and Harry could identify almost every way those charms might fail. The arrangement was productive. It was not peaceful. Hermione believed correct knowledge should naturally lead to correct action. Harry believed correct knowledge was only the beginning of deciding what action was survivable. She thought he was too suspicious. He thought she trusted books written by people she had never met. Both of them thought Ron was deliberately unhelpful. Ron claimed this was unfair. "I contribute morale," he said from a desk near the door. "You contribute eating," Hermione replied. Ron held up a biscuit. "Morale requires fuel." Neville sat beside him, copying Harry's emergency map of the ground floor. Harry had created the map after learning that Hogwarts possessed no publicly posted evacuation routes. The original version had been confiscated by Filch. Harry had made 3 copies. "Why does this corridor have a skull beside it?" Neville asked. "Peeves dropped a suit of armor there twice." "No one died. The symbol means falling object hazard." "Oh," Neville looked at another mark. "And this?" Unverified door. Ron leaned over. "It's a broom cupboard." "Have you opened it?" "No." "Then unverified." Hermione raised both hands. "Can we please return to the charm?" Harry lifted the wand. Again, he performed the movement. The first wooden block rose from the table. A second trembled but stayed in place. The first turned slowly in the air. Harry kept breathing. He let the spell exist without allowing it to spread further. The block moved toward the open box on the floor and dropped inside. Hermione smiled. "There." Harry lowered the wand. Repeatability remains unconfirmed. Her smile disappeared. "You could simply be pleased." "I am pleased." "You don't look pleased." Harry looked at the box. "I moved 1 block without damaging anything." "Yes." "That is pleasing." Justin shook his head. "He's celebrating." "You just have to learn the warning signs." The bell rang for dinner. Everyone gathered their belongings. Hermione collected Harry's discarded practice notes and placed them in order. "You should stop leaving these everywhere. They are copies." "That does not make disorder sensible. You are not required to organize my papers. If I don't, no one will." Harry looked at his neatly sorted notes. "Thank you." Hermione paused. "You're welcome." The moment might have repaired several weeks of arguments. Then Ron stepped into the corridor and announced, "She's a nightmare. Honestly. No wonder she hasn't got any friends." He believed he had spoken quietly. He had not. Hermione stood behind him. Her face changed. Ron turned. For 1 second, no one moved. Hermione pushed past them and walked away. Ron stared after her. "I didn't know she was there." Harry looked at him. "That changes whether you meant her to hear it. It does not change what you said." Ron's ears reddened. "She's always correcting everyone." "Yes." "It's annoying." "Yes, so you agree." "That does not make what you said useful." Ron's embarrassment became anger. "Why are you defending her? You argue with her more than anyone." "Argument is not the same as contempt." Hermione disappeared around the corner. Harry watched the empty corridor. He had spent years learning to notice signs of physical danger. A blocked exit, a broken salt line, footprints where no one should have walked. He recognized injury less easily when it did not bleed. Hermione did not arrive at the Halloween feast. At first, Harry assumed she was studying. That explanation survived until Parvati Patil leaned across the Gryffindor table and whispered that Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom for hours. Harry looked toward Ron. Ron became very interested in his plate. "You should speak to her," Harry said. "Why me? You caused the problem." "I didn't tell her to hide in a bathroom." Harry stared. Ron sighed. "All right, after pudding. Now it's Halloween." "She is still upset now." Ron looked toward the desserts floating above the tables. 5 minutes. Harry stood. Neville looked between them. "I'll come." Ron muttered something and followed. They had taken only 4 steps when the doors to the great hall burst open. Professor Quirrell stumbled inside. His turban was crooked. His face looked colorless beneath the torchlight. "Troll," he gasped. In the dungeons, every conversation stopped. Quirrell gripped the doorframe. Thought you ought to know. Then he collapsed. For half a second, the entire hall remained silent. Then hundreds of students began shouting. Benches scraped. Younger children stood on seats. Several older students pulled out wands without knowing where to point them. Harry's training moved ahead of fear. He looked at the exits, 2 main doors, one side passage near the staff table. Too many people, no movement plan. Professor Dumbledore sent a blast of purple light across the ceiling. Silence! The noise died. Prefects, Dumbledore ordered, lead your houses back to their dormitories immediately. Teachers will proceed to the dungeons. Harry did not move. The Hufflepuff dormitories were near the kitchens. Below the Great Hall, near the dungeons, Professor Sprout was already gathering the house. Stay together, she called. Students crowded toward the doors. Harry looked toward the Gryffindor table. Hermione's seat remained empty. He remembered Parvati's words, the girls' bathroom, which Ron understood at the same moment. Hermione. Neville went pale. Harry turned toward Tonks. She was helping Professor Sprout organize the younger students. Tonks, she looked at him. Hermione Granger is missing. Last seen in a girl's bathroom. Tonks' expression sharpened. Which floor? Unknown. I'll tell McGonagall. We need to search. No, you need to stay with your house. The teachers believe every student was at dinner. Then I'll correct them. Tonks grabbed the arm of a passing prefect and sent him toward McGonagall. Harry remained where he was. The crowd pushed around him. He calculated time. A troll in the dungeons, Hermione likely on the 1st or 2nd floor, teachers descending, students moving toward dormitories. If the troll followed noise, the evacuation itself might draw it toward the children. Harry looked at Ron. Did Parvati say which bathroom? 1st floor, I think, near Charms. That route does not pass through the dungeons. Ron exhaled. Then she's safe. A distant crash shook the hall. Not below them, above. Dust fell from the stone archway. Harry's stomach tightened. The troll was not in the dungeons anymore. Professor Quirrell had either been wrong or the creature had moved. The second crash came from the entrance corridor. Students screamed. Professor Sprout turned. Prefects, stop! The doors to the Great Hall slammed shut under Dumbledore's command. The evacuation halted. Harry stepped onto a bench so he could see. Harry, get down, Sprout shouted. The troll is above the dungeon level, he called. Possibly on the 1st floor. Every face turned toward him. Dumbledore looked toward the ceiling. McGonagall had already drawn her wand. How do you know? She demanded. Impact direction. Dust fell inward from the upper arch. Second impact came from the entrance corridor. A roar echoed beyond the doors, closer. The professors moved together. Snape pointed his wand toward the sealed entrance. Flitwick levitated 2 banquet tables against it. Dumbledore looked over the students. Is anyone unaccounted for? Harry answered immediately. Hermione Granger. Ron climbed onto the bench beside him. She's in the 1st floor girls' bathroom. McGonagall's face went white. I'll go. A heavy object struck the doors. The tables shifted. Sprout began moving the younger students toward the side passage. Dumbledore raised one hand. No one leaves alone. The troll struck again. The doors opened an inch before Snape sealed them with a silver line of magic. Harry looked at the structure, one entrance under pressure. Hundreds of people in one room, a side passage too narrow for rapid evacuation. The teachers could fight the troll at the door. But if it broke through, the first rows of students had nowhere to move. Tier 4, populated corridor, coalition only. Harry climbed down from the bench. Professor Sprout, she turned sharply. Not now, Potter. The side passage leads to the kitchen corridor. Yes. Can the house elves open the wall near the Hufflepuff entrance? Sprout stared at him. How do you know about that? Tonks. Of course. If they open it, the younger students can move through the kitchens without entering the main corridor. Another impact shook the doors. Flitwick's tables cracked. Sprout made a decision. She summoned a silver badger from her wand and sent it through the wall. Prefects, she shouted, prepare to move 1st and 2nd years through the side passage. Older students remain until called. Harry looked toward the Gryffindor table. Parvati was crying. Hermione remained somewhere outside. I'm going with McGonagall. No, Sprout said. I know where the bathroom is. So does Professor McGonagall. I mapped the corridor. The eastern staircase changed position after lunch. McGonagall heard him. Which route? Through the trophy corridor, left at the armor gallery, then the narrow stairs beside the old classroom. The main stair will take you to the West Tower tonight. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. You will give me the map. Harry handed over the folded copy from his pocket. She took it. You will remain here. The doors groaned. A hinge tore free. Snape shouted a spell. The opening sealed again. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Neville. Hermione was alone because they had delayed apologizing until after pudding. Harry knew what Gideon would say. Do not investigate alone. Do not allow guilt to choose the terrain. Tell the capable adult. Harry had done that. McGonagall was going. He should remain. Then Quirrell stirred on the floor, his eyes opened. For one instant, he looked toward the doors without confusion, not like a man waking from unconsciousness. Like a man checking whether something had happened according to plan. Then his face crumpled into fear again. Harry saw it. Snape saw Harry seeing it. A new possibility formed. The troll was not simply loose. Someone had released it. And the person who had announced it had directed every teacher toward the dungeons. Away from the upper floors, away from Hermione, away from the third-floor corridor. Harry moved towards Snape. The professor stood near the door, reinforcing the barrier. Professor, return to your table. Quirrell knew the troll was in the dungeons. Snape's wand paused. So, it was not. Creatures move, Potter. He directed the teachers downward while it moved upward. Snape's black eyes flicked toward Quirrell. The defense professor had closed his eyes again. Snape's expression changed. Not surprise, confirmation. He turned toward Dumbledore, but at that moment the doors burst inward. The broken tables flew across the hall. One struck the floor hard enough to split. The troll entered. It was 12 feet tall. Its gray skin resembled wet stone. Its small head turned slowly above massive shoulders. In one hand it carried a wooden club torn from something larger than a tree. The students screamed. The troll swung. Snape and Flitwick raised shields together. The club struck magical force with a sound like thunder. The professors slid backward. The troll was not skilled. It did not need to be. One blow could kill a child. Harry dropped beneath the nearest table. Down, he shouted. Students nearest him followed instinctively. The troll swung again. This time Dumbledore redirected the club upward. It struck the enchanted ceiling, scattering sparks like stars. Evacuate, Dumbledore commanded. Sprout opened the side passage. The first group of children moved too slowly. Fear compressed them at the doorway. Harry climbed onto the table again. Do not push. 4 across, hands on shoulders. Students looked at him. 4 across, Tonks repeated. Move, lines formed. The evacuation became faster. Professor McGonagall could no longer leave for Hermione. She transfigured a broken bench into iron chains, wrapping them around the troll's left arm. The troll pulled once. The chains broke. Tier 4. Coalition only. No single spell would solve it. Harry scanned the hall. The troll had entered from the main corridor. Its attention followed movement. It struck at the strongest magic. The professors were holding it near the doors. The side passage remained behind the staff table. If the troll turned toward the evacuating students, nothing stood between them. We need to funnel it, Harry said. Ron crouched beside him. Funnel it where? The center aisle. That's where we are. Not for long. Harry grabbed goblets from the table. What are you doing? Noise. He threw the first goblet toward the center of the hall. It clanged across the floor. The troll turned its head. Harry threw another farther away from the side passage, then another. The troll followed the sound. Snape saw the pattern. Flitwick, left side. Flitwick blasted the floor beside the troll's foot. McGonagall animated the remaining benches, driving them into a line that narrowed the creature's path. The troll moved into the center aisle. Harry jumped down. The strategy worked for 6 seconds. Then the troll smelled the food. It turned toward the Hufflepuff table and swept its club sideways. Harry saw the movement too late. Neville pushed him down. The club struck the tabletop. Wood exploded. Neville cried out. A splinter had entered his shoulder. Harry dragged him behind an overturned bench. Can you move your fingers? Neville flexed them. Yes. Good, hold pressure here. Harry pressed Neville's hand against the wound. Ron knelt beside them. I'll get him out. The passage is crowded. I know. Ron wrapped Neville's uninjured arm over his shoulders. He did not argue. He did not wait. He moved. Harry rose. A victory had already cost something, named Neville's shoulder, and the troll remained standing. At the staff table, Quirrell was gone. Harry looked toward the side door. Open. The door did not lead to the evacuation passage. It led toward the upper floors, toward the third-floor corridor. Snape noticed the empty space. Their eyes met. Stay here, Snape ordered. Then he ran through the door. Harry should have obeyed. Instead, a first-year screamed near the center aisle. Wayne Hopkins had fallen. His ankle was trapped beneath a broken bench. The troll turned toward him. Professor Sprout fired a binding vine from her wand. It wrapped around the troll's knees. The creature tore through it. Harry ran, not toward the troll, toward Wayne. He slid behind the broken bench. Don't pull your leg. It's coming. I know. Harry wedged the warding knife beneath the timber. The blade was not designed as a lever. The wood pressed against it. The iron core held. Harry lifted just enough for Wayne to drag his ankle free. Move, Wayne crawled. Harry followed. The troll's shadow covered them. A club rose overhead. Hermione's voice shouted from the entrance. Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's own club jerked sideways, not upward. Hermione's charm was too weak to lift its full weight, but she changed its angle. The club struck the stone floor beside Harry instead of his spine. The impact threw him forward. His ears rang. Wayne disappeared beneath the hands of older students. Harry rolled onto his back. Hermione stood in the broken doorway. Tears dried across her face. Wand raised with both hands. Behind her, Professor McGonagall looked furious enough to frighten the troll. Move, Potter. Harry moved. McGonagall transformed the shattered floor beneath the troll into deep mud. Its feet sank. Flitwick directed a swarm of plates toward its face. Sprout sent thick roots through the stone. Dumbledore raised his wand. Now, every professor acted together. McGonagall hardened the mud around the creature's legs. Sprout's roots locked its knees. Flitwick struck the club from its hand. Snape was absent. Quirrell was absent. Dumbledore sent a pulse of force into the troll's chest. The creature fell backward. The entire hole shook. It landed inside the narrow space created by the benches, missing the remaining students by less than 10 feet. The troll struggled, roots tightened. Stone closed around its wrists. Flitwick bound its mouth. Dumbledore lowered his wand. Do not kill it, he said. No one had suggested doing so. But Harry noticed that several adult wands were aimed at its head. The students were moved through the passage. The troll remained alive, contained, breathing heavily. Its eyes rolled with confusion and pain. Harry leaned against the damaged table. Hermione reached him. You're bleeding. Harry touched his temple. His fingers came away red. Minor, you nearly died. Yes. What were you thinking? Wayne was trapped. That does not answer the question. It does. Hermione stared at him. Then she struck him in the shoulder, not hard. Harry blinked. You could have waited for a professor. The professor was occupied. You always say not to act alone. I wasn't alone. You ran alone. The plan required everyone. That is not the same. Harry looked around the destroyed hall. She was right. The victory had been collective. His decision had not been. Before he could answer, Ron returned from the passage. Neville's with Madame Pomfrey. Splinter missed the bone. He looked at Hermione. His face reddened. I'm sorry. Hermione folded her arms. For what? For what I said. All of it, Ron swallowed. Yes. You didn't even come to find me. We were going to. After pudding, Harry said. Ron glared at him. What? It is relevant. Hermione looked between them. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed. It was a short, exhausted sound. I left the bathroom when I heard the troll, she said. I thought everyone would still be in the great hall. You walked toward it? Harry asked. I didn't know where it was. That is worse. I followed the noise because I saw Professor McGonagall's map. Harry paused. My map? She dropped it when the door broke. I recognized your symbols. How? You leave copies everywhere. Harry nodded. Reasonable. Hermione looked at the warding knife in his hand. The silver edge had bent slightly where he used it against the bench. You damaged it. Harry examined the blade. Yes. Will your family be angry? No, he thought about Gideon, concerned. Then angry, then they'll ask whether it worked. Did it? Harry looked toward Wayne, now being helped through the side passage. Yes. Then it was worth it. The answer surprised him. Hermione, who treated books carefully enough to make librarians emotional, understood that a tool's purpose mattered more than preserving it. Harry sheathed the knife. You changed the club's direction. I couldn't lift it. You didn't need to. Hermione looked toward the troll. I thought the spell had failed. It moved the impact point by less than a meter. That was enough. Her breathing shook. I was frightened. So was I. You didn't look frightened. I had other things to do. Hermione looked at him for several seconds, then she nodded. Next time we make the plan before running toward the troll. Agreed. Ron stared at them. There's going to be a next time at Hogwarts. The answer was obvious. The Great Hall remained closed for 2 days. Meals were served in the common rooms while ministry officials, professors, and several irritated goblins inspected the damage. The troll was transported to a secure preserve after Hagrid insisted it had been confused, injured, and likely driven into the castle rather than entering by choice. Many parents demanded it be killed. Dumbledore refused. This created several angry letters. Harry approved of the decision, but disliked that no one publicly asked how the troll had entered. The official explanation was that it wandered through an unsecured delivery tunnel near the dungeons. Harry did not believe it, neither did Snape. The potions professor returned to the Great Hall 20 minutes after the troll had been contained. He was limping. Blood soaked the lower part of his robe. He claimed the troll had injured him in the corridor. Harry examined the direction of the tear from a distance. 3 parallel cuts. Too narrow for a troll's hand. Too clean for broken stone, an animal large, possibly multiple heads, judging from the pattern of movement in the fabric. Harry wrote that down. Professor Quirrell reappeared shortly after Snape. He claimed he had awakened, panicked, and become lost during the evacuation. No one challenged him in front of the students, but Dumbledore watched him for the entire explanation. That evening, Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat in an empty Hufflepuff classroom. Neville had been ordered to remain in the hospital wing overnight. His injury would heal, but he would carry a small scar near his shoulder. The cost had a name. Harry wrote it at the top of the report. Halloween incident cost. Neville Longbottom, shoulder wound. Harry Potter, minor head injury. Warding knife, structural damage. Great Hall, severe damage. Hermione, read over his shoulder. You list the knife beside people. They are different categories. You still list them together. It was lost capacity. It can be repaired. So can Neville. Hermione became very quiet. Harry looked at her. That sounded wrong. Yes, I meant the injury is treatable. I know what you meant. Harry added a line, note, repair does not erase cost. Hermione nodded. Ron leaned across the desk. Write that I helped Neville. Harry looked at him. You want recognition? I want the report to be accurate. Harry added, Ron, Weasley evacuated Neville without delay or argument. Ron sat back. That sounds better than what happened. That is what happened. Harry continued the timeline. Quirrell announced Troll in dungeons. Teachers redirected downward. Troll appeared at Great Hall from upper corridor. Quirrell disappeared through staff exit during attack. Snape followed after Harry raised concern. Snape returned injured. What was Snape doing? Hermione asked, following Quirrell. You don't know that? No, Harry adjusted the wording. Snape exited through same door after noticing Quirrell's absence. Ron frowned. Maybe Snape let the troll in and Quirrell went to stop him. Then why did Snape leave only after Quirrell? He could have realized Quirrell knew. Possible. Hermione pointed toward the line about the injury. Where did Snape go? Harry unfolded his map. The staff passage connected to 3 routes. One led to the professor's quarters. One led toward the entrance corridor. The third connected to the moving staircase near the forbidden 3rd-floor corridor. Harry marked the paths. Snape's wound was not caused by the troll. How do you know? Ron asked. Claw pattern. Hermione leaned closer. What at Hogwarts has claws large enough to hurt Professor Snape? Harry remembered Hagrid's reaction. The third floor warning, the break-in at Gringotts, a guarded object. Something protecting the corridor. Ron stared at him. You think Snape went after whatever they're hiding? No. Why not? Because he followed Quirrell. Hermione looked at the map, then Quirrell went after it. Possibly. And Snape tried to stop him. Possibly. Ron groaned. You say possibly too much. Certainty is expensive. Harry circled the third-floor corridor. The troll had not been the objective, it had been noise. A Tier 4 creature released into a school full of children for the purpose of moving every capable adult away from one location. The scale of it chilled him. Whoever planned the diversion had accepted the possibility that students would die. Harry opened his possession book. Hermione noticed. You still think something is wrong with Quirrell? Yes, like a curse. Maybe. Could someone be controlling him? Maybe. Ron put his head on the table. Hermione ignored him. If he is being controlled, then he might not be the person who released the troll. Harry underlined the thought. That is important. He could be a victim. Yes, and dangerous. Yes. Hermione understood the problem immediately. Both things could be true. Harry closed the map. We need more information. Ron lifted his head. You're not planning to go to the third floor? No. Ron looked relieved. We are going to learn what is guarding it first. Ron lowered his head again. Professor McGonagall summoned Harry the next morning. Dumbledore waited in her office. So did Professor Sprout. The bent warding knife rested on the desk. Harry sat opposite them. McGonagall's expression was severe. You disobeyed instructions during an active emergency. Yes. You placed yourself directly beneath a troll's weapon. Yes. You carried a concealed blade into the Great Hall. It was declared before term. That is not the point. It is relevant. Professor Sprout coughed into one hand. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. McGonagall noticed. They stopped twinkling. You helped save Mr. Hopkins, she said. You also assisted the evacuation and identified a safer route for the younger students. Harry waited. You are not being punished for those actions. But you are being punished for running into immediate danger without informing an adult of your intention. I did not have time. You had time to shout. Harry considered that, yes, 5 points from Hufflepuff. Acceptable. McGonagall's lips thinned. This is not a negotiation. Then why did you explain it? Dumbledore looked toward the window. Sprout coughed again, less convincingly. McGonagall took a slow breath. Because discipline without explanation is merely control. Harry thought of Snape. That is a good rule. McGonagall's expression softened by a fraction. Dumbledore picked up the damaged knife. This is an unusual object. My family made it. For you? Yes. Do you know every inscription? No. One of them reacted during the feast. Harry looked at the blade. How? The symbol associated with unwanted spiritual attachment darkened. His hand moved toward his scar. Dumbledore noticed. Was it Quirrell? McGonagall became still. Sprout looked at the headmaster. Dumbledore did not answer directly. Why do you ask? The knife became cold when he looked at me before Halloween. It was cold again when the troll entered. That could have been proximity to fear or violent magic. Could it indicate possession? McGonagall's face tightened. Mr. Potter, accusations of that kind are extremely serious. I am not accusing him. You are suggesting. I am asking what the tool detected. Dumbledore placed the knife on the desk. We do not know. Harry studied him. That is true. Yes. Dumbledore sounded tired. Harry believed him. Will you investigate? I already am. Will you tell me what you find if it affects your safety? That means no. It means I will not place information in the hands of an 11-year-old when carrying it may make him a target. I am already a target. The room fell silent. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the scar. Yes, he said softly. You are. Harry looked at the knife. Can it be repaired? Professor Flitwick believes so. I want it sent home. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. You do not trust our repair. I want my family to see how it was damaged. Dumbledore nodded. That is reasonable. Professor Sprout handed Harry a sealed envelope. I have written to them explaining the circumstances. Harry accepted it. Did you explain Neville was injured? Yes. Good. As he reached the door, Dumbledore spoke again. Harry, he turned. You were correct about one thing. Which thing? The troll was not simply lost. Harry waited. Dumbledore's face became grave. It was brought into the castle. By Quirrell, we do not yet know. Was the third-floor corridor the target? McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. The headmaster did not answer. He did not need to. Harry left the office with confirmation heavier than any confession. That evening, a package departed Hogwarts for Northumberland. Inside it lay the bent warding knife, Professor Sprout's account of the troll attack, and Harry's 7-page incident report. Beneath the report, Harry included a separate note for Gideon. The tool worked, but I used it for the wrong purpose. It held anyway. The troll was a diversion. Someone used a dangerous creature as if its life and ours were equally disposable. I think the guarded corridor and the Gringotts break-in are connected. I also think Professor Quirrell may be dangerous without being entirely responsible for what he is doing. Please send the full ledger entry on possession cases involving 2 minds in 1 body. Not summaries. Original accounts. At the bottom, Harry hesitated before adding one final sentence. Hermione Granger moved a weapon she could not lift and saved my life. Ron Weasley carried Neville out when I could not. I did not win the fight. We survived it together. He sealed the letter. Across the common room, Hermione sat with Ron and Neville. Neville's shoulder remained bandaged. Ron was attempting to teach Hermione wizard chess. Hermione was informing him that the pieces' refusal to explain their rules was poor educational design. Harry joined them. No one announced that they had become friends. The category changed without permission. Outside the castle, rain struck the dark windows. On the forbidden 3rd floor, a 3-headed dog paced above a hidden trapdoor. One head growled at the smell of blood that still lingered near its paw. Far below, Professor Snape wrapped fresh bandages around his leg. And in his private chamber, Quirrell knelt before the mirror. His hands shook. The face beneath his turban whispered with cold fury. The stone was close. Quirrell pressed his forehead against the floor. The troll failed, Master. No, said the thing attached to him. The troll showed us the boy. Quirrell closed his eyes. He is only a child. The second face smiled. So was he when he destroyed me. In the Hufflepuff basement, Harry opened his possession book. He read beneath the warm copper lamps while his friends argued nearby. The next chapter began with a sentence he had underlined before. The victim and the threat may occupy the same body. Saving one may require confronting both. Harry read the line again, then he turned the page. Chapter 5. What the ledger doesn't say. The first crack in Harry's faith did not come from discovering that the ledger was wrong. It came from discovering that it had borrowed its certainty from someone else. The parcel from Van Helsing House arrived 2 weeks after Halloween. It was too large for an owl, so Hogwarts received it through the front gates on a cart driven by a witch from the magical delivery office. The box was wrapped in waxed canvas, secured by 6 iron clasps and marked with 3 separate warnings. Do not open near mirrors. Do not open after sunset. If the contents whisper, close the box and leave the room. Professor McGonagall read the final warning twice. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Why would your family send something capable of whispering? They probably didn't. That is not reassuring. The label is precautionary. Against what? Unknown interference during transport. McGonagall stared at him over the top of her spectacles. Harry waited. Since Halloween, their conversations had developed a rhythm. McGonagall asked a question expecting a straightforward answer. Harry gave an answer that was technically straightforward and emotionally exhausting. Eventually, she sighed. You will open it in Professor Dumbledore's office. That seems unnecessary. It was not a request. Yes, Professor, the box contained no trapped spirits. It contained the repaired warding knife, 3 notebooks, 2 family letters, and a section of copied ledger records tied together with black cord. Professor Flitwick had restored the bent blade before sending it home. Gideon had taken the repair apart, replaced the iron core, and rebuilt the silver edge with a visible line where the old metal met the new. Harry ran his thumb near the seam without touching it. The knife would never look untouched again. He preferred it that way. A note from Gideon rested beneath the sheath. A tool repaired without evidence of damage teaches the wrong lesson. The blade failed as a lever because it was not made to carry weight along the flat. The iron held because Rowan increased the central thickness beyond my original design. He would like this mentioned repeatedly. Beneath that, Rowan had added, I increased the central thickness beyond his original design. Mention it repeatedly. Harry almost smiled. McGonagall, seated across from him, noticed. Good news! The knife is stronger. That was not what I asked. Harry folded the note. Yes. Dumbledore stood beside the desk, examining the bound ledger pages without touching them. Your family sent records concerning possession, original accounts, or copies of originals. McGonagall looked toward the black cord. Are they dangerous? Knowledge can be. She gave him a tired look. Harry reconsidered. The paper probably isn't. That will have to do. Dumbledore unfastened the cord with his wand. Harry flinched slightly. The pages remained still. Nothing emerged. The first accounts were familiar in structure, location, date, witness names, conditions, observed symptoms, attempted interventions, known cost. Most ended badly. Possession cases were rare, but the ledger used the term broadly. Some described ghosts attaching themselves to grieving relatives. Others involved cursed objects influencing their owners. Several recorded creatures that lived inside a host's dreams rather than the body. Harry read carefully. The distinction between victim and threat appeared repeatedly. So did the family warning, do not injure the door because you fear what entered through it. That sentence stayed with him. Quirrell was the door, something else might be inside. The final record was different. Its paper was darker than the others, copied from a page damaged by fire. Several lines had been reconstructed by Rowan, with uncertain words marked in brackets. At the top was written, Ashdown House Incident, 1891 Subject. Elias Ashdown, male, age 12. Initial reports claimed the boy spoke to dead things and they answered him. Witnesses heard voices from empty rooms repeating private memories. The house appeared to observe visitors through windows even when unoccupied. Harry leaned closer. Dumbledore's attention sharpened. The next section had been badly burned. Family requested removal of child after 3 deaths. Local priest declared possession. Village demanded execution. First hunter party entered by eastern door and did not return. Second party observed the boy outside the house at dawn. Subject displayed malnutrition, confusion, and no awareness of deaths. Critical finding: the boy was not calling the dead. The house was using the boy's memories to imitate them. Harry read the line again. The record continued. Attachment was not centered in the body. It passed through the subject like a window. When Elias slept, the house watched through him. When Elias feared abandonment, the activity intensified. Attempt to remove the boy by force caused structural manifestation. Walls shifted. Reflections moved independently. Voices assumed forms of deceased relatives. Resolution incomplete. Subject separated from property using an iron boundary and consent-based extraction. House burned after evacuation. Elias survived. Long-term condition unknown. At the bottom, someone had written in a different hand. The first mistake was believing the strange child had created the strange house. Harry touched the edge of the page. Consent-based extraction, McGonagall said. What does that mean? The subject had to recognize the presence as separate from himself, Harry answered. Then cross the boundary willingly. Dumbledore studied the account. The attachment required emotional dependence or exploited it. Yes. Harry looked toward him. Could something attached to Quirrell use his fear? McGonagall's expression tightened. Dumbledore remained calm. It is possible. You believe me now. I believed your concern before. You did not act as if you did. Dumbledore folded his hands behind his back. There is a difference between believing a possibility and proving it safely. Harry understood the logic. That did not remove the frustration. What have you found? Professor Quirrell traveled extensively before accepting his position. Some of his accounts of those journeys are inconsistent. He avoids medical examination. His magical signature fluctuates in ways that suggest illness, cursed damage, or prolonged contact with dark magic. Or possession. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. You did not tell me the fluctuations were worsening. I did not wish to accuse a colleague without proof. Harry heard Hermione's voice in that answer. A false accusation could isolate the victim, but delay had a cost too. The troll had entered the castle. Neville had been injured. We need a test, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the warding knife. We need one that does not alert whatever we may be testing. Harry followed his gaze. The silver andiron blade had turned cold around Quirrell twice, not proof, but close enough to become dangerous. Dumbledore returned the record to Harry. Continue studying the Ashdown account. Do not approach Professor Quirrell alone. Do not attempt an extraction. I know. Say it. Harry frowned. That was Gideon's habit. Dumbledore had learned it. I will not approach Professor Quirrell alone or attempt to remove anything attached to him. Thank you. Harry retied the pages. Before leaving, he looked at the final line again. The strange child had not created the strange house. He wondered how often people blamed the visible person because the real danger was harder to name. Rowan's personal letter was hidden between 2 copies of the Ashdown report. Harry read it that evening beside the Hufflepuff fireplace. Harry, Father objected to sending you this case because the original record is incomplete. Mother objected to not sending it because incompleteness is part of the point. I agreed with both of them, which was deeply unhelpful. There is another reason the case matters. The copy we own was made by a woman named C. Vaughan. We believe this may be Cassiopeia. The handwriting matches 3 unsigned pages kept in the oldest family ledger. Harry sat straighter. Around him, Hufflepuffs revised homework and exchanged chocolate frog cards. The normal sounds of the common room faded behind the letter. The Ashdown account may be one of the last things she wrote before her branch disappeared from magical records. She disagreed with the original hunters. Several pages appear to be corrections written over their conclusions. One original line called Elias an unnatural child responsive to the dead. Cassiopeia crossed it out and replaced it with a frightened boy being used by something older than his fear. We still do not know why Gringotts sealed her name. We found a reference to the house that watched back, but not whether it means Ashdown House or something else. Father says not to build theories ahead of evidence. Naturally, he has built 4. There is one final problem. The giant blood summary you questioned and the Ashdown case were indexed by the same ledger compiler, Silas Van Helsing, 1904. He shortened both records. In the giant cases, he removed context. In the Ashdown case, he removed Cassiopeia's corrections almost entirely. I do not know whether he was careless, frightened, or deliberate, but the ledger you learned from is not merely a collection of evidence. It is evidence chosen by people. Harry lowered the page. Tonks sat opposite him, pretending to complete a transfiguration essay. She had been reading his face instead. Bad news? I don't know. That usually means yes. Harry handed her the letter. He did not normally share family records, but Tonks knew enough about the mystery to understand. She read quickly. So your ancestor edited the ledger. Not Cassiopeia, someone after her. To make creatures sound worse, to remove uncertainty. Tonks returned the letter. People like certainty. Even when it is false. Especially then. Harry stared at the fire. For his entire childhood, the ledger had been treated as a map of survival. It recorded mistakes so descendants would not repeat them. It turned deaths into instructions. It gave fear edges and names. But a map could be accurate and still choose what to leave outside its borders. The giant blood entry had preserved crushed hunters. It had not preserved stolen land. The Ashdown summary had preserved 3 deaths. It had almost erased a frightened boy. What happens when the people keeping the record already decided what they were looking at? Harry asked. Tonks dipped her quill. Then they find it. That's not evidence. No, it's people. Harry looked across the common room. Ernie was arguing that his family could trace its lineage back 9 generations. Justin was explaining that in the Muggle world, tracing one's family did not automatically make one impressive. Wayne had fallen asleep on a pile of astronomy notes. Every person in the room carried categories given to them by someone else. Pure blood, muggle-born, half-blood, squib, human, being, beast, monster. Harry had thought hunting meant identifying the correct category. Now he began to wonder whether some categories existed to excuse what happened next. The official inquiry into the Halloween troll began on the first Monday of December. The ministry sent 2 investigators. One was an Auror named Imogen Price, who asked precise questions and wrote down the answers without visibly judging them. The other was Cassian Vale, senior liaison for dangerous beings and part human security. Mr. Vale wore pale blue robes, polished dragonhide boots, and a silver badge shaped like a shield. He spoke to Dumbledore in the entrance hall. Harry saw them while returning from History of Magic with Hermione and Ron. Vale's voice carried. The creature entered through a service tunnel under the gamekeeper's authority. Hagrid did not control the troll, Dumbledore said. He controlled access to the grounds. Not every tunnel beneath the castle falls under his supervision. That will need to be demonstrated. Hagrid stood several feet away. His enormous hands were clasped tightly in front of him. He looked smaller than Harry had ever seen him, not physically, in every way that mattered more. Auror Price noticed the students. This area is restricted. Hermione immediately stopped. Ron stopped because Hermione did. Harry looked at Hagrid. There was mud on his boots. His coat had been brushed clean, though one sleeve remained torn near the cuff. He had dressed carefully for the interview. Vale turned. His eyes settled on Harry's scar. Mr. Potter. Harry disliked how officials used recognition as permission. Yes, you were present during the incident. Yes. Then perhaps you can clarify whether the gamekeeper behaved unusually before the troll appeared. Hagrid. Vale smiled thinly. Mr. Hagrid. He served tea. Ron coughed. Vale's smile disappeared. Did he discuss trolls? No. Did he discuss large creatures? Yes. Hagrid's face tightened. Hermione looked at Harry. Vale took out a quill. Which creatures? Hippogriffs, unicorns, acromantulas, and a dog. A dog. Fang, Ron whispered. Calling Fang a large creature is generous. Vale continued. Did Mr. Hagrid express disagreement with ministry classifications? Yes. Dumbledore watched Harry carefully. Hagrid looked toward the floor. What did he say? Vale asked. He said the ministry did not know everything about acromantulas. Did he defend them? He said they were intelligent and dangerous. That is not what I asked. It is what he said. Vale's quill stopped. Mr. Potter, the distinction between dangerous creatures and civilized beings exists for public safety. According to whom? Vale blinked. Hermione closed her eyes. Ron whispered, There it is. Vale looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster remained silent. The ministry, Vale answered. Who wrote the classification? Specialists. Which specialists? This is not a classroom exercise. No, it is an investigation. Auror Price hid something that might have been a smile. Vale's voice cooled. Mr. Potter, were you aware that Rubeus Hagrid possesses giant blood? The entrance hall seemed to contract. Hagrid shut his eyes. Harry's body reacted before his thoughts. The old ledger page appeared. Exceptional physical force. Reduced response to conventional spells. Sudden aggression. Do not permit close approach. The cautions moved through him like a command rehearsed too often. He looked at Hagrid's hands, large enough to lift him easily, strong enough to cause terrible harm. Vale saw the hesitation. There, he said softly. You understand. Harry turned toward him. Understand what? That instinct exists for a reason. The sentence sounded familiar, not the words, the structure. Every ledger warning that converted possibility into identity used the same shape. Harry looked at Hagrid again. The groundskeeper had seen the hesitation too, not for the first time. Perhaps not even for the 100th. Hagrid's face held no anger. That made it worse. He looked resigned, as though Harry's fear was simply another weight he had expected to carry. Vale continued. Half-giants are notoriously difficult to assess through ordinary magical methods. High strength, spell resistance, emotional volatility. The ministry's concern is not prejudice, it is risk. Harry heard Rowan's letter in his mind, the ledger you learned from his evidence chosen by people. What did Hagrid do? Harry asked. Vale frowned. We are determining that. No, you are listing what he is. What he is affects what he may do. So does being a trained wizard. That is not comparable. Why? Vale's expression hardened. Because wizards possess judgment. Hagrid flinched. A small movement. Harry almost missed it. Something inside him settled. The inherited caution remained. Hagrid's strength remained. The missing context remained. But the decision became simple. Harry stepped across the distance between them and stood beside Hagrid. Not in front of him. Hagrid did not need a child pretending to shield him. Beside him. The troll entered the castle while Hagrid was in his hut, Harry said. Vale glanced at his notes. Can you prove that? 4 students were present. Children. Hermione Granger remembers times accurately. Hermione stepped forward. We arrived shortly after 3 and left at 4:25. Hagrid remained with us the entire time. Vale looked irritated. The troll may have been brought in earlier. Then his location during tea is irrelevant, Harry said, which means you asked about it to create suspicion. Aura Price looked directly at Vale. Vale's cheeks colored. This is an official inquiry. Then ask about the tunnel. I will decide which questions. Was the lock broken? Silence. Price checked her notes. Yes, from inside or outside. The mechanism was forced from the castle side. Hagrid looked up. Harry continued. Could Hagrid fit through the tunnel? Price answered before Vale could, not comfortably. Could he reach the interior lock? No. Were there footprints? Partial human boot marks. What size? Vale snapped his notebook shut. That information is restricted. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes had gone cold. Cassian, Dumbledore said. Answer him. Vale turned. With respect, headmaster, answer. Vale looked toward Price. She spoke. Approximately a men's size 9. Everyone looked at Hagrid's boots. They were nearly twice that size. Harry turned toward Vale. You knew. Vale's mouth tightened. The physical evidence does not remove the possibility of assistance. What evidence suggests assistance? His history. Hagrid spoke for the first time. My history. Vale faced him. You were expelled from Hogwarts following the death of a student. Ron's eyes widened. Hermione drew a sharp breath. Harry looked at Hagrid. The groundskeeper had gone pale beneath his beard. That case was sealed, Dumbledore said. Records remain available to the Ministry. You were instructed not to introduce unrelated allegations. It is not unrelated if the same individual again has access to a dangerous creature. Hagrid's hands opened, then closed. Harry saw shame, fear, and a fury so tightly controlled it hurt to witness. Vale saw only the hands. His wand appeared immediately. Keep them visible. The entrance hall changed. Dumbledore raised his hand. Aura Price stepped between Vale and Hagrid. Professor McGonagall emerged from a nearby corridor, wand already drawn. Harry's own hand moved toward the warding knife. Hagrid noticed. Again, the same flinch, the same training. This time Harry stopped before touching the sheath. He let his hand hang at his side. Hagrid, he said. Hagrid looked down at him. Did you bring the troll into Hogwarts? No. The answer came without hesitation. Did you help anyone bring it in? No. Do you know who did? No. Harry nodded. I believe you. Vale gave a humorless laugh. Based on what? His answer. That is not evidence. No, it is trust. Vale looked triumphant. Exactly. Sentiment. Harry turned to him. Trust tells me where to begin. Evidence tells me whether I stay there. Vale opened his mouth. Harry continued. The evidence says the tunnel was opened from inside by a human-sized person. Hagrid was elsewhere. You concealed those details while listing traits he was born with. I concealed nothing. You answered only after Dumbledore ordered you. That is procedure. So is prejudice when enough people write it down. No one spoke. Even the portraits along the walls had fallen silent. Hagrid looked away quickly. Harry saw moisture in his eyes. Vale returned his wand to his sleeve. You are 11 years old. Yes. You do not understand the danger represented by giant blood. I understand strength, spell resistance, transformation risk when applicable, known cultural conflict, historic violence. Vale stared. Harry had memorized the entry before he was 6. I also understand the source record removed who attacked first. Aura Price looked interested. What source record? Harry faced her. A Hunter account from 1873. 3 incidents used to define giant blood risk. At least one occurred on land taken from a giant settlement. None of the summaries state who began the fighting. Vale's expression shifted. Private folklore is not ministry evidence. Harry pulled Rowan's copied reference from his bag. The ledger cites Ministry Circular 17B, issued in 1875. Price held out her hand. Harry gave her the page. She read the citation. Then she looked at Vale. 17B was withdrawn. When? Harry asked. 1908. Why? Price's gaze remained on Vale, fabricated witness statements. The words landed harder than a shout. Harry looked toward Hagrid. The Van Helsing ledger still cited the circular as evidence. Sealers had copied it. The ministry had withdrawn it. The family had not. For almost a century, Harry's ancestors had taught children to fear giant-blooded people using testimony officially recognized as false. Vale reached for the document. Price moved it out of reach. This inquiry is suspended pending review, she said. You do not have authority to. I am the assigned aura, and I represent dangerous beings' security. You have spent 20 minutes attempting to establish hereditary guilt while withholding physical evidence. Vale's face darkened. Dumbledore stepped forward. Mr. Vale, you will leave Hogwarts. That decision belongs to the ministry. The castle belongs to me. Something in Dumbledore's voice ended the argument. Vale looked at Harry one final time. You will learn that caution exists because someone paid for its absence. Harry thought of Neville's scar, the bent knife, the first Hunter party that entered Ashdown House and never returned. I know, he said, but sometimes someone else pays for caution used without thought. Vale left. His polished boots struck the stone floor like small, angry hammers. Aura Price remained. She handed the copied record back to Harry. I would like the full citation. I need my family's permission. That is fair. It was the first thing any ministry official had said to him that day that felt fair. Hagrid did not return to his hut immediately. He walked toward the grounds without speaking. Harry followed. Hermione and Ron stayed behind, understanding without being told that this part was not theirs. Snow had begun falling lightly. Hagrid crossed the lawn toward the edge of the forbidden forest. He stopped beside an old fence where dead vines twisted around the posts. Harry stood several feet away, not too close, not because of the ledger, because Hagrid might want space. After a long silence, Hagrid spoke. You were scared of me first time we met. Harry could have lied. He did not. Yes. Still are. Sometimes. Hagrid nodded. The answer hurt him, but not as much as dishonesty would have. I'm stronger than most people, Hagrid said. Get angry, sometimes break things without meaning to. That is real. Giant blood's real. Yes, my mum. Hagrid stopped. Snow collected in his beard. She was a full giantess, Fridwulfa, left when I was little. Dad raised me. Harry listened. People found out bits and pieces over the years. Some guessed. Some didn't. Dumbledore knew. Does Professor Sprout? Probably. McGonagall? Likely. Does it matter? Hagrid laughed once. No humor. Course it matters. That isn't what I meant. I know. Hagrid looked toward the forest. There are giants who'd crush ye soon as look at ye. Giants who don't care much for humans. Humans gave 'em reason sometimes. Other times they didn't need one. Harry thought of the ledger. Danger and personhood can exist together. Hagrid glanced at him. That one of your family's sayings? No, sounds like one. It should be. Hagrid wiped one eye roughly. Vale wasn't wrong about everything. I was expelled. Did you kill someone? No. Did you release a creature? Hagrid hesitated. That mattered. I kept something in the castle, he admitted. Something I shouldn't have. What? Not tellin'. Hagrid. Was years ago. A student died. Not because of my creature. Can you prove it? No. Harry looked at the snow gathering across the grass. Trust told him where to begin. Evidence told him whether to stay. I believe you did not kill her. Hagrid's shoulders lowered. But you were careless. They tightened again. Harry continued. If you kept something dangerous without a plan, you could have caused another death even if you did not cause that one. Hagrid looked down at him. Most people either feared Hagrid or defended him as harmless. Harry did neither. "You sound like Gideon," Hagrid said. "That is not always a compliment." Hagrid smiled faintly. "No." They stood in silence. Then Hagrid reached into his coat and removed a folded piece of paper. "I found this after you lot came for tea." Harry took it. It was a torn scrap covered in cramped writing. Most of it listed feeding times, sleep patterns, and musical responses. At the top was written, F. Cerberus type male, 3 heads. Harry looked up. "The third-floor guardian." Hagrid's face reddened. "Shouldn't have that. You trained it. Borrowed him from a Greek feller. Dumbledore needed something strong." "Fluffy," Hagrid sighed. "Yes." Harry read the feeding notes. "Music causes sleep." Hagrid froze. Harry lowered the page. "You should not have written that on loose paper." "I know. You should tell Dumbledore it was missing." "I know. Did Quirrell visit you about Fluffy?" Hagrid's eyes shifted. Harry had the answer. "He asked questions," Hagrid admitted. "Pretended he was interested in rare animals. I didn't tell him everything." "You told him about music." "Maybe." Harry closed his eyes briefly. Hagrid had not released the troll, but his carelessness might have helped the person who did. Both truths remained. Hagrid looked miserable. "You going to report me?" "Yes." Hagrid nodded slowly. "Thought so." "I will also explain you gave me the paper voluntarily. That won't stop them thinking I'm dangerous." "No." Harry folded the feeding notes. "You are dangerous." Hagrid flinched. "So is Dumbledore. So is Professor McGonagall. So is Hermione when she knows the correct spell. Dangerous does not mean disposable." Hagrid looked at him. Harry continued, "It means responsibility has to match capability." The snow fell harder. Hagrid released a long breath. "Your family teach ye that?" "They taught me the first half." "What's the second?" "I'm still working on it." Hagrid placed one enormous hand on Harry's shoulder, slowly, giving him time to move. Harry did not. The hand was heavy, warm, careful. Gideon's reply arrived 4 days later. It contained no greeting. Circular 17B has been removed from every active copy of the ledger. All giant blood entries are suspended pending source review. Silas Van Helsing copied withdrawn ministry evidence and presented it as verified field knowledge. Whether he knew it was false remains unknown. The result is the same. We carried the error forward. You did correctly by Hagrid. The sentence had been crossed out once. Beneath it, Gideon had written, "You did right by Hagrid." That difference mattered. The letter continued. "Do not turn this discovery into contempt for the ledger. Contempt is only certainty facing the opposite direction. The records still contain real deaths, real threats, and useful procedures. We must separate the evidence from the inherited conclusion. Your task is not to trust everything we taught you. Your task is to become trustworthy enough to correct it." Harry read the final line until the ink blurred. Mara's letter came next. "Tell Hagrid he is welcome at our table if he ever travels north. Warn him the western chair is reinforced, but not enough for someone his size, so Gideon will pretend not to worry while rebuilding it." Rowan's letter was longest. It included a revised index system. Every creature entry would now contain 4 additional sections: who named the threat, who was interviewed, who benefited from the classification, what context is missing. At the bottom, Rowan had written, "Father hates the third question." That means we're keeping it. Harry copied the 4 questions into his notebook. Then he added them beneath the title of every case he was studying at Hogwarts. The troll who named the threat, everyone who saw it. Who was interviewed? No one had attempted communication. Who benefited? The person using it as a diversion. What context was missing? How it entered? Whether it was controlled? Whether it understood where it had been taken? Fluffy who named the threat. Hagrid called him a guardian. The school would call him a dangerous beast. Who was interviewed? Hagrid. Not Fluffy. Who benefited? Whoever placed the hidden object beneath him. What context was missing? What was being guarded? Why Quirrell wanted it? Why Snape intervened? Quirrell who named the threat. Harry had not done so yet. Who was interviewed? No one, honestly. Who benefited from the classification? Possibly the presence attached to him, if everyone blamed Quirrell alone. What context was missing? Almost everything. Harry closed the notebook. The ledger had not become useless. It had become honest for the first time, not because every answer was present, because the missing answers had finally been given space. Near the end of term, Harry returned to Hagrid's hut with Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Hagrid had strengthened the chairs. He claimed this was unrelated to Mara's letter. No one believed him. A fresh tray of rock cakes sat on the table. Hermione attempted one and immediately set it down. Ron dipped his in tea to soften it. Neville asked whether Fang could have his. Harry placed his directly into an evidence bag. Hagrid laughed until tears gathered in his eyes. The feeding notes had been turned over to Dumbledore. Security around the third-floor corridor had increased. Snape's injury had nearly healed. Quirrell had become more withdrawn. The warding knife still grew cold when he passed too closely, though never in the same place twice. Harry had begun to suspect the attachment moved through Quirrell's magic rather than sitting like a ghost inside his chest. The Ashdown account supported that possibility. The house had used Elias as a window. Something might be using Quirrell as a body, a wand and a path through Hogwarts. Hagrid poured more tea. Dumbledore says the inquiry cleared me. Did they apologize? Harry asked. No. Then they corrected a record, not the harm. Hagrid looked surprised. Hermione nodded. My father says institutions prefer passive grammar. Mistakes were made. Rules were misunderstood. No one has to admit who did anything. Ron looked between them. Do muggles argue like this at breakfast too? Yes, Hermione said. No wonder they don't have magic. Harry took the copied Ashdown page from his bag. Hagrid, the groundskeeper, looked at him. Have you ever heard of a house that watched back? Hagrid's smile faded. Where'd ye hear that? The question was answer enough. Harry leaned forward. You know something? Not exactly. What does that mean? Hagrid glanced toward the window. Snow covered the forest edge. Old stories, he said. From before Hogwarts, places where magic grows strange because too much happens in one spot. Houses, forests, battlefields. Sometimes they remember people. Buildings cannot remember. Hermione hesitated. At Hogwarts they might. Hagrid rubbed his beard. There are things older than wands, older than ministry lists. Dumbledore knows more. Does the third floor involve something like that? Harry asked. No. The answer was immediate and probably true. Does Quirrell? Hagrid looked down at his hands. I don't know. Harry believed that too. Fang lifted his head and began growling at the door. Everyone became quiet. Hagrid reached for his crossbow. Harry's hand moved toward the warding knife. The growl deepened. Something scratched the outside wood. Hagrid approached and opened the door carefully. A small gray owl stood on the step. It carried a letter. Ron exhaled. Terrifying. The owl flew directly to Harry. The letter bore no family seal, no Hogwarts mark, only Harry's name. He inspected the parchment. No detectable powder, no unusual smell, no visible thread. The warding knife remained warm. Harry opened it. Inside was one line written in dark green ink. The boy in Ashdown House survived, but the house did not die. Hermione read over his shoulder. Who sent that? No name. Hagrid closed the door. Harry turned the parchment over. Nothing. Ron looked toward the windows. Does someone know what you're researching? Yes. Who? Harry thought of Dumbledore, McGonagall, his family Tonks, possibly Snape, possibly Quirrell. Possibly whatever watched through Quirrell when the professor's fear disappeared. The warding knife beneath Harry's coat became cold, not from the letter, from somewhere outside the hut. Harry stood, close the curtains. Hagrid did so. Hermione drew her wand. Ron followed. Neville picked up the iron poker beside the fire. No one laughed at him. Harry looked toward each window. 1, 2, 3. At the final pane, a reflection stood behind him. A tall figure wrapped in dark cloth. Harry turned. Nothing was there. He looked back at the glass. The reflection had vanished. The knife warmed again. Hagrid gripped his crossbow. What did ye see? Harry folded the letter. I don't know, the old answer, but it no longer meant helplessness. It meant the category had not been chosen yet. Harry looked around the hut at his friends, Hagrid and the tools already in their hands. Which means, he said, we do not face it alone. Outside, snow continued falling across the forbidden forest. Something moved between the trees. Not a troll, not a giant, not a ghost. Not anything Harry could name from the ledger. For the first time in his life, that uncertainty did not feel like failure. It felt like the beginning of seeing clearly. Chapter 6. Salt and circumstance. Winter left Hogwarts reluctantly. Snow withdrew from the grounds in thin, dirty patches. The lake thawed near the shore. Damp earth returned beneath the trees, carrying the smell of roots, moss, and things that had survived months without sunlight. Harry watched the castle change with the season. He also watched Professor Quirrell. The defense professor's condition worsened as spring approached. His hands shook more often. The skin beneath his eyes darkened. He sometimes lost the thread of his own lectures and stood silently before the class, staring at nothing. During one lesson, he wrote the same sentence on the board 4 times. A shield charm protects the caster. 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 Hermione raised her hand. Quirrell did not notice. Harry watched the professor's reflection in the classroom window. Quirrell faced the board. His reflection did not. For less than a second, the reflected face turned toward Harry. Then the glass returned to normal. The warding knife became cold beneath Harry's robes. He did not draw it. He did not accuse anyone. He wrote down the time, location, and angle of the light. After class, he checked the window for enchantments. Nothing. Hermione stood beside him with her books pressed against her chest. "You saw it too." Harry looked at her. "The reflection?" She nodded. "What did you see?" "Professor Quirrell facing us while his real body faced the board." "Duration?" "I don't know. A second. Did it move independently?" "I think so." "Think or know?" Hermione frowned. "I saw it, Harry. That is not the same as understanding it. You always do this." "Do what?" "You ask questions until the frightening thing becomes a report." Harry closed his notebook. "Reports are easier to survive than frightening things." "That doesn't make them less real." "No." He looked toward the empty classroom. "That is why we write them down." The anonymous letter about Ashdown House was examined by Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and 3 ministry specialists. No curse was found. No magical tracking mark. No identifiable handwriting. The owl that delivered it could not be traced. It had vanished after leaving Hagrid's hut and had not returned to any recognized roost. Dumbledore believed the message was designed to provoke Harry. He did not know whether its information was true. The original Ashdown property had burned in 1891, but the land had changed ownership several times. Nothing remained on official maps except an abandoned well and the foundations of an eastern wall. Dumbledore traveled there during the Easter holiday. He returned with mud on his robes and a sealed glass jar containing a piece of blackened timber. He did not explain what he had found. Harry noticed that the headmaster installed 2 new mirrors in his office afterward. Neither reflected the door. The mystery should have distracted Harry from the 3rd-floor corridor. Instead, it sharpened the same lesson. A visible person could be the path rather than the source. A house could use a child. A presence could use a professor, and the person being used might still cause terrible harm. By April, the evidence around the guarded corridor had grown beyond coincidence. Quirrell had questioned Hagrid about Fluffy. Someone had used a troll to draw the staff away. Snape had followed Quirrell and returned with wounds matching a large animal. The object guarded beneath the 3rd floor had been removed from Gringotts on the same day. Someone attempted to break into the vault. Dumbledore knew Nicholas Flamel. Hermione discovered the name after 3 months of searching. She found it not in a restricted book, but on the back of a chocolate frog card Ron had been using to level a wobbly desk. "I knew that card was important," Ron said. "You put a table leg on it," Hermione replied, "to preserve it." The card identified Flamel as the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, an object capable of producing the elixir of life and transforming metal into gold. Harry read the description twice. An immortality device. "A magical artifact," Hermione corrected. "That grants immortality. Extended life." "How extended?" Flamel is over 600 years old. Ron leaned across the library table. That seems fairly extended. Harry opened his threat notebook. Object beneath third floor likely philosopher's stone. Capabilities: produces gold, produces substance capable of extending life indefinitely. Threat value does not come from object's aggression. Threat comes from who wants it and why. Hermione lowered her voice. Quirrell could want the stone to cure himself. Possible. Snape might want it. Possible. Ron looked offended. You still don't think Snape is the villain? I think Snape is cruel, secretive, and probably protecting the corridor. How can someone be cruel and protecting us? Easily. Ron frowned. Harry continued writing. If Quirrell is possessed, the presence may need the stone to restore physical independence. Hermione looked at him. That is a theory. Yes. You wrote it like a conclusion. Harry added, unconfirmed. Better. Ron took the chocolate frog card back. If the stone makes gold, why doesn't Flamel own everything? Perhaps he does, Hermione said. Then why hide it at a school? Harry looked toward the ceiling. Because no sensible thief would expect an immortality object beneath a corridor guarded by a three-headed dog inside a building full of children. Ron considered that. That is either brilliant or completely mad. At Hogwarts, Hermione said, those may not be opposites. They brought the accumulated evidence to Professor McGonagall, not rumors, not accusations. A written sequence. Hermione organized the timeline. Harry listed observed physical reactions. Ron included a diagram of the staff passages and Snape's route after the troll attack. Neville provided greenhouse records showing that Professor Quirrell had requested information on magical plants capable of restraining humans. McGonagall read everything. She did not dismiss them. That made the situation more frightening. This is thorough, she said. The four students sat before her desk. Neville's hands twisted together in his lap. Ron appeared prepared to argue. Hermione sat perfectly straight. Harry watched McGonagall's face. Do you believe Professor Quirrell is attempting to steal the stone? He asked. McGonagall did not react to the name of the object. That confirmed it. I believe Professor Dumbledore is aware of concerns regarding the third-floor defenses. That isn't what he asked, Ron said. Hermione stepped on his foot. McGonagall placed the report on her desk. I do not possess enough evidence to accuse a professor of attempting theft, conspiracy, or possession. Neither do we, Harry said. We have enough evidence to prepare for an attempt. The corridor is protected. By obstacles Quirrell has been researching. Professor Dumbledore has reinforced them. How? I am not going to describe the defenses to students. That is reasonable. McGonagall looked briefly surprised. Harry continued. But if Quirrell is carrying another presence, the defenses may be testing the wrong person. The professor became very still. Explain. An obstacle may respond to Quirrell's body, magic, or knowledge. It may not detect the intention of what is attached to him. That remains speculation. Yes, but you believe it. Yes. McGonagall looked at each student in turn. You will not approach the third-floor corridor. Ron exhaled through his nose. Hermione waited. Neville looked relieved. Harry asked, What will you do? I will take this to the headmaster and request that Professor Quirrell be examined. Will he agree, if the evidence warrants it? What if Quirrell refuses? That is not your concern. It becomes our concern if he releases another troll. McGonagall's expression tightened. You are not wrong to be afraid, Mr. Potter. I am not asking you to tell me not to be afraid. What are you asking? For a procedure if the protections fail. McGonagall looked down at the report. When she answered, her voice was quieter. If the corridor is breached, the castle wards will alert the headmaster. Staff members will respond. Students will remain in their common rooms. What if the wards recognize Quirrell as authorized staff? They have been adjusted. For Quirrell, for any member of staff approaching without permission. Harry considered that, a reasonable defense, layered, not perfect, but not foolish. Thank you, he said. McGonagall folded the report. You have done what responsible people should do. You gathered evidence and informed someone with authority to act. Harry rose. At the door, she called his name. He turned. You are now expected to allow us to act. Harry looked at her. I understand. It was not a promise, McGonagall noticed. Mr. Potter, I will not enter the corridor unless there is evidence the adult response has failed. Ron closed his eyes. Hermione whispered. Harry, McGonagall stared at him. That is not permission. No, then we understand one another. Yes, Professor. Harry left. Behind him, McGonagall immediately reached for her wand and sent a silver cat racing through the stone wall. She was not stupid. She was not careless. She believed in procedure because procedure allowed hundreds of children to remain alive inside a building full of unpredictable magic. Harry respected that. He also knew procedures could be studied by the person planning to break them. Gideon's response to the report arrived 4 days later. You have informed the staff. Good. Do not descend into an unknown site unless the threat to life is immediate and no competent adult can respond in time. The next line had been underlined twice. Suspicion is not an emergency. Harry read it at breakfast. Ron leaned over. What does he say? Not to go. Excellent, sensible man. Hermione held out her hand. Harry gave her the letter. She read the next paragraph aloud in a whisper. If those conditions are met despite every effort to avoid them, then do not improvise. Prepare now so preparation remains unnecessary. Ron's relief disappeared. That sounds less sensible. It is very sensible, Hermione said. It sounds like permission written by someone who doesn't want to admit it's permission. It is not permission, Harry said. Neville looked at the letter. What does he want us to prepare? Harry unfolded the additional pages, maps, equipment lists, decision rules. A blank incident command structure. Rowan had included a separate note. Father says you are not to enter the corridor. Mother says you are definitely going to enter the corridor if something goes wrong. I said we should improve the chance that you return. At the bottom, preparation is not intent. It is insurance. Harry spread the pages across the breakfast table. Hermione looked at them, then at him. We are not going through the trapdoor. No, we are only researching what might be beneath it. Yes. Ron pointed at the title, Third Floor Site Entry Plan. That seems quite specific for something we aren't doing. Specificity reduces accidents. Ron looked toward Neville. Is it too late to find safer friends? Neville considered the ceiling, where hundreds of candles floated over their breakfast. At Hogwarts, fair point. They began with Fluffy. Hagrid refused to provide further information. This lasted until Harry placed a complete proposed sleeping schedule for a 3-headed canine on the table. Hagrid stared at it. Where'd ye get this? Library records on Cerberus-type guardians. Fluffy's feeding notes. Observations of sound passing through the corridor. You've been outside that door. Never beyond the marked boundary. Hermione, only during daylight, she admitted. Ron, I stood near the stairs. Neville, I brought sandwiches. Hagrid placed both hands over his face. Ye are all going to get expelled. We're preparing not to go, Harry said. That sentence means nothing. Hagrid refused to discuss Fluffy's musical response. Harry waited. Silence was often more effective than pressure. Hagrid endured 12 seconds. Any musical do, he muttered. Doesn't have to be good. Ron brightened. I can do that. Hermione looked doubtful. Can you play an instrument? No, that's why it won't be good. They tested several options away from the corridor. A charmed music box could play continuously, but might fail under magical interference. Hermione could enchant a set of pipes, but the charm required concentration. Ron possessed a battered tin flute and could play exactly 2 songs. Both sounded like a kettle dying. Hagrid confirmed Fluffy would still sleep. They chose the flute as the primary method. The music box became the backup. Harry added wax earplugs in case the enchanted music affected more than the dog. Does music make humans sleep? Ron asked. Some spells do. Is this one of them? We test before use. They played the music box in an empty classroom. Ron fell asleep. Hermione did not. Neville claimed he was only resting his eyes. Harry remained awake but developed a headache. They adjusted the enchantment. The second test produced no unusual effect. Ron seemed disappointed. Neville identified the likely plant obstacle. Professor Sprout had recently moved several mature devil's snare specimens from Greenhouse 3. She would not say where. The plant could fill a chamber, respond to struggle, and restrain several people simultaneously. Fire drives it back. Hermione said. Fire in a sealed underground room creates smoke, Harry replied. Light works too. How much? Neville opened one of Professor Sprout's books. It depends on the age and how long it has been without sunlight. They tested juvenile vines in a controlled greenhouse. A wand light irritated them but did not force release. Hermione's bluebell flames worked better but risked igniting dry roots. Neville discovered the safest method. Strong sunlight focused through a polished mirror. Gideon's equipment list already included 3 folding mirrors. Harry added a jar of captured sunlight purchased from Diagon Alley. The shopkeeper claimed it contained the brilliance of a Mediterranean dawn. Hermione tested it. It contained ordinary sunlight stored through a legal charm. They bought 2. Expensive, Ron said. So are funerals, Harry replied. Ron stopped complaining. The second method involved relaxing rather than fighting the vines. That became the emergency option. Ron objected. If a plant is strangling me, I'm not going to relax. Then practice. How? Neville wrapped a soft rope around Ron's wrist. Don't pull. Ron pulled immediately. The rope tightened. That proves nothing. It proves you pull. They practiced until everyone could respond to pressure by moving toward it. Harry struggled more than Hermione expected. His training always told him to create distance. Allowing restraint to exist, even briefly, made his pulse race. On the 4th attempt, he forced himself to stop fighting. The rope loosened. Hermione watched him. You all right? Yes. That was unconvincing. I know. She did not ask again. She simply reset the rope and stood close enough that he could see her. The winged key chamber was hypothetical. They knew nothing about it. Still, several references to the stone's protections involved Professor Flitwick charming metal objects to fly. Harry prepared nets. Ron practiced using a broom. Hermione researched summoning charms they were not yet skilled enough to cast. Neville suggested sticky plant resin. They tested it on a mechanical bird borrowed from the Muggle Studies classroom. The resin caught the wings. It also caught Ron's hand, Harry's sleeve, and Hermione's hair. Neville wrote, effective. Application method inadequate. Harry agreed. They filled 3 small cloth balls with resin and designed them to burst on impact. Ron became responsible for throwing them. Why me? You hit Malfoy with an apple from across the Great Hall. That was different. How? I wanted to hit him. Use that feeling. Hermione gave Harry a disapproving look. He revised the instruction. Imagine the key insulted your family. Better. The chessboard was Ron's responsibility. No one debated it after he defeated all 3 of them in fewer than 20 moves. Harry approached chess like terrain control. Hermione approached it like a puzzle. Neville tried to protect every piece. Ron understood sacrifice. That is why you keep losing? He told Harry, I don't like giving up resources. They're not resources if you're too afraid to use them. They have defined value. They have value because of what position they buy. Ron moved a knight into danger. Hermione captured it. Ron checkmated her 2 turns later. Harry looked at the missing knight. You knew it would be taken. Needed it taken. What if the pieces are large enough to injure us? Then we keep the king protected and move whoever is best suited to each square. What if losing a piece means losing a person? Ron's confidence faded. They all understood the question. The magical chess set in the common room smashed captured pieces. Full-sized pieces might do worse. Ron stared at the board. Then we don't play like this. You may have to. No, Harry waited. Ron looked at the formation again. There's always another route. That is not true. Then we make one. The certainty sounded childish, but Harry did not challenge it, not yet. They practiced movement patterns where no human player occupied an exposed piece. Every version took longer, several ended in defeat. Ron continued. By the final week of May, he had 3 strategies capable of advancing living players while sacrificing only stone pieces. Assuming the opposing side behaves normally, Hermione said, if it doesn't, it isn't chess. At Hogwarts, that may not matter. Ron looked tired. Why do you keep saying things like that? Because they keep being true. The potion's obstacle concerned Hermione most. Professor Snape's private stores showed signs of recent access. Harry noticed wax fragments from a broken seal near the classroom door. He reported it. Snape questioned every student with access to the dungeon corridor. He did not accuse Harry. That alone showed how seriously he took the breach. 3 days later, Snape stopped Harry after potions. Potter. Harry remained beside his desk while the others left. Snape closed the classroom door. If you and your collection of poorly supervised investigators intend to interfere with the third-floor protections, reconsider. Harry looked at him. We told Professor McGonagall. I am aware. Then why speak to me? Because Minerva continues to believe instructions possess a moral force merely because they are clear. She believes people should follow them. She believes people like you should follow them. Do you? Snape's face tightened. I believe you are arrogant enough to confuse preparation with competence. That is possible. The answer seemed to irritate him more than denial would have. Snape stepped closer. The protections beneath that corridor were designed by experts. They are not classroom exercises. We know. No, you do not. Knowing that something is dangerous and understanding danger are separate accomplishments. Harry held his gaze. You tried to stop Quirrell on Halloween. Snape became motionless. You followed him. Fluffy injured you. An imaginative story. Your leg healed unevenly because the center head bit deeper than the others. Snape's eyes darkened. You have been observing my gait. Yes. Stop. Is Quirrell possessed? The lamps flickered. Snape's expression revealed nothing, but the pause did. Do not ask that question where he may hear you. Harry lowered his voice. So you believe it too. I believe Professor Quirrell is involved in matters beyond the comprehension of first-year students. That is not an answer. No, Snape said. It is survival advice. He moved toward the door. Harry did not follow. Professor, Snape stopped. If there is a potions barrier, what mistakes kill people? Snape turned slowly. For several seconds, he seemed prepared to remove every point Hufflepuff had ever earned. Then he looked at Harry's face. Perhaps he saw James Potter. Perhaps Lily. Perhaps only a child who had already stood beneath a troll's club. Assuming labels are truthful, Snape said. Harry listened. Assuming every bottle must be used, believing poison always smells unpleasant, drinking before reading the entire problem, failing to account for return travel. Harry wrote each point down. Snape watched. I did not confirm the existence of a potions barrier. No, and I did not provide assistance. No, then why are you writing survival advice? Snape opened the door. 5 points from Hufflepuff. For what? Making me regret speaking? Harry considered that unfair, but useful. By June, the plan filled 23 pages. Entry conditions they would not enter unless all 4 conditions were met. 1. Evidence showed someone had breached or was actively breaching the corridor. 2, 3, Dumbledore or another capable staff member could not respond in time. 4, 5. They had informed at least one person outside the entry group. 6, 7. Retreat remained possible. 8. Roles Harry, site assessment, possession indicators, boundaries, route decisions. Hermione, spellwork, written clues, magical theory, light and fire. Ron, movement tactics, chess, thrown tools, group positioning. Neville, plants, surface support, medical supplies, and external alarm. Neville objected to the final role. You're leaving me behind. You know the plants better than anyone, Harry said. Then I should come. You also know the fastest route to Professor Sprout. That's not why. Harry looked at him. Neville's injured shoulder had healed, leaving a pale mark beneath his robes. Someone must remain outside, Harry said. Why me? Because you notice when people need help. That sounds like something you say when you don't think I can fight. I don't want you to fight. You don't want any of us to fight. That is different. How? Harry did not have a good answer. Neville looked at Hermione and Ron. They get to choose danger. Ron shifted uncomfortably. Hermione opened her mouth, then stopped. Neville continued. I was the one who found the Devil's Snare records. I practiced the ropes with you. I can use the sunlight jars. You can also warn the staff if we do not return. So can Tonks. Everyone became quiet. Tonks knew part of the plan. Not every detail. enough to know that if a silver coin Harry carried became black, something had gone wrong. She had agreed to alert Professor Sprout without attempting a rescue alone. Harry looked at Neville. The easiest choice was to keep him safe. The correct choice was to admit that safety could become a decision made over someone rather than with them. "What role do you want?" Harry asked. Neville swallowed. "Plants, medical support. I go as far as the first chamber. If someone is injured or the route closes, I stay with them." Harry thought through the plan. It was reasonable, specific, not driven by pride. "All right." Neville sat straighter. Ron smiled. Hermione adjusted the written roles. "Neville, biological hazards, medical response, retreat point command." Neville, read it. "Retreat point command." "You decide whether the way back remains usable," Harry said. "If you say retreat, we retreat. Even you, especially me." Neville nodded. The coalition was not merely more people fighting, it was more people with the authority to stop the fight. The equipment was packed into ordinary school bags: music box, tin flute, sunlight jars, mirrors, resin bowls, rope, chalk, salt, bandages, water, food, 2 broom maintenance kits, a folded blanket, antidote references, a mechanical kitchen timer charmed to ring after 30 minutes. Hermione added extra parchment. Ron removed half of it. Hermione put it back. Harry checked the warding knife. The repaired seam held. The inscriptions remained visible. One symbol had been added near the guard, a narrow doorway divided by a vertical line. Harry had not seen it before. Gideon's note explained, "The blade's original purpose has been restored. It is not designed to kill what possesses. It is designed to remind the boundary that host and intruder are not the same thing. It will not perform an eviction by itself. The host must resist, the presence must be identified, and the boundary must be reinforced by witnesses. Against anything powerful enough to overcome those conditions, the knife will only buy time." Harry copied the final sentence into the plan. "Ron, read it." "By how much time?" "Unknown." "I hate that word." "No, you don't." Ron looked toward the chessboard. "No, suppose I don't." Harry placed the knife back in its sheath. They hoped never to use it. That was not the same as believing they would not. The entry conditions were met on the final Thursday before examinations. At breakfast, Dumbledore received an urgent ministry message. A magical seal had been broken at the Ashdown ruins. The jar of blackened timber in his office had begun bleeding dark water. He left Hogwarts before noon, taking Professor Flitwick with him because the disturbance involved unstable enchantment work. Dumbledore did not leave the stone unguarded. McGonagall assumed command of the castle. Snape doubled the protective spells around the third-floor corridor. Professor Sprout remained on the grounds. Every sensible adult acted sensibly. At 7 that evening, Harry saw Quirrell leave the end-of-term feast before dessert. The warding knife became so cold that frost formed along the sheath. Harry stood. Hermione saw his face. "What?" "Knife." Ron stopped eating. Neville looked toward the staff table. Snape's chair was empty. McGonagall was speaking with Professor Sprout. Quirrell disappeared through the side door. Harry counted 10 seconds. Then a silver bird streaked into the great hall and struck McGonagall's goblet. It carried Snape's voice. "Minerva, lower corridor, now." McGonagall rose immediately. She and Sprout left together. The staff were responding. The plan required them to remain. Harry sat down. His hand stayed against the frozen sheath. 20 seconds passed. 30. The castle lights flickered. Every candle in the great hall bent toward the third floor. Then Neville's goblet cracked down the center. The silver coin in Harry's pocket turned black. Tonks had triggered the external alarm. She appeared in the entrance a moment later, breathing hard. "Someone sealed the staff staircase," she said. "McGonagall and Sprout are trapped below the second floor. Snape's Patronus was sent before the seal formed." "Can they break it?" Hermione asked. "They're trying. How long? I don't know." The first entry condition had been met, active breach. The second remained uncertain. Capable adults were responding, but delayed. Harry stood. "We go to McGonagall first." They found the professor beneath the moving staircase. A wall of dark glass blocked the upper corridor. McGonagall's spells struck it and disappeared without impact. Snape stood on the other side. Or something shaped like Snape did. It repeated the same movement every few seconds. Walk to the wall, raise wand, turn, disappear. A reflection, not the professor. The real Snape sent the warning from somewhere else, Harry said. McGonagall turned toward them. You four will return to your common rooms. Quirrell entered the third floor, Harry said. I know. The staircase is using reflected movement, Ashdown-type manifestation. I know. Can you break it? Yes. How long? McGonagall looked at the dark wall. That hesitation met the second condition. Not in ability, time, 10 minutes, she said. Perhaps less. The stone might require less. We can reach the outer door in 3, Harry said. No, we do not engage, Quirrell. We confirm whether the corridor is breached and retreat. No, the wall shuddered. A second reflected McGonagall appeared within it. Then a third. Sprout whispered, It's learning us! McGonagall's face changed. She looked at Harry's knife. The Ashdown manifestation was not a coincidence. Someone had studied the same record. Someone had lured Dumbledore away using the ruins and recreated the house's defensive behavior inside Hogwarts. Quirrell knew what Harry knew, perhaps because the presence had watched him reading. McGonagall made the most difficult decision an adult could make. Not whether to trust children with danger, whether refusing to trust them would create greater danger. You will inspect the outer corridor only, she said. You do not pass the Guardian. Harry nodded. If Fluffy is awake, we retreat. Yes. If another staff member is present, you obey them. Yes. If the route changes, you return. Yes. McGonagall looked toward Tonks. Go with them. The glass wall moved. A reflected arm reached through and caught Tonks by the wrist. She shouted. Sprout seized her and pulled her back. The reflection tightened. McGonagall struck it with a burning silver spell. The arm shattered. Tonks fell. A dark mark remained around her wrist. I'm fine, she said. She was not. Sprout began examining the wound. McGonagall looked at Harry. Go 3 minutes to the corridor. Report what you find, nothing more. The third entry condition was met. They had informed an adult. The fourth depended on Neville. Route is open, he said after checking the map. For now. Harry looked at Hermione. She carried the sunlight jars. Ron held the flute and resin bowls. Neville carried the medical supplies and retreat cord. The coalition was ready. Not because they were powerful, because each knew what the others could do. They ran. The third-floor corridor was colder than the rest of the castle. The locked door stood open. Scratches covered the inside surface. Harry raised one hand. Everyone stopped. He checked the floor. Fresh boot marks. One set, men's size 9, Quirrell. Another mark crossed them. Bare feet, too long. Too narrow, not human. The warding knife pulsed against Harry's side. There are 2 tracks, he whispered. Hermione looked down. I only see Quirrell's. The second set doesn't disturb the dust. Ron tightened his grip on the flute. Neville tied the retreat cord to the door handle. 1 pull meant stop. 2 meant return. 3 meant the route had closed. They entered. Fluffy lay across the trapdoor. All 3 heads were sleeping. A golden harp played in the corner. No visible musician touched it. Quirrell had passed. Harry looked at the trapdoor beneath the dog's paw. The adult response had failed to stop the breach. The conditions were met. That did not mean descending was wise. It meant the alternative had become worse. Ron lifted the flute. Hermione positioned the music box as backup. Neville checked the cord. Harry approached Fluffy slowly. The dog's breathing moved the floorboards. One head opened an eye. Ron began playing. The sound was terrible. The eye closed. Harry found the iron ring beneath the animal's paw. Together, he and Hermione moved it aside. Neville opened the trapdoor. Cold air rose from below. No ladder. No visible floor, only darkness and the smell of wet leaves. Harry dropped a small glowstone. It fell and fell, then vanished into something soft. Plant chamber, Neville whispered. Harry set the 30-minute timer. He checked every tool once more. Ron looked into the darkness. Still time to wait for McGonagall. A sound drifted upward from below, not a spell, a man screaming, "Quirrell!" Then another voice spoke through the opening, "High, cold, inhumanly calm, continue." Harry's scar burned. The warding knife became colder than ice. Neville looked at him. "Route is still open." Hermione held the sunlight jar. Ron secured the flute so the music would continue. Harry drew one line of salt across the trapdoor's edge, not to stop what waited below, to tell them whether anything followed. "Tools decide the fight," he said, "not the fighter." The others answered. Harry lowered himself into the darkness, then released the edge one by one. The others followed him down. Chapter 7. The thing wearing Quirrell. Harry fell through darkness expecting stone. The darkness caught him first. Cold vines wrapped around his ankles, waist, and chest. Leaves folded over his face. The impact drove the air from his lungs, and before he could inhale, something tightened against his throat. His body reacted exactly as training had taught it to: create distance, break the restraint, find the direction of force. Harry drove one elbow backward and reached for the warding knife. The vines tightened. "Don't fight!" Neville shouted somewhere nearby. Another body struck the plant. Ron swore. Hermione gasped. The devil's snare moved beneath them like a nest of waking snakes. Harry forced his hand away from the knife. Every instinct demanded resistance. The plant used resistance as instruction. He remembered the rope exercises in the empty classroom. Hermione standing close enough for him to see her. Neville saying, "Don't pull." Harry made himself go still. The vine around his throat remained tight. His pulse hammered against it. "Harry," Hermione called, alive. "Ron, something's sitting on my face." "That's a leaf," Neville said. "It's still sitting on my face." "Neville," Harry asked. "Here." Neville's voice came from above and to the left. He had landed on a raised section of root rather than the center mass. The plant continued drawing them downward. Harry could feel damp earth beneath his fingertips. "Sunlight jar," he said. "I've got it," Neville answered. Glass clicked. The vines moved faster. Perhaps they recognized the object. Perhaps Harry only imagined it. A brilliant golden light burst through the chamber. The devil's snare recoiled. Leaves withdrew from their faces. Vines loosened around Harry's throat and pulled away from Hermione's arms. Ron dropped several feet and landed on his back. Hermione fell beside him. Harry hit the earth on one knee. Neville remained partly suspended as the plant withdrew from the sunlight. He twisted, trying to free his leg. "Stop moving," Harry said. "I know." Neville lifted the jar toward the vine around his ankle. The plant released him. He fell. Harry and Hermione caught him badly, preventing his head from striking the stone but knocking all three of them to the ground. The chamber filled with the smell of wet soil and heated leaves. Neville sat up. "Everyone breathe." Ron pushed a leaf from his hair. "We are breathing." "Then check whether you can keep doing it." They checked throats, ribs, fingers, and pupils. Harry had bruising along his neck. Hermione's wrist was already swelling where a vine had twisted it. Ron had bitten his tongue. Neville's ankle hurt but held his weight. No one had been strangled. No bones were broken. The first chamber had taken pain and one sunlight jar. The cost was small. It was still recorded. Neville removed the notebook from his medical bag. "Route." Harry looked upward. The trapdoor remained open far above them. A retreat rope hung through it, tied to the iron ring near Fluffy. The salt line across the threshold was undisturbed. "Open," Harry said. Neville checked the dark passage ahead. "Then we continue." He said it with authority. No one challenged him. The second chamber was filled with wings. Hundreds of silver keys circled beneath a high ceiling. Their metallic feathers struck one another with a sound like knives being sharpened. 4 broomsticks rested against the wall. A locked wooden door stood at the opposite end. Ron looked upward. Winged keys. Hermione took out the notes, Flitwick's likely contribution. Harry examined the floor. Fresh footprints crossed the dust. Quirrell had paused near the brooms, then moved toward the door. Several drops of blood marked the final 6 feet. "He caught one," Harry said. Neville knelt beside the nearest drop. "Recent?" "How recent?" "Still wet." Quirrell was not far ahead, or the body carrying him was failing more quickly than expected. Hermione inspected the locked door. No visible keyhole enchantment beyond the physical lock. The correct key may be damaged. Ron said, "If Quirrell used it." Harry scanned the swarm. Hundreds of identical silver shapes moved through changing patterns. One key dipped lower than the others. Its left wing was bent. Blood marked one edge. "There," Harry said. Ron was already selecting a broom. Harry caught the handle before he mounted. "Check it!" Ron looked impatient. Then he remembered Neville's fall during their first lesson. Together they checked the wood, bindings, and footrests. The broom was old but stable. Hermione removed one resin ball from her bag. "You only have 3. I'll need one. You might need more later." This is what it was prepared for. Ron took the ball. Harry pointed to the key's movement. "It turns sharply every 4th pass. I see it. Do not chase directly. Move where it will be." Ron mounted. "I know how chess works." "This isn't chess." "Everything is chess if enough things are trying to stop you." He kicked away from the ground. The keys reacted immediately. They swarmed around him. Metal wings struck his robes and hands. Ron lowered his head and accelerated through them. Hermione raised her wand. "Protego." The shield formed unevenly around him. Keys bounced from the magical surface, but several slipped through gaps. One cut Ron's cheek. He did not turn toward the injured side. He watched the damaged key first pass, second, third. On the 4th, he moved not after it, but across its expected path. The key changed direction. Ron threw the resin ball ahead of it. The cloth burst. Sticky sap spread across the key's wings. It dropped. Harry caught it in his coat. The key fought like a trapped bird. Its sharp feathers sliced through the fabric. He wrapped it more tightly and carried it to the door. Hermione held the coat while Harry guided the key into the lock. The lock resisted. "Wrong key?" Neville asked. "No, damaged shape." Harry turned it carefully. The bent wing caught against the wood. The key screamed, not a mechanical sound. Something almost alive. Harry stopped. Hermione looked at him. "It may be enchanted to react, or it may feel pain." "Harry, we don't know." The presence below was getting closer to the stone. They did not have time to determine the full awareness of every enchanted object. That did not make the question disappear. Harry adjusted his grip. "Hold the wing stable." Hermione used a mending charm on the bent metal. The wing straightened halfway. The key stopped screaming. Harry turned it. The lock opened. He released the key immediately. It rose unsteadily and joined the swarm. Ron landed beside them. Blood ran from his cheek. Neville cleaned the cut. "You need stitches." "Later." "Now it's a scratch. It's open." Neville closed the wound with 2 narrow adhesive strips from Mara's medical kit. Ron complained through the entire process. Neville ignored him. When they passed through the door, Harry looked back. The repaired key flew lower than the others, but it flew. The chest chamber was larger than the great hall. Stone pieces stood upon a black and white board, each taller than Hagrid. The opposite door remained closed. 2 pieces on the far side had already been destroyed. Quirrell had played through. The remaining figures returned to their starting positions as Harry's group approached. Ron stared at the board. He beat it. "Or something beat it for him," Harry said. The white pieces turned their stone faces toward the children. Ron walked along the edge. 4 empty places. A black knight, bishop, rook, and pawn were missing from their side. The board expected human replacements. Hermione looked at the smashed remains near the wall. "If one of us is captured..." No one finished the sentence. The Stone Queen held a sword. Fragments of the pieces Quirrell had sacrificed still littered the board. There was blood on one square, not enough to confirm death, enough to confirm injury. Ron unfolded his prepared diagrams. The board's arrangement differed from the common room set. The central pawns were advanced. The White Queen began farther forward. "This is not the standard opening," he said. "Can you play it?" Neville asked. "Yes." "Can you play without using us as exposed pieces?" Ron did not answer immediately. He studied the board. The pieces waited. "This formation forces pressure through the center. It wants us there." "Then we don't give it what it wants," Harry said. "It controls both side routes." "What does it protect?" "The king." "No, what does the chamber protect?" Ron looked toward the opposite door, the exit. "Then checkmate may not be the only condition." Hermione examined the door from the edge of the board. "No handle, No keyhole. "There's a pressure plate beneath the White King," Neville said. They looked at him. Neville pointed toward a narrow gap under the throne. A metal plate glinted beneath it. Harry opened his notebook. "The board may require the king to move, not fall." Ron's eyes sharpened. "Check forces movement. Can you force the king off the plate without placing one of us where the queen can reach?" Ron walked the entire border twice. The stone figures followed him with their eyes. "Yes," he said eventually. "But the board will take almost everything. Stone pieces, all of them. Living pieces." Ron looked at the 4 empty positions. "We need to occupy the spaces to activate the game, but we may not need to move." Harry nodded. "Assign us to the rear." Ron placed Neville as the rook, Hermione as the bishop, Harry as the knight, and himself as the pawn. "You're the most exposed," Hermione said. "I need the closest view. You can direct from the rook." "No, the board may not allow communication across pieces." Harry looked at Ron. "Your plan?" "Stay where I put you. Do not move unless I say your name and the square." "What if a piece attacks? Get off the board." "Does that end the game?" "Probably." "Probably." Ron glared. "Do you want certainty or a path?" Harry stepped onto the knight's square. A path. The pieces came alive. Stone feet struck the board. The white side moved first. A pawn advanced. Ron responded. For the next several minutes, the chamber filled with the crash of stone against stone. Ron sacrificed a bishop. The White Queen cut it in half. He gave up 2 pawns and a rook. Fragments struck the children's robes. Hermione raised shields when she could, but every spell risked being interpreted as interference. Ron kept the living pieces still. The White Queen advanced toward Harry. "Ron, I see it." The queen moved diagonally. Its sword lifted. "Ron, stay." The sword came down upon the black pawn beside Harry. The stone figure shattered. A fragment struck Harry's shoulder and spun him halfway around. Pain moved down his arm. He stayed on the square. The queen turned toward him. "Now," Ron said. "Harry to E5." Harry moved like a chess piece. One direction, one destination. The queen's sword cut through the empty space behind him. Ron sacrificed the final rook. The White King moved away from the pressure plate. A click sounded beneath the board. The opposite door opened. The game did not stop. The White Queen turned toward Ron. "Off!" he shouted. Everyone ran from their squares. The queen swung. Hermione and Neville reached the edge. Harry crossed 2 squares. Ron was still behind him. A white knight blocked the path. Harry drew the warding knife, not to fight the piece, but to mark an exit. He carved a fast iron line across the border. The stone knight's hoof stopped above it. The blade did not repel the enchantment. It confused the boundary for 1 second. Harry crossed. Ron jumped behind him. The knight's hoof came down. The edge of the board cracked. They fell into the next chamber as the chess pieces returned to their starting positions. Ron lay on the floor laughing breathlessly. Hermione stared at him. "What is funny?" "It worked. Your plan destroyed almost every piece." "Stone pieces. You nearly got hit by a horse." "I didn't." Harry sat against the wall and examined his shoulder. The stone fragment had torn his robe and bruised the joint. He could move it, though lifting his arm hurt. Neville checked him. "No break. Continue." Neville looked at the open doorway behind them. The chess pieces were still. "The route remained usable. We continue," he agreed. Ron looked back at the board. Winning had required sacrifice, but no person had become one, not yet. The next room contained a troll. It lay unconscious across the center of the chamber. This one was larger than the creature from Halloween. Bruises covered its gray head. One ear bled. A cracked wooden club rested beside it. Hermione lifted her wand. Harry lowered it gently. "It is already contained." "It could wake." "Yes." "Then we bind it." Harry checked the creature's wrists. Rope marks cut into the skin. Someone had tied it before bringing it into the chamber. The bindings had been removed or broken. Quirrell had not defeated a wild guardian. He had passed an abused prisoner. Neville approached the troll's head. Harry caught his sleeve. Too close. "It's breathing badly." "That does not make it safe." "No, it makes it injured." Neville removed a vial from his medical bag. They could not heal a troll in the middle of an active breach. They could keep it from choking. Working from behind the head, Neville used his wand to move the troll's tongue away from its airway. Hermione conjured a thick strap and secured its jaw loosely enough to breathe but not bite if it woke. Ron placed the club beyond reach. Harry drew a chalk line across the floor. A warning, not a prison. They passed without attacking. Behind them, the troll continued breathing. The potion's chamber was divided by fire. Purple flames sealed the door behind them. Black fire covered the exit ahead. A table stood at the center with 7 bottles and a roll of parchment. Hermione approached the riddle. Harry stopped her. Whole room first. They checked beneath the table. No wires, no obvious floor triggers. The flames produced heat but no smoke. The bottles were sealed. Harry used the warding knife to test the table's edge. No response. Only then did Hermione read. Ron looked at the 7 bottles. 1 gets us forward. 1 takes us back, Hermione said. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 contain poison. And it tells us which through logic, Harry said. Hermione's eyes moved across the parchment. A different expression appeared on her face, not fear, relief. This isn't magic. No, I can solve this. Harry heard what she meant. In a place where every chamber had turned knowledge into physical danger, the puzzle asked only that she think. She read each line. She rearranged the bottles without opening them. She measured their relative sizes. She checked position against the clues. This one gets us through the black fire. The smallest bottle. Harry examined the amount. Enough for 1 person. Hermione's relief disappeared. Ron looked toward the flames. There may be more than 1 dose. No, Hermione said. It says the smallest bottle sends the drinker forward, could be concentrated, could be exactly enough. Harry examined the second identified bottle. The return potion is larger. Enough for all of us, Neville said. The intended design was clear. 1 person continued, the others returned. Coalition had carried them through every chamber. The final protection attempted to reduce them to 1. Harry disliked it immediately. We divide the forward potion, Ron said. If a full dose is required, none of us pass, Hermione replied. Test a drop. On what? Harry opened his equipment bag. He removed a square of untreated cloth and placed 1 drop of the potion on it. Then he pushed the cloth toward the black flame with a metal rod. The flame parted around the fabric. Contact creates passage, he said. It may not require ingestion. Hermione stared. The instructions say drink. Snape warned us not to assume labels were truthful. Technically, the bottle isn't labeled. The riddle directs us to drink. Harry spread the potion across 4 cloth strips. Each received only a small amount. They tied the strips around their wrists. Neville tested his first. He pushed 1 hand into the black fire. The flames opened around his skin. He pulled it back. No heat. They all crossed. The smallest bottle still contained several drops. Harry sealed it and placed it in his bag. Hermione looked back at the riddle. Snape expected someone to follow instructions exactly. Or expected a clever person to question them, Harry said. Would he expect 11-year-olds? No, the black flame closed behind them. The purple fire still blocked the return route. Neville checked the larger bottle. We have enough to go back. The retreat remained possible. They continued. The final corridor contained no trap. That frightened Harry more than the others. The stone walls were bare. No chess pieces, no plants, no flying keys, only a doorway at the far end and the sound of someone speaking beyond it, Quirrell's voice. Please. The second voice answered. You have failed because you continue to think of yourself as separate. Harry's scar burned. The 4 children stopped. Neville looked at the retreat cord tied around his waist. The line still led backward through the chambers. Route open, he whispered. Harry drew the warding knife. Its blade had turned white with frost. Hermione stared at the symbols. The doorway mark is dark. The inscription Gideon had added near the guard, the divided threshold, had filled with black color. Harry remembered the conditions. The host must resist. The presence must be identified. The boundary must be reinforced by witnesses. The knife would only buy time. They entered together. The chamber was circular and nearly empty. A tall mirror stood at the center. Its gold frame carried an inscription across the top. Harry recognized it as reversed writing but did not stop to read. Professor Quirrell stood before it. His turban lay on the floor. The back of his head was hidden from view. His skin looked gray. Veins showed darkly beneath it. His shoulders shook with each breath. He turned. "You should not be here." His stammer had disappeared. Harry had expected that. Hermione did not. Her wand rose. Quirrell's hand moved once. All 4 children were thrown backward. Harry struck the wall. His bruised shoulder screamed. The warding knife remained in his grip. Tier 3, when alone, the story Bible had called a cornered adult wizard, but Quirrell was not alone. The presence behind his face turned him into something beyond hunter tradecraft. Tier 5, untouchable. No conventional tool would wound or outmaneuver it. They could not win a duel. Harry knew that before getting up. "Do not cast at him," he said. Ron stared. "He just threw us across the room. And he can do worse." Quirrell looked toward the knife. Fear appeared in his eyes, then vanished. His body straightened as though invisible strings had pulled it upright. When he spoke again, the second voice traveled beneath his own. "You brought it to me?" Harry's scar felt as if a heated blade pressed through it. He refused to touch the wound. "You sent the letter," Quirrell smiled. "About Ashdown House?" Hermione's face changed. "You knew what we were researching." "I knew what he saw." Quirrell's gaze fixed on Harry. "Every time the boy looked at me, I looked back." The words from the ledger returned. The house watched through Elias. The presence watched through Quirrell. Harry moved slightly, placing his body between Quirrell and Neville. Not protection, positioning. "Who are you?" Harry asked. The smile deepened. "You know." "I know what people call you." "Then speak it." Names could define boundaries. That was why spirits hid them. That was why hunters asked. But names could also give power when spoken with fear. Harry chose accuracy instead. "You are the remnant of the wizard who killed my parents." The expression on Quirrell's face twisted. "Remnant, not a body, not a whole soul, an attachment." Quirrell raised his wand. Harry did not raise his own. The holly wand would not matter here. "You think your little blade understands me?" "No." "Then why carry it?" "Because boundaries do not need to understand what crosses them." The wand moved. Hermione shouted a shield charm. The curse struck it and shattered the shield instantly. Hermione fell to one knee. Ron threw a resin ball. Quirrell burned it from the air without looking. Neville pulled Hermione backward. Harry watched the body. Quirrell's left hand shook. The wand remained steady in his right. "Two intentions, one body." "Professor," Harry said. Quirrell's eyes flickered. "Do not call him that," the second voice hissed. Harry understood. The presence did not want Quirrell addressed as separate. "Professor Quirrell, can you hear me?" The wand turned toward Harry's chest. Quirrell's left hand caught the right wrist. For 1 second, the curse did not come. "Yes," Quirrell whispered, his own voice. Then his arm tore free of his grip. A red spell struck Harry in the ribs. He spun across the floor. Pain emptied his lungs. Ron ran toward him. "Stay in position," Harry gasped. "We don't have positions." "Make them." Hermione understood first. "Witness points." She moved to one side of the chamber. Neville pulled Ron toward the opposite side. 3 witnesses around the host. A triangle. Harry crawled toward the mirror. Quirrell raised his wand again. His left hand struck himself across the face. "Stop," he begged. The voice behind him laughed. "You asked for strength." "I didn't ask for this." "You asked not to be afraid." The words mattered. Emotional dependence, fear of abandonment, fear of weakness. The attachment had not merely occupied Quirrell, it had offered him the version of himself he wanted to become. "You are not what he promised," Harry said. Quirrell looked at him. "You know nothing." "I know he needs your body. He chose me. He uses you to hold a wand." Quirrell flinched. The second voice screamed. Silence. The chamber shook. The mirror's surface became black. Images moved inside it. Harry saw Lily. She stood behind the glass, alive and smiling. James appeared beside her. Mara, Gideon, Rowan, all of them reached toward him. The house used memories to imitate the dead. The mirror used desire. Harry closed his eyes. "Do not look into it." Ron turned away first. Hermione covered the mirror with her robe using a levitation charm. The fabric caught halfway across the frame, but enough of the reflection disappeared. Quirrell advanced. His steps were uneven. The body was failing. Harry placed the knife point against the floor. He carved a line. Silver sparked against stone. Quirrell's wand lifted. "Kill him," said the presence. Quirrell's hand shook. Harry continued carving. A circle would take too long. The Ashdown record had not required one. It required an iron boundary and willing crossing. Harry cut a straight line between Quirrell and the mirror, a threshold, not a prison, a choice. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said. "He cannot cross this without you." The second voice laughed. "I crossed death, not alone." The laughter stopped. "You cling to living people," Harry continued. "You hide in forests, animals, and frightened men. You need a door." Quirrell's face twisted with pain. "Master, you are the door." Harry told him. "Not the room, not the thing inside it." The wand pointed at Harry. Green light gathered at the tip. Hermione raised her wand, but Harry shouted. No shield she could cast would stop the curse. No hunter tool would stop it. The only path was through Quirrell. "Elias Ashdown survived because he crossed willingly," Harry said. "You must step over the line without him." "I can't." "You can." "He'll kill me." The second face spoke through Quirrell's mouth. "He is already dead." Harry looked at Quirrell's gray skin, the black veins. The body consumed from within. The presence might be telling the truth. Separation might not save him. That did not make remaining consent. "You may die," Harry said. Hermione looked at him sharply. Quirrell began to cry. Harry kept his voice steady. "I will not lie to you. He has damaged you. The knife may only separate you long enough for him to flee." "Then what is the point?" "You choose what your last act belongs to." The green light at the wand tip flickered. Harry pressed the blade deeper into the stone. "Your fear." Quirrell's left foot moved. "Or you." The presence seized control. Quirrell's body lunged across the line. The warding knife flashed. He screamed. Not from injury, from division. For one instant, two shadows appeared beneath him. One belonged to a man. The other rose behind it, tall and thin, with no stable shape. "Names?" Harry shouted. Hermione understood. "Quirinus Quirrell," she called. The shadow recoiled. Ron stepped forward. "Quirinus Quirrell?" Neville's voice came last, shaking but clear. "Quirinus Quirrell." Witnesses reinforced the host. They named the person, not the presence. The knife's inscriptions ignited. Quirrell fell to his knees with one foot on either side of the boundary. The second shadow pulled backward. His body bent in opposite directions. The turban on the floor caught fire. A face emerged from the back of Quirrell's skull. White skin, red eyes, no nose. A mouth shaped by hunger. Hermione gasped. Ron froze. Neville nearly stepped back across the chamber threshold. Harry did not look away. There was power in seeing what had hidden. "Voldemort," he said. The name struck the room like a bell. The shadow rose. The thing on Quirrell's head screamed. The warding knife split down its repaired seam. Harry held it in place with both hands. The silver edge burned his palms. The iron core vibrated against the stone. Quirrell's own hands pressed to the floor. He was resisting now, not enough to survive, enough to choose. "Get out," Quirrell whispered. Voldemort's face twisted. "I made you. You found me afraid. I gave you purpose. You gave my fear your name." Quirrell dragged his second foot across the boundary. The moment both feet landed on Harry's side of the line, the attachment tore free. There was no explosion, no victorious light. The chamber became impossibly cold. A black vapor ripped itself from Quirrell's body and rose toward the ceiling. Red eyes opened inside it. Harry's scar split. Warm blood ran down his face. The shadow struck him as it fled. Not a body, not a spell. A force of hatred passing through everything he was. Harry saw forests, a ruined body drinking blood, animals dying when something entered them. A cold place beyond ordinary life where a soul had hidden from death. Then the shadow passed through the wall, gone, not destroyed, not diminished. Only forced to abandon the body it had used. The warding knife broke in Harry's hands. The blade separated into silver and iron halves. Both fell to the floor. Silence followed. Quirrell collapsed. Hermione reached him first. She checked his pulse. Alive. Neville dropped beside her. "Move." He opened his medical bag and examined Quirrell's breathing. The professor's chest rose once, stopped, rose again. His skin continued darkening. Lines of damage spread from the back of his head through his neck and shoulders. Neville looked at Harry. What did it do to him? Used him. That isn't medical. No, Neville attempted a stabilizing charm. Nothing changed. Hermione pressed both hands against Quirrell's chest. Ron removed the return potion from the bag. We can carry him. Harry looked at the corridor. The route was open, but Quirrell's body had begun to lose substance around the edges, not burning, not turning to ash, but collapsing after holding magic it had never been meant to contain. Professor? Harry said. Quirrell's eyes opened. They were his own. No second calmness behind them, no hidden gaze, only fear and relief. Is he gone? Yes. Dead? No. Quirrell closed his eyes. Then I failed. Harry knelt beside him. You made him leave. For how long? I don't know. A faint smile touched Quirrell's mouth. You always say that. Harry remembered the classroom, the nervous stammer, the garlic, the man who had looked like fear because fear was the only part of him still visible. Why did you let him in? Harry asked. Hermione looked at him, perhaps thinking the question cruel. Quirrell answered anyway. I found him in Albania. I thought, his breath caught. I thought I had found proof that I was braver than everyone believed. He promised you power. He promised I would never be laughed at again. Ron looked away. Quirrell's eyes moved toward the mirror. Stone. Harry looked at the covered frame. The stone had not appeared. Perhaps the mirror protected it from anyone intending to use it. Perhaps it was still inside. It's safe. For now, Quirrell whispered. His chest stopped moving. Neville began another charm. Hermione continued compressions. Harry watched Quirrell's face. No dark presence returned. No final confession transformed him into a better man. He had released a troll into a school. He had helped Voldemort attempt theft. Children could have died. He had also been frightened, manipulated, and consumed. One truth did not erase the other. Neville stopped. His hands remained against Quirrell's chest. I can't. Hermione's arms trembled. Again, Hermione. Again, Neville looked at Harry. Harry checked Quirrell's neck. Nothing. The body had survived only minutes without the attachment. They had separated the victim from the threat. They had not saved the victim. Hermione sat back. Tears ran down her face. We did everything. No, Harry said. Ron stared at him. What else could we have done? I don't know. Then don't say we didn't. Harry looked at Quirrell. Doing everything available did not mean doing everything possible. There might have been a cure no one knew. A method hidden in an unexamined record, an earlier moment when intervention could have saved him. But guilt could become another way of pretending they controlled every outcome. Harry placed Quirrell's hands together over his chest. We did everything we had. Hermione nodded slowly. That was true. It was not comforting. The chamber began to shake. The mirror's uncovered lower corner turned black. A face moved beneath the cloth, not Quirrell, not Voldemort, a woman Harry did not recognize. She pressed one hand against the inside of the glass. The house, Harry whispered. The Ashdown disturbance had not merely lured Dumbledore away, something had followed the connection back through the mirror magic. The stone's final protection had become a window. A crack appeared across the glass. Neville looked toward the corridor. Route is changing. The line around his waist pulled once. Stop. Then twice. Return. The retreat command. Harry stood. We leave. Hermione pointed toward the mirror, the stone. Dumbledore can recover it. What if the mirror breaks? We cannot carry Quirrell and secure an unknown object while the room changes. Ron lifted Quirrell beneath the shoulders. You said we can carry him. He is dead. That doesn't mean we leave him. Harry looked at the corridor. The flames could return. The chessboard could reactivate. The troll could wake. Carrying a body would slow them. It was not strategically sensible. It was still right. Harry took Quirrell's legs. Together he and Ron lifted him. Hermione gathered the broken halves of the warding knife. Neville took command of the return route. Move. The mirror cracked behind them. A voice spoke from within it. A boy's voice. Elias Ashdown, perhaps? Or something imitating him. Harry Potter. Harry did not turn. The first rule of an unknown presence was not to answer when it knew your name. They crossed the potion chamber. Hermione distributed the return potion across cloth strips. The purple flames parted. The troll had begun to wake. Its fingers moved toward the club, but the club remained out of reach. Neville checked its breathing as they passed. The chess pieces activated when they entered. The pressure plate remained exposed because their earlier victory had not reset fully. Ron directed them along the damaged edge rather than across the board. The Stone Queen turned but did not attack. The winged keys struck at them in the next chamber. Hermione used the remaining sunlight jar as a distraction. The brilliant light reflected from every metal wing, sending the swarm upward. At the Devil's Snare, they tied Quirrell's body to the retreat rope. Neville climbed first. Ron followed. Hermione guided the body through the opening. Harry remained below. The plant shifted around his feet. The corridor behind him darkened. The voice from the mirror had followed, not through sound, through reflections in the wet leaves. Every drop of moisture showed the same watching eye. Harry drew a line of salt across the ground. The presence did not stop. It was not crossing physically. The salt existed to provide information. Every grain darkened simultaneously. The entire chamber had become the threshold. Harry climbed. Hands reached through the trapdoor. Neville and Ron pulled him up. Hermione slammed it closed. Fluffy stirred. The enchanted harp had stopped. Ron grabbed the tin flute and played the same terrible song as before. Two heads lowered. The third remained awake. It smelled Quirrell's body. A growl vibrated through the floor. Hagrid had called Fluffy a guardian, not a killer. Harry placed Quirrell's hand near the dog's nose. Fluffy sniffed. The awake head whined. It recognized him. Perhaps as an intruder. Perhaps as someone who had passed before. The head lowered. They dragged Quirrell through the outer door. The salt line across the corridor remained unbroken. Nothing physical had followed. The reflections in the armor watched them anyway. Professor McGonagall broke through the glass staircase ward 4 minutes later. She found the 4 children sitting against the third-floor wall beside Quirrell's body. Harry's face was covered in blood. Hermione held the 2 halves of the warding knife. Ron's cheek wound had reopened. Neville's ankle had swollen so badly that he could no longer stand. None of them spoke when the professors arrived. Snape came from the opposite corridor. The real Snape. Blood marked his mouth. His robes were torn by magic, not claws. He saw Quirrell, stopped. Every trace of cruelty left his face. What happened? Harry looked at him. The presence left. Snape knelt beside Quirrell. His fingers found no pulse. The hand remained there longer than necessary. Where did it go? Through the wall. Then it is not gone. No, Snape looked toward Harry's scar. What did you call it? A remnant? For 1 second, something like approval crossed Snape's face. Then he saw the broken knife. You attempted an exorcism with 4 first-year students. No, Harry said. Quirrell did. Snape looked at the dead man. McGonagall covered her mouth. Professor Sprout gathered Neville into her arms. Tonks arrived behind them, one wrist bandaged where the reflected hand had caught her. Dumbledore appeared in a burst of phoenix fire. Mud covered his robes. Black water stained one sleeve. He took in the scene, the children, the body, the broken tool, the open door. His face aged in a single breath. Voldemort? He asked. Harry nodded, alive. Dumbledore closed his eyes. The answer hurt him. Harry did not understand why until much later, perhaps because Dumbledore had hoped the presence could be destroyed. Perhaps because Harry had faced the thing his protections were designed to keep away. Perhaps because an 11-year-old had been forced to make the choice adults had been trying to postpone. Did he take the stone? Dumbledore asked. No. How do you know? The mirror never gave it to Quirrell. Dumbledore entered the final chambers alone. He returned carrying the Philosopher's Stone and a shard of black mirror glass wrapped in his cloak. The fragment reflected a burning house that was not there. The stone was safe. Quirrell was dead. Voldemort remained free. No one called it a victory. Harry woke in the hospital wing 2 days later. The first thing he noticed was the absence of the warding knife beneath his pillow. The second was Gideon sitting beside the bed. His coat remained buttoned. His eyes were red from lack of sleep. Mara stood at the window. Rowan leaned against the wall with his arms folded. No one spoke. Harry tried to sit. Pain moved through his ribs. Gideon placed one hand against his shoulder. Stay down. The others? Alive, Mara said. Hermione has a sprained wrist. Ron needed stitches. Neville has torn ligaments in his ankle. Tonks has a curse mark that Professor Sprout believes will fade. Quirrell, Gideon looked toward the floor. You know. Harry nodded. Mara held the broken knife. The silver and iron halves had been wrapped separately. It worked, Harry said. Gideon's expression hardened. It broke. After it worked. That does not make this acceptable. Harry looked at him. I followed the entry conditions. You are 11. The conditions were met. You descended into a Tier 5 possession site. We did not know it was Tier 5 until I knew. Gideon's voice broke. Silence followed. Harry had never heard that sound from him. Gideon looked away. I knew what might be attached to that professor. I knew the stories about the thing that killed your parents. I sent you a knife and procedures as though preparation could make the situation reasonable. It made us survive. That is not the same as making it reasonable. Harry remembered Dumbledore at Privet Drive. Safety and love were not the same sentence. Preparation and permission were not the same sentence either. Gideon lowered his head. I taught you that every threat could be reduced into tools, terrain, and an exit. I was wrong. Harry looked toward the wrapped blade. The knife could not kill him. No, it could not save Quirrell. No, it bought the retreat. Gideon's hands tightened. Yes. Then the lesson was not wrong. Mara turned from the window. It was incomplete. Harry looked at her. She sat on the edge of the bed. Some fights cannot be made fair, she said. Some costs cannot be prepared away. Sometimes every correct decision still ends beside a body. Harry thought of Quirrell asking what the point was if separation would not save him. You taught me the tools decide the fight. Gideon looked at him. Harry continued, but Quirrell decided the last part. Yes, Gideon said quietly. The host had resisted. The witnesses had named him. The boundary had held. Harry had not defeated Voldemort. Quirrell had refused to carry him one moment longer. That refusal cost the final piece of his life. No win was free. This one had cost a name. Quirinus Quirrell. Harry would write it in the ledger, not under monster, not under victim. Under both, if necessary, or under neither. Because the categories were no longer large enough. Outside the hospital window, evening settled over Hogwarts. Far beyond the castle, something without a body moved north through the forests. It was not wounded. It was not weaker. It carried no philosopher's stone, but it had learned the shape of Harry Potter's defenses. And Harry had learned something worse in return. The darkest thing in Britain was not dangerous because it looked monstrous. It was dangerous because it could find the frightened part of a person, call that fear a doorway, and convince them that surrendering themselves was the same as becoming strong. Harry closed his eyes. For the first time since the chamber, he allowed himself to grieve the man who had opened the door. And the man who, at the very end, had closed it. Chapter 8. What grows back? Quirinus Quirrell was buried without his turban. That detail should not have mattered. Harry found that it did. The funeral took place on a gray morning near the edge of Hogwarts grounds, in a small cemetery used for professors, castle workers, and students who had died too far from home to be returned immediately. There were fewer mourners than Harry expected. Professor Dumbledore stood at the head of the grave. McGonagall stood beside him. Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape formed a narrow line behind the coffin. Hagrid remained near the back beneath an umbrella too small for him. Several ministry representatives attended because a professor had died during an attempted theft involving the Philosopher's Stone. They did not call it possession in the official report. They called it prolonged exposure to an unidentified hostile magical influence. Harry considered that an impressive number of words arranged to avoid a name. The students were not required to attend. Harry came anyway, so did Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Tonks stood with them, her bandaged wrist tucked inside her sleeve. The dark mark left by the reflected hand had faded from black to purple, but it had not disappeared. Rain tapped against the umbrellas. Dumbledore spoke briefly. He did not describe Quirrell as a hero. He did not describe him as a villain. Professor Quirrell made choices that placed others in danger, he said. He also spent months under a form of coercion most people in this world could not have endured for a day. At the end of his life, he chose to resist it. A ministry official shifted uncomfortably. Dumbledore continued, "None of these truths erase the others. We diminish the dead when we turn them into simpler people than they were while living." Harry looked at the coffin. Quirrell had brought the troll into Hogwarts. Neville's scar existed because of that decision. Quirrell had raised his wand against children. He had also stopped the killing curse long enough for Harry to draw the boundary. He had crossed the line. He had told Voldemort to get out. Quirrell's last action did not erase the doors he had opened, but perhaps a person's final choice did not need to erase anything to matter. Professor Snape did not look at the coffin while Dumbledore spoke. He looked at Harry, only once. Then he turned away when the coffin was lowered. Harry took a small piece of chalk from his pocket. He drew a line across the grave's wet edge, not a circle, not a prison, a boundary. Hagrid watched him. "What's that for?" Ron whispered. "So nothing uses his face." Hermione shivered. The Ashdown presence had not emerged again after the chamber. Dumbledore believed the mirror connection had been severed when the Philosopher's Stone was removed. He did not believe the thing connected to Ashdown House had been destroyed. The shard taken from the chamber remained sealed inside a windowless box. Every person who handled it heard a different voice from inside. Dumbledore heard his sister. McGonagall heard her father. Harry had not been allowed near it. For once, he had not argued. Some evidence did not need to be examined by everyone. The funeral ended. Most people left quickly. Snape remained until the rain began filling the grave. He placed no flowers. He said nothing. But before walking away, he cast a spell that caused the rainwater to flow around the coffin rather than onto it. Harry recorded the act later, not because it proved Snape was kind, because it proved he was not simple. The Philosopher's Stone was destroyed 3 days after the funeral. Nicholas Flamel and his wife agreed to stop taking the elixir of life. Dumbledore explained the decision to Harry in the hospital wing, though Harry had been released from Madame Pomfrey's direct care and was supposed to be resting in Hufflepuff. He had returned because the hospital was quieter. Hermione believed this was avoidance. Harry called it environmental preference. "You destroyed the stone," he said. "Mr. Flamel destroyed it," Dumbledore corrected. "I assisted. Will he die? In time, did he choose that?" "Yes." Harry considered the answer. Quirrell had chosen what his final act belonged to. Flamel had chosen to stop extending his life. Voldemort had chosen survival at the cost of everyone he entered. The object itself had possessed no intent. Yet almost every danger beneath the 3rd floor had existed because people wanted what it could do. Was the stone a monster? Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. No. It caused the break-in at Gringotts. Quirrell's possession became worse because Voldemort wanted it. A troll was brought into the castle. Quirrell died. The stone did not make those choices. Then dangerous objects are treated more fairly than dangerous people. Dumbledore became quiet. Harry continued. If an object causes harm because someone uses it, we blame the user. If a creature causes harm because someone frightened, trapped, or controlled it, we call the creature a monster. That is not universally true. No. Harry looked toward the rain-streaked window. That is why it is difficult to notice. Dumbledore sat in the chair beside him. Without the height of his desk or the distance of the great hall, he looked older, not weak, tired in ways power did not repair. "The Ministry has requested your incident report," he said. "They can have a copy." "They want the original?" "No," Dumbledore almost smiled. "I expected that answer. The original contains family methods and personal observations concerning Voldemort. Those are also family methods now." Dumbledore studied him. "You understand he escaped?" "Yes." "You understand that forcing him from Quirrell did not wound him?" "Yes." "The ritual may not work a second time." Harry's hands still carried burns where the knife had broken. New skin had formed across the palms, smooth and pink. "I know." "Do you?" Harry looked at him. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle, but fear lived beneath it, not fear of Harry, fear for him. "Voldemort learns," the headmaster said. "He studies every resistance. He will not approach you again through a weakness he already revealed." "Then we study him too." This is not a case that can be solved by preparation alone. Gideon said the same thing. Dumbledore lowered his gaze. I owe Gideon an apology. You owe him several. That is probably true. Harry folded his hands. You placed me with the Dursleys because of the Blood Ward. Yes. You did not check whether they wanted me. No. You placed me with the Van Helsings because they could maintain it. Yes. You did not check what they believed about magical creatures. Dumbledore's eyes moved toward him. Not thoroughly enough. You keep solving the danger directly in front of you. The statement was not cruel. That made Dumbledore receive it more seriously. Yes, he said, I sometimes do. You protected me from Voldemort and almost left me with people who did not love me. Then you protected me from the Dursleys and placed me with people who taught me to distrust part of my own world. They loved you. They do. Harry's answer came immediately. That does not make every lesson correct. No, nothing makes every lesson correct. Dumbledore looked toward the warding knife halves lying on the table. Gideon had not yet taken them home. Your family gave you extraordinary skills, he said. Skills that saved lives. They also gave me the reason I reached for a blade when I saw Hagrid. Dumbledore's expression changed. He knows. Yes. How did he respond? He gave me time to do better. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That sounds like Hagrid. Harry watched him. Did you know Hagrid was innocent when he was expelled? I knew the evidence against him was incomplete. That is not the same. No. Did you defend him? As much as I could. Was it enough? Dumbledore looked toward the door. No, there were no easy adults in Harry's life. Gideon had inherited fear and called it procedure. Dumbledore had inherited institutions and called them protection. Hagrid had loved dangerous creatures without always planning for what their danger meant. McGonagall trusted rules because she had seen chaos kill people. Snape protected children while making some of them afraid to enter his classroom. Quirrell had wanted courage and mistaken surrender for strength. Harry had spent years expecting adults to become trustworthy once he understood them. Instead, understanding made trust more specific. He trusted Gideon to prepare, Mara to recognize harm hidden beneath practical language, Rowan to question records, McGonagall to act when evidence reached her, Dumbledore to carry terrible knowledge, Hagrid to care for what other people feared. None of them could be trusted with everything. Perhaps no person could. What will you change? Harry asked. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. The question was larger than an apology. Next year, he said, every restricted corridor will have an evacuation assessment independent of its security design. Harry waited. Staff members exposed to unknown dark magic will undergo mandatory medical examination before returning to teaching. Harry waited. Dangerous creature classifications used by the school will be reviewed with context from those classified, where possible. Harry's attention sharpened. By whom? Professor Sprout has agreed to chair the review. Hagrid will advise. Will centaurs be asked? If they agree, merpeople? Yes. House elves? Dumbledore hesitated. Harry noticed. Yes, he said finally, though I suspect that question will prove more difficult than the others. Why? Because Hogwarts benefits from the current arrangement. There it was, Rowan's third question, who benefited from the classification. House elves were called servants because the castle needed service. Some categories were cages with polite names. Harry nodded. That is a beginning. Dumbledore's mouth curved slightly. High praise. It was not praise. I know. The Van Helsings remained at Hogwarts until Harry was well enough to travel. Gideon spent most of that time arguing with the castle's defenses. He disliked the moving staircases. The staircases appeared to dislike him back. On the second morning, one redirected him toward the divination tower 5 times. Gideon began carrying climbing rope. Mara visited Professor Sprout's greenhouses and returned with 6 cuttings, 2 antidotes, and an invitation to exchange field records. Rowan inspected the 3rd-floor chambers with McGonagall and Snape. He emerged 6 hours later with torn trousers, a chess-piece fragment, and the expression of a man who had discovered several new forms of professional irritation. Your school's security is absurd, he told Harry. It stopped Quirrell. It delayed Quirrell. That was the purpose. No, its purpose was apparently to determine whether a thief could play chess, solve riddles, and carry a flute. Ron, sitting nearby, looked offended. The chess was difficult. I'm sure it was. It nearly killed us. That is exactly my objection. The confrontation between Gideon and Dumbledore took place in the headmaster's office. Harry was not invited. He listened outside anyway, not with an extendable ear or spell. He simply stood near the stone wall beside the gargoyle and waited. The office wards prevented clear hearing, but both men raised their voices eventually. You placed him here knowing the object might draw Voldemort, Gideon said. I believe the protection's sufficient. You placed immortality bait inside a school. The castle was more secure than Gringotts. Against theft, perhaps, not against students noticing bleeding professors and locked doors. I did not expect Harry to investigate. Then you met him and learned nothing. A long silence followed. Dumbledore spoke more quietly. I underestimated him. No. You overestimated your ability to keep him outside the problem. Harry leaned closer. You knew Quirrell was compromised, Gideon said. I suspected. You let him continue teaching, to observe him, in a room full of children. I believed removing him prematurely would drive the attached presence into hiding. And so you used proximity as surveillance. I monitored him. He released a troll. And after that, I strengthened every defense. You strengthened the stone, not the man. The words silenced the office. Harry thought of Quirrell's funeral, of the first mistake in Ashdown House, believing the strange child had created the strange house. Perhaps Dumbledore had recognized the presence, but still treated Quirrell mainly as the doorway through which it could be observed. When Dumbledore answered, his voice carried no defense. You are right. Gideon had prepared for resistance. The simple admission stopped him. That does not repair it, Gideon said. No, it does not bring Quirrell back. No, it does not restore Harry's hands. No. Then do not say it as though agreement is payment. Dumbledore's response was almost too quiet to hear. I do not know what payment would be enough. Gideon answered after a long pause. Neither do I. The office door opened. Harry stepped backward too late. Gideon stood in the doorway. Dumbledore remained behind him. Both looked at Harry. How much did you hear? Gideon asked. Enough. Listening outside doors is poor practice. The door was warded. That does not improve it. It improved privacy. Gideon closed his eyes. Dumbledore looked as though he might laugh, then wisely decided against it. Harry entered. On Dumbledore's desk rested the blackened shard taken from the Mirror of Erised. It had been sealed inside a stone box marked with iron bands. Beside it lay the copied Ashdown account and several Gringotts records. Mara and Rowan entered from the adjoining room. Mara closed the door. Gideon looked toward her. Now, he has already faced the consequences of our secrets, she said. He should not have to face another year of them. Harry knew immediately. Cassiopeia Vaughan. Rowan placed a bundle of old papers on the desk. We know why Gringotts sealed the record. Dumbledore gestured toward a chair. Harry remained standing. Gideon did too. The magical Vaughan family were not merely pure-blood traditionalists, Rowan began. They maintained private collections of cursed objects, bound spirits and creature remains. Hunters? Harry asked. Collectors, Mara said. There is a difference. Gideon opened the oldest document. A family tree filled the page. Cassiopeia's name had been cut from the parchment, but the surrounding ink still shaped the space where it had been. She was born without wand magic, Gideon said. Her family treated her as defective, but she could sense attachments, thresholds, and residual intention more clearly than any wand-trained relative. The same type of sensitivity as the knife, Harry asked. Possibly. Like me. No one answered quickly enough. Harry's scar prickled. Mara came closer. We don't know how much of your sensitivity comes from Lily's line, how much comes from surviving Voldemort, or whether those things interact. What did Cassiopeia do? Rowan unfolded another page. She discovered the Vaughans were deliberately creating possession cases. Harry looked at the sealed mirror shard. Why? To study immortality, Dumbledore said. Not true immortality, continuity, moving memory, will, or fragments of identity from one host into another, like Voldemort. Not at his level, Dumbledore replied, but the principle was similar. The room became colder. Gideon continued. Ashdown House was one of their sites. Elias was not chosen at random. He was related to a Vaughan servant and carried enough magical sensitivity to act as a window. Cassiopeia saved him. She argued for saving him, Mara said. The second hunter party followed her procedure. What happened to Elias afterward, we still do not know. And the house burned, Rowan said, but the attachment was not fully contained. Cassiopeia believed it had entered the land itself. Harry looked at the sealed box. The thing in the mirror. A fragment or echo, Dumbledore said, not the whole presence. Why did Gringotts seal her name? Cassiopeia stole the Vaughan family records, Gideon answered. She gave evidence to goblin archivists because she did not trust the ministry to preserve it. Then she destroyed several of the family sites and fled into the Muggle world. With Abraham Van Helsing, Harry said. Yes. The name had always been presented as the beginning of the hunting line. It was not. It was the point where two people had tried to escape something older. What happened to the other branch? Cassiopeia separated the surviving descendants, Rowan said. One branch kept the Van Helsing name and guarded the records. Another was hidden completely from the magical registry so the Vaughans could not follow it. The Evans branch, Mara nodded. Lily's ancestors. Harry looked at the family tree. His mother had not been a spontaneous accident in a Muggle family. She had been the return of magic through a bloodline intentionally buried. The Vaughans could find people through family records, he said. Cassiopeia believed so, Gideon replied. That is why the goblins sealed every connected branch. The record could be opened only when more than one surviving line appeared together. Me and you. Yes. The metallic sound beneath Gringotts returned to Harry's memory, old wards noticing old blood. Did you know before taking me? Gideon's answer came immediately. No, Harry watched him. Did you suspect? I knew Cassiopeia had hidden another branch. I did not know it led to Lily. Dumbledore brought proof. He brought a possibility. Mara took Harry's burned hand gently. We did not accept you because the parchment proved you belonged to us. Then why? You needed somewhere to go. That is duty. At first, Mara admitted, the honesty hurt less than a comforting lie would have. Gideon looked toward the old family papers. On the first night, I thought of you as a target placed under our protection. The ledger entry, Harry said. Child accepted beneath roof and name. Yes. When did it change? Gideon's face tightened. He seemed more comfortable confronting Voldemort than answering this question. Rowan helped him. You bit him. Harry looked at Gideon. I was one. You had teeth. He tried to remove a nail from your hand, Mara explained. You objected. That cannot be when. No, Gideon said. He looked directly at Harry. It changed slowly enough that I cannot tell you the moment. One day, every ward in the house was built to protect a child. Then I realized I was repairing them because they protected my son. Harry lowered his eyes. Mara squeezed his hand. The blood connection explains why the old magic accepted us, she said. It does not explain why we stayed awake when you were ill. It does not explain Rowan teaching you to read tracks or Gideon building your first training knife 3 times because the grip kept slipping. 4, Rowan corrected. 3. The antler handle counts. It broke before he used it. It still counts. Harry laughed. It came out uneven. The room blurred. He removed his spectacles and wiped them, though they were not wet from rain. Dumbledore looked away, granting privacy without leaving. Harry put the glasses back on. So I am a Van Helsing. Gideon considered the words. If you want the name, I have a name. You can have more than one. Names complicate records. Rowan smiled. That is what makes them worth having. Harry looked at the erased space beside Cassiopeia Vaughan's family line. A woman had been removed because her family decided her lack of wand magic made her lesser. She had survived by learning other methods. She had challenged hunters who blamed a child. She had hidden one branch of her family and created another. Centuries later, those branches had found one another because another frightened child needed a home. Blood had made the ward possible. Choice had made it family. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Harry asked. Gideon did not hide behind uncertainty. Fear. Harry waited. "I feared you would believe we took you only because you were useful to an old family mystery, or that the connection would make you obligated to us. And did it?" "No." "Then you should have told me." "Yes." The answer was enough to begin repairing the omission, not erase it. Begin. Harry touched the old page. Cassiopeia's corrections belong in the active ledger. "They are being restored," Rowan said, "not as notes." Gideon understood, as primary text. "Yes. That will upset several dead ancestors. They can file complaints." Mara laughed. Dumbledore's phoenix gave a soft trill from its perch. For the first time since the chamber, the sound did not make Harry think of fire consuming a body. It sounded like something else, not rebirth, continuation, imperfect and alive. The school year ended without a celebration for defeating Voldemort. No one outside the staff, Harry's friends, and the ministry investigators knew exactly what had happened beneath the third floor. The official story said Professor Quirrell attempted to steal a protected artifact while under dark influence. The stone was destroyed. 4 students entered the restricted corridor and survived. Hufflepuff won the House Cup. Not because Dumbledore awarded an enormous number of surprise points at the feast. Professor Sprout refused. "Points are meant to reflect the year," she said, "not convert trauma into decoration." Instead, Hufflepuff won by 12 points. 5 came from Neville, identifying the safest light response for Devil's Snare in herbology. 3 came from Hermione tutoring Hufflepuff first years before exams, though she remained a Gryffindor. 10 had been lost when Harry entered the restricted corridor. Professor Sprout did not return them. Harry considered that fair. At the final feast, the banners remained yellow and black. Tonks lifted her goblet toward him. Not bad for Hufflepuff with a knife. The knife broke. Then Hufflepuff with 2 smaller knives. Across the hall, Snape heard her. His expression suggested Hufflepuff might lose additional points before the train departed. Hagrid sat at the staff table. Vale's inquiry had officially cleared him of involvement in the troll incident. The withdrawn ministry circular was under renewed review, and Aura Price had requested copies of the original Hunter accounts. Hagrid did not look triumphant. His past expulsion remained unresolved. The creature he had hidden at Hogwarts decades earlier remained a secret to most people. Clearing one accusation did not repair every old wound. After the feast, Harry found Hagrid outside his hut. Fluffy had been returned to the Greek contact from whom Hagrid had borrowed him. Hagrid missed the dog. 3-headed creatures required 3 times as much feeding and apparently 3 times as much affection. "House Cup," Hagrid said. "Knew Hufflepuff had it in him. We nearly lost because of me. Nearly won because of ye too. Those do not cancel." "No." Hagrid looked toward the forest. "Most things don't." Harry sat on the step. Hagrid lowered himself beside him carefully. The wood complained but held. "My family knows about Cassiopeia," Harry said. "Who?" "The ancestor connecting Lily to the Van Helsings." Hagrid listened while Harry explained the hidden branch, Ashdown House, and the sealed records. When he finished, Hagrid rubbed his beard. "So their blood family, distantly, still counts, does it?" Hagrid glanced at him. "Blood counted enough for Dumbledore's wards." "That is not what I asked." "No," Hagrid smiled. "Suppose families who keeps rebuildin' the chair after ye break it." Harry looked beneath them. The reinforced legs were new. "Mara warned you?" "She did." "Did Gideon build this?" "Sent measurements." Harry nodded. That seemed correct. After a while he asked, "Are giants monsters?" Hagrid did not give the answer Harry expected. "Some." Harry looked up. Hagrid continued, "Some humans too, some wizards, some dogs if ye are unlucky." "Then the word has meaning." "Course it does." "My family's new ledger questions whether it should be used." "Questionin' a word doesn't mean never usin' it." Harry considered that. "What makes someone a monster?" Hagrid picked up a stone and rolled it between his fingers. "Don't know. You must have an opinion." "Had lots. Most changed." He threw the stone gently toward the garden. "Maybe it's what ye do when ye know someone else is a person and decide they don't count." Harry thought of Voldemort using Quirrell's body. of Vale using Hagrid's blood to replace evidence, of the Vaughns using Elias as a window. Then a troll isn't a monster if it doesn't understand. Could still kill ye. Danger is not the same as guilt. No, Quirrell understood some of what he did. Yes. Was he a monster? Hagrid looked at Harry. Was he one when he crossed your line? Harry thought of Quirrell's final words. You gave my fear your name. No. Maybe that's the problem with the word, Hagrid said. Makes ye think one answer has to fit a whole life. They sat together until the light faded. Before Harry returned to the castle, Hagrid reached into his coat and gave him a small package. Inside was one of the first rock cakes from their tea months earlier. It had been sealed in wax. Harry stared at it. Why? Ye took one for testing? Yes. Never gave me the results. Harry examined the cake. Likely usable as masonry, Hagrid laughed. The sound followed Harry across the grounds. The Hogwarts Express returned Harry to King's Cross beneath a bright summer sky. Gideon, Mara, and Rowan waited on the platform. They did not ask for the incident report first. Mara hugged him. Gideon checked his healed palms only after releasing him. Rowan took the trunk and complained about the weight. You pack stones? Chess fragment, of course. They did not go directly home. Gideon drove south. Hours later, the roads narrowed. The sun lowered. Harry recognized Godric's Hollow only when they passed the church. He had not visited consciously since he was 2. The graveyard looked smaller than memory. James and Lily Potter's stones stood beneath a yew tree. Harry approached alone at first. Mara, Gideon, and Rowan remained near the gate. No invisible voices called to him. No image of Lily appeared in polished stone. The dead remained dead. Harry placed his hand against his mother's name, cold. He remembered saying that once without understanding why everyone looked sad. Beside the graves, the earth had sunk slightly above Gideon's old ward stone. Harry knelt and brushed away the soil. Iron appeared beneath his fingers. The inscription remained, "The dead rest here. The living may grieve without being followed home." Harry understood it now. The ward did not trap James and Lily. It protected Harry from things that might use their faces. It also protected grief from becoming an entrance. He removed the broken halves of the warding knife from his coat. Gideon had offered to forge them together again. Harry had refused. Some tools should not be restored into pretending nothing happened. He placed the silver half near Lily's grave. The iron half near James's, not buried, not abandoned, only resting there while he spoke. "I went to Hogwarts," Harry said. The graves did not answer. "I'm in Hufflepuff." Wind moved through the yew branches. "I have friends." His throat tightened. "Hermione argues with me. Ron thinks everything is chess. Neville knows when to make a stop." Mara stood near the gate with one hand over her mouth. Harry continued, "I met the man who killed you. Gideon's shoulders became rigid. He was attached to someone else. I made him leave." The sentence sounded too simple. "He escaped." Harry looked at Lily's name. I couldn't stop him. Silence, no judgment, no message from beyond, only stone, wind, and the people who had brought him there. "Quirrell died," Harry said. "I don't know whether we saved him." He placed one hand on the wardstone. The iron remained cool. "I thought protection meant stopping bad things from reaching someone." He looked back at his family, Mara, Gideon, Rowan. They had protected him through salt, iron, maps, watch schedules, and knives. They had also frightened him with inherited conclusions. Dumbledore had protected him with ancient magic and dangerous secrecy. Lily had protected him by dying. None of those forms of protection were the same. I think sometimes protection means making sure the thing that reaches you doesn't decide who you become. The graves gave no sign. Harry had not expected one. He picked up the knife halves, then he stood. Before leaving, he repaired the grave ward's outer markings with chalk and salt. Gideon joined him for the final line. They worked without speaking. When the ward was complete, Gideon examined it. "You changed the Eastern symbol." It treated every approaching spirit as hostile. That was the intention. "What about a spirit carrying a warning?" Gideon considered the revised mark. "You added an observation boundary. It alerts before rejecting. That creates risk." "Yes." "It may also produce information." "Yes." Gideon nodded. "Keep it." They walked toward the gate. Harry looked back once. The graves remained beneath the tree, protected, loved, not the same thing, both necessary. That night, Van Helsing house began the first watch again, not because Voldemort had found them, not because an alarm had sounded, because Harry had returned home. The chairs faced outward around the sitting room. Gideon sat to the north, Mara to the east, Rowan to the west. The southern chair remained empty for the absent. Harry no longer slept in a basket at the center. He took a fifth chair. He placed it beside the empty one. "For whom?" Rowan asked. Harry opened the red ledger. On a clean page he wrote, "Quirinus Quirrell." He recorded the troll, the attempted theft, the possession, the coercion, the final resistance under classification. He did not write monster. He did not write victim. He left the line blank. Then he wrote, "The person and the threat occupied the same body. Failure to distinguish them increased the harm. Separation succeeded. Survival did not. The host's final resistance made retreat possible. Beneath it, he added the 4 questions: who named the threat, who was interviewed, who benefited from the classification. What context is missing?" Harry closed the book. "For people the ledger left out," he said. The family began its vigil. Hours passed. At midnight, the water in the northern reflection bowl trembled. Gideon stood. Mara reached for the lantern. Rowan checked the bells. Harry drew no knife. He watched. The water darkened for 1 second. A pair of red eyes appeared on its surface, then vanished. No boundary broke. No alarm rang. Nothing entered the house. Voldemort remained somewhere beyond the wards, alive, learning, untouched by ordinary weapons. Harry recorded the time. He did not pretend the danger had ended. He did not mistake survival for victory. He also did not face it alone. The first watch continued until dawn. When sunlight reached the windows, the family extinguished the candles one by one. Outside, new leaves covered the trees. Some grew over branches that had broken during winter. Others emerged from wood everyone had thought dead. Harry stood at the open door, looking toward the road that would eventually take him back to Hogwarts. The wizarding world had taught him many names for what should be feared. His family had taught him many ways to survive it. The year had taught him the more difficult skill. Before drawing the line, ask who placed it there. Before lifting the weapon, ask who benefits. Before calling something a monster, ask whether the word describes what it is, or merely what someone has decided may be done to it. Harry Potter was still a hunter. He still carried salt. He still mapped exits. He still believed preparations saved lives. But the oldest Van Helsing ledger now carried a new law in his handwriting. Danger must be recognized. Personhood must be recognized first. Far away, in a forest where no grave ward stood, something bodiless moved beneath the trees and whispered Harry's name. The sound frightened birds from their branches. Harry did not hear it. Not yet. He closed the door of Van Helsing house and joined his family for breakfast. The wards remained strong. The ledger remained open, and the boy beneath their protection had begun learning how to decide for himself what was worth guarding. Thanks for watching, guys.